Call this meeting to order of the Folsom Cordova Unified School District. Superintendent, if you can take roll, please.
Yes, sir. Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present.
Thank you, sir. With that being said, we will adjourn out into closed session where we will hear student matters, employee relations, conference with legal counsel, conference with real property, personal matters, and that'll be it. So we'll close this out and head into closed session. Good afternoon. Today is June 5th, and I'd like to call to order the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board of Education meeting to order. Superintendent, if you can call roll, please.
Yes, sir. Ms. George.
Here.
Mr. Merrill.
Here.
Ms. Larrett.
Here.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Here.
Mr. Reed.
Here.
Mr. Charlam-Churla.
Here.
Mr. Clark.
Here.
All are present.
All right, thank you. We will start with our land acknowledgement.
As the Folsom Cordova Unified School District, we acknowledge that our administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Nishnawin and Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn.
We also recognize the presence and ancestral stewardship of the Nishinan ancestral tribes, the Estonoromuse and Nisenpewanan to the north,
and the Miwok ancestral tribes, the Amishumni, Kasumne, Halapunye, and Mokalumne to the south along the Great Sacramento River systems since time immemorial.
We understand that this land upon which our institutions are built was once flourishing with natural resources and sustained by the ancestral knowledge and practices of these indigenous communities.
We acknowledge the injustices of colonialism and attempted genocide that have impacted those communities and recognize the resilience of their descendants who continue to thrive today.
In our daily endeavors of teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement, we commit to supporting, respecting, and honoring their culture, traditions, and lifeways.
We pledge to work together for the evolving vision of the Miwok and Nisenan, especially all future generations.
All right, with that being said, we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. SAB member Tyler, if you're in the house, if you can come to the podium, please.
Please rise if able for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. The broadcast and recording is being made at the direction of the board, and the broadcast may capture images and sounds of those attending the meeting. Tonight's meeting is being live streamed on the district's YouTube channel. The recording will be cablecast as replays on Metro Cable Channel 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast and DirecTV UVerse cable systems. The recording will also be closed captioned and video streamed at metro14live.saccounty.gov. The Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board Policy 1313 promotes mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among employees, parents, and the public. We will treat staff, parents, and members of the public with respect and ask the same in return. If any member of the public uses obscenities or communicates in a demanding, loud, insulting, and/or demeaning manner, the board will calmly and politely admonish the person to communicate civilly. Public comments during board meetings are an important component of public engagement and transparency. Members of the public will not be permitted to yield their speaking time to another member of the public. All written comments submitted by 3 p.m. today to the board have been read per the Brown Act. The board is not allowed to enter into a two-way discussion on any matter not on the agenda. With that being said, we'll report out a closed session. Superintendent?
Nothing to report.
Thank you, sir. We'll go with the adoption of the agenda.
Point of order, Mr. President.
Yes, sir.
Staff is recommending that we pull item R from the consent agenda and place that into a discussion action item. I would love to see that, if possible, to come in after the report of district organizations just prior to our public hearings.
That will be allowed. Do we need to take roll on that?
I would assume so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
We got a motion, right, in second?
I'll move.
Thank you. Thank you.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse, second by Board Member Chalem-Chella. Superintendent?
Thank you, sir. Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
With that being said, we will take that point of order, and we do need to do the agenda consent with the recommendations that you have made, Superintendent. And just for the record, we need to note that. What was it again?
Letter R.
Letter R.
Yep.
Got it? Okay. All right. So I will, actually, I'm gonna have to pull item E, F, G, and H. Because we have student board members that do need to abstain. So,
I actually don't think we normally take a motion to pull.
We don't motion on that.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
So with that being said, let's, Superintendent, if you can, I need a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Larrett.
Point of order,
Yes?
President Clark. We had an item requesting to be pulled from the public.
Item J. That will be allowed. We will pull item J as well. Thank you, ma'am.
Correction, J and K.
J and K will be allowed. Thank you, ma'am. All right, where were we? Superintendent?
Do we have a motion and a second to adopt the
We do
agenda?
have a motion made by Ms. Larrett, second by,
Yeah, so I'm seconding the consent with the exception of all the letters we.
J, K, and R.
J, K, and R.
Yeah, and E, F,
Yes.
G, H.
We'll get it.
All right, yes, I will second that.
All right, moved by Board Member Reed. Superintendent?
Governance team clear on what we're voting on? Yeah, okay. All right. Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella? Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you. All right, so which one are we tackling? Oh, the student matters, okay, so,
Well, I believe that if we just, did we just adopt the agenda, or did we just do agenda consent? If
We
we
just-
just did agenda
just
consent,
did the agenda consent.
I have some introductions.
That, well, let's
Would you like to do that now, or would you
Let's
like to
do that now.
Fantastic. All right. Without any further ado, Folsom Cordova is pleased to announce that Yvonne Thornton is going to be the next assistant principal at Cordova High School for the 25-26 school year. Has been an educator in San Joaquin and Sacramento counties for 16 years. In 2018, she became a Lancer and proved to be a fast leader at Cordova High School. At Cordova, Yvonne has taught mathematics, advised the Interact Club, is the log standing climate facilitator, been a part-time math instructional coach, and is the advisory coordinator, designing the social, emotional, culturally relevant, and positive behavior content for all students at Cordova. She said, "My greatest contribution is education is the work I do with teachers to improve student outcomes. From my experiences teaching and leading teachers, the work educators do collectively is the strength of any educational community. Her mission is in this role is to lead and inspire educators to provide opportunities for all students to learn and grow. In 2021, Yvonne was the Folsom Cordova Teacher of the Year and went on to be the 2022 Sacramento County Teacher of the Year. She was nominated by her peers at Cordova High School for her outstanding connections with staff and students and her ability to design and implement engaging and accessible curriculum. Yvonne has a degree in mathematics from Sacramento State University, Stingers up, and her master's in educational leadership for Teachers College of San Joaquin. Please join us in welcoming Yvonne to her new role in her Lancer life as vice principal at Cordova High School. Assistant principal.
I prepared a couple words to show my gratitude. At my wedding, my dad told a story about the best day ever and how for him, the best days ever actually are a collection of the most memorable times of love and joy that he's experienced in his life. And I've had some of my best days ever as a Lancer and with the people that I've met at Cordova High School. And today is another best day ever because I get to be a part of the Lancer family in a better and more exciting role. My heart is literally exploding with gratitude. And you gave me a microphone, so thank you for that. So this is a perfect opportunity to share how much I appreciate the board and the exec cabinet for this opportunity to learn and grow as an educator and as a school leader. To all my students at Cordova, I believe in you, and I want you to have the best educational experience possible. I'd like to acknowledge all of my colleagues at CHS. We have an incredible, inspiring group of Lancers, and I love being a part of our family. I would like to thank my parents and my family who have taught me about hard work and unconditional love, and that's what fuels my passion to serve and care for others inside and outside of this profession. Chad, my husband, is my all-time greatest supporter. I called him and I asked him, hey, do you think I should apply for this position? And he said, well, if you want to, you should. And so here I am today. He's always never held me back from the dreams that I have and the work that I want to do. My Anywhere Fit and Strong Human community are the groups of people outside of school that support me in being the strong physical, mental, and emotional human I am. And so I'm able to come to work and do my best. And then lastly, I'd like to thank John Rossi, my college classmate. On my first day at Cordova High School 7 years ago, he accepted me instantly as a Lancer, and he's been my hype man ever since. And I believe that every teacher deserves a John Rossi, and over the years, I've tried to be that teacher for our new staff. So with that being said, I know that next school year will be our best school year ever. Thank you.
All right, thank you, and welcome to Cordova. On the agenda consent, we are looking at items E, F, G, and H.
President?
Yes.
One more introduction. I'm so sorry to interrupt you.
Well, I'm just trying to get the show on the road.
Well,
Go ahead,
just,
let's go.
You know what, sir? Dig in. I
Yes,
think
sir.
we're going to be here for a while. So, Folsom Cordova is pleased to welcome Mr. Jason Stricker to our district as the Special Education Manager for the 25-26 school year. Jason, come on up. Jason Stricker joins us after a 17-year tenure in Sanger Unified and most recently serving in Twin Rivers Unified. Following his relocation from the Central Valley with a career dedicated to supporting individuals with disabilities, Jason has been a board-certified behavior analyst for 22 years and has held leadership roles as program specialist, director, and executive director of special education. In recognition of his outstanding work, he was named Fresno County Office of Education Administrator of the Year in 2022 for his commitment to students with disabilities. I just want to, for the record, it's not here, that's 2 new hires that are County Office of the Years, title of the year. So Team FCUSD got stronger today. Born and raised in Central California, Jason attended Fresno State before moving with his wife, Michelle, to pursue further education in at North Dakota State and the University of Iowa. Jason is passionate about fostering inclusive learning environments and firmly believes in the potential of every student. Outside of work, he and Michelle enjoy camping, paddleboarding, and visiting their 2 grown children who still reside in the Central Valley. Please join us in welcoming Jason Stricker to our Team FCUSD.
Good evening, President Clark, trustees, Mr. Swanson. I'm very excited to join the team and to receive the endorsement of Cabinet and to stand here in front of you to become a part of this commitment to excellence in serving all students in the district, specifically students with disabilities, the staff that work so hard to serve them, and of course their families. So thank you again for this opportunity.
All right, thank you. Got anything else? All right. All right. With that being said, we will move on to item, we do need to vote on item E, F, G, and H. Approve expulsion recommendation case numbers. I'll just entertain a motion on all of those, or one at a time.
I'll move E.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Chalem-Chella. Superintendent?
Ms. George,
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill,
Abstain.
Ms. Larrett,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella,
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item F.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Larrett. Superintendent?
Ms. George,
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill,
Abstain.
Ms. Larrett,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella,
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, G.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Larrett,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Lofthouse. Superintendent?
Ms. George,
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill,
Abstain.
Ms. Larrett,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella,
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, item H.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Chalem-Chella. Superintendent?
Ms. George,
Abstain.
Mr. Merrill,
Abstain.
Ms. Larrett,
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse,
Aye.
Mr. Reed,
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Chella,
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. We will move on to item J. Superintendent?
Yes, sir. Item J is been pulled from the consent agenda. What it is an adoption of our VAPA strategic plan. It's a strategic plan from the years 2023 to 2025, but finally coming to the board now once all of the programming is established. I'm happy to cover any of that. I'm wondering, is Mindy here? Mindy is here. So our VAPA coordinator is here as well if there's any questions about this item. I believe it was pulled because there was public request.
Yes, sir. Is there any questions from the board? We will take it out to public. Public comments? Yes, Mr. Smith, Earl Smith?
Good evening, Board, President Clark, Mr. Swanson, and the district. As you guys have known, we've made quite a few public comments, and this has been the focus of most of our public comments. The reason why I had this pulled is on the Prop 28 plan, if you read it, on the page 2, it says program goals. Can you read this?
All students will receive instruction from a highly qualified teacher and have access to a curriculum which promotes college and career readiness. Can you read the rest?
That's it. Okay. What's the curriculum? I think at this point, I've almost met with everybody in the board, and I've asked that question. I've asked that question to Ms. Andrus, Dr. Huber, Dr. Ogden. What is the curriculum? And is the district really providing an access through music for college readiness? So there's a lot of colleges that offer jazz violin. Why does my child keep telling no, she can't? I can't even get a clear answer why that no is no. And what is the policy around that? There is nothing that says one particular instrument is only a jazz instrument. So I'm asking the question. The focus, it seems to be, why would a student or a teacher have the audacity to throw something, whether it's a chair, a drumstick? Why would a music teacher have the audacity to humiliate a student in front of all the other students based on something they cannot afford? It's one reason. because the teacher's motivation is that the school or the music program they're leading wins festivals. Their name is promoted behind winning festivals. If you look at the Boosters website, they still are praising Curtis Gazer for winning festivals. Does a festival support a student when they're at the college auditioning with their instrument? The college does not care. It's just high school. It's just middle school. It's substandard when you get to the professional level. I can be an influence of that because I've been working at the professional level for 30 years. Once again, as I move forward, I am filing a federal complaint. The other question I have is how much has the teachers' union influenced change? Are they preventing it? I'm gonna find out. My friend has agreed to help me. We went to college together. He's a piano performance major. I'm not gonna stop here. I'm gonna go after every school that does festivals that rank students between this school's number one, this school's number two. It's too subjective, and it creates a hostile learning environment, and it does not promote what this money is for.
15 seconds, Mr. Smith.
Almost done. It does not. And the goal number one, it says, and it's state priority for college. My child has not had an opportunity to play her violin or sing in jazz, and that's what her desire is to do in college. This will be the first year she'll have the opportunity to sing, but still there's no opportunity in playing her jazz violin. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right. With that comment, we'll bring it back to the board. Hearing none, we'll go ahead and entertain a motion on that.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Larrett,
I'll second.
second by Board Member Charla. Superintendent?
Ms. George,
I had a question. Are we moving this to a discussion item?
No.
We're
Removing
just-
item R.
We're removing it? Okay. Approving it?
Approve.
Okay. Aye.
Thank you, Ms. George. Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse? Aye. Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
All right, thank you. We move on to now, on the consent, item K.
Yeah, so item K is to approve a annual plan that comes to the board from Proposition 28. Each LEA is required to submit an annual board-approved report to post on the school districts and Department of Education's website that details the types of arts education programs funded by the program.
All right, thank you. Any questions from the board? We'll take it out to the public. Mr. Smith?
Appreciate you guys giving me this opportunity, and I learned that I even had the power to do this from listening to you guys. My comment was made for both. I don't know if people know who are listening when I said I'm gonna file a federal complaint. You must file a federal complaint before you can sue a school district. I don't want to do that. My example is Dr. Martin Luther King. Crashed the economy in the South. I've spent a whole year with Mr. Swanson being the superintendent, and I think he's wonderful. I think Dr. Peace is wonderful. There's quite a few people in the district that are wonderful. But there are some people that their foot is so grained into the ground, they will not move. They don't care about the progress of certain students. And I'm working, since I have a foot in this community, to create that change. And it seems that I'm gonna have to start tapping into the district's money to make that change happen. I have no interest in money. I make good money. But this has to stop. I've saw too many students cry and their opportunities ruined because a teacher wants to win a festival. Festivals mean nothing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That will conclude our, are there any online? Okay, thank you. That will include our agenda consent items.
We gotta take a vote on that one.
Yes, we do. Any final comments from the board? I will be open for a motion.
I'll move.
Moved by Board Member Lofthouse.
I'll second.
Second by Board Member Charlanchella. Superintendent?
Yes, Ms. George.
Aye.
Mr. Merrill.
Aye.
Ms. Larrett.
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse.
Aye.
Mr. Reed.
Aye.
Mr. Chalem-Churla.
Aye.
Mr. Clark.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0.
Right. And again, for the record, item R is pulled and has been moved to item 12, discussion. Actually, it will be a discussion and action item. We will move over to special presentations, item 8. Superintendent?
Yeah, I believe that Director of Athletics Peter Maroon is here to honor some of our student athletes tonight.
Good evening, FCSD board members, district administrators, coaches, families, and student athletes. And I really didn't think we're going to get that many tonight, but I'm pleased to see that we do have a lot of student athletes here. It's a privilege to speak before you tonight to honor the exceptional accomplishments of our spring student athletes and sports teams and celebrate a number of them who have made all-league recognition. Their dedication, perseverance, and spirit to teamwork has brought great pride to our schools, our district, and our wider community. Please note that due to the school year concluding in May, many of our student athletes and coaches were unable to join us tonight. Nevertheless, their achievements deserve full recognition and celebration. I'd like to start off with, First one is recognizing our middle school team achievements. Our spring sports season has become a remarkable, outstanding success across our multitude of schools. We're proud to highlight the following championships. Sutter Middle School's 8th grade boys volleyball team. They're champs of the Foothill Athletic League. The team demonstrated remarkable resilience and cohesion throughout the season. I don't know if anybody's here from Sutter Middle School. Oh, nobody in orange? Just checking. Folsom Middle School track and field team championship for the Foothill Athletic League. Their student athletes showed tremendous drive. There's a picture of them. There you go. Drive and athletic excellence, earning a well-deserved title. This is tough in the league that we compete in. There's lots of great athletes, especially in track and field, and Folsom Middle was able to pull that off this year. So each of these teams exemplify sportsmanship, dedication, and bringing honor to their respective schools and our district, of course. I'm going to jump to our individual recognition. And kind of what we've done in the past, we'll ask if you see your name, athletes, if you see your names up here, please come on up and be recognized. Coaches, athletic directors, if you're here, or administrators from the school. I know Miss Finley's here from Folsom High. Miss Strawn's here from Cordova. Don't know if I saw anybody from Vista. I'll accept on their behalf. They probably have a ton of certificates as well. So the first one is recognizing our boys golf team for all league, and we've got 4 recipients. I need to share with you, though, in addition to the team achievements, we proudly recognize the individual accomplishments of our all-league student athletes. These athletes have demonstrated exceptional skills, leadership, and character throughout the season. The selection process for all-league award varies from sport and leagues, but typically involves coaches evaluating athletes based on their established performance, criteria, and statistics to make informed selections. Their commitment to excellence serves as a model for our peers and future student athletes. So with that, we've got a couple of individuals here from Vista that are listed, and we do have one from Folsom High School, and Coach is here with him. You want him to stay? Yeah. Oh, and he's only a freshman. 3 more years to go. All right. We're going to jump to our next one, and that is boys tennis. So if you're here from either one of our three schools for boys tennis, please come on up. Boys tennis, okay. All three schools are represented in this area. As I mentioned before, the league selection is typically up to the league and how they do it. That's why sometimes it varies. With that, we're going to jump into swimming and diving.
Or before you leave.
I think we got a swimmer here or two. Come on up, Owen. Thank you. Okay. All right, where's coach is here? Come on up. Owen is a junior, so we only have him for one more year.
Yeah, there we go.
Mr. President, at the completion, are we taking a group picture?
If they are here and they would like to, absolutely.
Yeah, if you guys want to stick around, please, so at the end, we'll do one giant picture of all the spring sports. That'd be awesome. Okay, next we jumped into girls lacrosse, and there are two missing off of Folsom High's side. I apologize, but they are here tonight, so I want to make sure we recognize them. And that is Gabriella Gibson and Sienna Kaznick, sorry. And then is Maya here as well? All right, awesome, all three of you guys. On the boys' side, Vista Del Lago had a number of student athletes recognized for their accomplishments, and I don't know if any of them are here. Apparently summer is out for the school year. All right. Boys volleyball. It's pretty lonely up here at times, you know? We did have some great accomplishment here, so of course I want to recognize these individuals, if nothing else. And then we'll go on to our softball. We get a couple of individuals from Vista and one from Folsom High School. We're getting to the good stuff.
Cordova.
Save the teams for the end there.
Lancer.
Sorry, Cordova
That's red,
High.
Peter. Come on.
I don't have my glasses on, so. Next is baseball, Cordova High and Vista. And by the way, Cordova High's team is pretty young. Both those young men are coming back. Levi and Bro are coming back as well as Nate. So looking forward to another excellent season from those guys. Track and field. Anybody here from track and field? Yes. You're stealing the show. I love it. So you want to jump in a picture? We're going to recognize some teams at this time. Folsom High School's boys volleyball team won the San Joaquin Section Division I Championship. After finishing second place in their league behind Oak Ridge, the team rallied back to defeat Oak Ridge in the section championship. So it's a great accomplishment, way to finish out the season. And I believe that's a first for our boys volleyball team at Folsom High School. So congratulations to them. Ms. Finley. Then we have a few more teams recognized from Vista Del Lago, girls lacrosse, and I believe coach is here as well. Did you just step outside? Oh. Coach was here. The girls lacrosse also won their Capital Valley Conference League. And by the way, this is the first year that Vista Del Lago is in that league. What's awesome about that is they won the girls lacrosse. They also won the boys lacrosse, the boys tennis, the boys track and field, the boys volleyball, and the girls swim. That's all 7 teams or 6 teams from Vista in the 9 spring sports. And I don't know, is the swim coach still here? Swim coach from Vista? No? Okay. And then the last but not least was from Vista as well, boys golf team, 4-time Sac Joaquin Section Division II champs, 4th in a row, by the way. And they also won the SJS Masters Championship for the first time in school history. So congratulations to the boys golf team. Also want to take this opportunity to thank a few other things that we've done. District-wide, some highlights for us this year. Our 4th and 5th grade track and field meet that's hosted this year at Folsom High School welcomed 462 student athletes, and notably increasing about 107 since last year. So the growth of our track and field at the 4th and 5th grade is tremendous. In addition to that, I shared with you also the data in regards to our participation rate across the district at each of our schools. And when you look at all of them, out of the 11,000 plus secondary students, we have 37% of them participating in sports at our middle schools and our high schools. That's a 2% increase from last year. So that's tremendous growth as we move forward into next year. We are immensely proud of our student athletes and coaches for their achievement this year. Their commitment to excellence, both on and off the field, embodies the values of discipline, leadership, and collaboration. Our athletes not only excel to their respective sports, but they also are in the classroom and the community. Many serve as youth coaches, officials, volunteers at our community events and local organizations, such as our food banks. We extend our sincere gratitude to the Folsom Cordova Unified School District Board for your continued support and for our student athletes. Your dedication to create an opportunity for growth through sports is truly appreciated. Congratulations to all of our spring student athletes and champions, our all-league honorees. Let's continue to build this year's success as we move forward into next year. Thank you, board. And I would like to ask you guys to come down, take a picture, and all the athletes and coaches come on back up.
Everybody stand up in front of the guy. Okay. Tall folks in the back. You know the drill. That's a nice drill.
Sneak in the picture.
Get in there. Get in there. All right. And I am going to, so I'm going to take a picture and then I'm going to make sure all the parents can get a picture, right? Very good, and don't go anywhere. All yours. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Maroon. Moving on, we will go to, looks like we have a presentation from staff, community schools update.
Yeah, I'd love to invite Carla. I was gonna say dynamic duo, but I see Kate sitting over there. So community schools update, and we're gonna invite we have the community schools team here. They're not matching, you're not all wearing matching shirts. I didn't see you. Oh, nice, perfect. Welcome.
Good evening, President Clark, board members, and Superintendent Swanson. My name is Alicia Cortez. I'm the community schools leader at Cordova Villa Elementary. As a team, we're honored to lead the Community Schools Initiative in Rancho Cordova. 6 of our Rancho Cordova schools are completing their second year of transformation, and 2 of our sites just finished their first year. As you know, our work is focused on shifting our mindset and rethinking how we do school. We keep our scholars at the center of our work, engage our families, and support them with necessary resources. We work collaboratively as a team, share decision-making, and make instruction relevant to our scholars. This year, we've been asked to share the work we are doing in FCUSD and present our work to the California State Board with the county for the Northern California region and our Rancho Cordova City Council. A few of our successes include a partnership with Sacramento County Food Bank to offer pantry boxes to 200 families per month, and partnering with the attendance due process team here at FCUSD to bring together our secondary schools to create and implement a suspension reentry process where our scholars can return to school and feel more loved than judged. We've graduated 95 families from the PK Parent Academy, and we added a parent coordinator to our team. She's amazing.
Good evening. I'm Emma Falcon. I'm the community school facilitator at Kenny High. And we want to just give you a brief look at the transformation Kenny is doing through the eyes of a scholar and a parent. So I'm introducing my scholar.
Good evening. My name is Maya Smith. Since attending Kinney, the smaller class sizes have allowed me to focus more on my studies. This supportive environment has helped me get ahead on my credits, making my junior and senior years much more manageable. At my previous school, getting individual attention from teachers was rare, and the coursework often felt as confusing as trying to understand Shakespeare with no translator. At Kinney, increased access to teachers and their support, resources, and connections have made a real difference in my confidence. Having one-on-one check-ins from the beginning of the day with the porch greeting and having caring staff has a big impact on my success. Kinney has provided the structure I needed to turn challenges into clear, achievable goals. Thank you.
I'm Stephanie. I'm a parent. My son is going to be a junior. I just wanted to say how much I appreciate the community school model, in particular what Kinney has done for my son and our family. My son was diagnosed with ADHD in kindergarten and from an early age was labeled as the hyper kid, the disruptive kid. As a parent, constantly receiving phone calls about negative things your child is doing becomes exhausting and discouraging. It's easy to feel like no one sees the potential in your child, just the challenges. He started his freshman year at Cordova, but we quickly realized the school was too big for him. He was lost in the crowd and fell through the cracks. We transferred him to Innovations, but he soon became credit deficient in his sophomore year. We knew we had to find another option, someplace that would really see him, support him, and help him succeed. That place was Kinney. Just before winter break, I visited Kinney to ask some questions. I was immediately greeted by Principal Sims, who personally took the time to walk me around the campus. He reassured me that the negative things I might have heard about the school were just rumors, and after meeting him and seeing the school firsthand, I felt more hopeful than I had in a long time. My son started at Kinney right after break, and the difference has been night and day. Every interaction with staff has been positive, even when there are challenges. They approach the situation with understanding and find ways to highlight the positives. The staff know every student by name. They greet the kids each morning right at drop-off. They are present, involved, and truly care. Most importantly, my son is happy. Happier than he has been in a long time. He's making friends, connecting with peers, and even joined the basketball team for the first time in years. I see him enjoying school again. I love what Kinney has to offer, not just academically, but emotionally and socially. And as a parent, I feel supported too. I know that if I have questions or need help, someone is there to guide us through it. Community schools like Kinney are exactly what families like mine need, schools that see the whole child, build relationships, reestablish lost trust, and create a true sense of belonging. Thank you.
Partnerships are a valuable part of the community school. I would like to introduce Coach Ala from Superior Sports.
Hello, board members. My name is Alatea. I'm the owner of Superior Sports. We have been funded through the CS grant to engage with scholars and organize recess programs such as Mills Middle School, Williamson, Cordova Gardens, Cordova Villa, Rancho Cordova Elementary. In addition, we begin some after-school programs, some after-school sports programs. Ultimately, we're looking to empower the students through sports, fostering teamwork, leadership, and a love for physical activity, and the results show up in the school's data as well, too.
Good evening. I am honored to lead this team through this Community Schools Initiative under the direction of Kate Hazarian. And we thank you all for always giving us the opportunity to grow and for your support. Our improvement, our outcomes. With our approach to transforming into community schools, we've experienced success. We're intentional. We see and we hear scholars. We love and we connect with families. We listen and understand and grow relationships. Our actions are rebuilding the trust that families may have lost. In addition, we're building bridges to resources, and our families feel supported and they are engaging. These actions show up in the data. Suspensions are down 4.7% in the schools listed here. The chart to the right highlights the success of using other means of correction and reducing suspension. Building and strengthening relationships has brought down chronic absenteeism by 14.6%, while similar schools that are not yet practicing community schools mindsets, but we can take the show on the road, have reduced by 8.8%. Similar schools that do not yet have that community schools mindset have shown growth, 2.8%, while our community schools have shown a 4.5% improvement rate, which has generated over $1 million in revenue.
Good evening. There's so much amazing progress being made at our school sites, so let's take a look at what's next. Prospect Community Day School has recently received grant funding to help them grow. We are also moving into our second summer of Freedom Schools. My site, Cordova Gardens, is really excited for the opportunity to host them this year. After 2 successful years of PK for our families, I think, Carla, it was on one of our slides before that said we had 95 parent graduates this year. Our team is expanding to begin our very own Rancho Cordova Family Empowerment Academy. We plan to help all staff, regardless of role, embrace the idea that becoming a community school takes a village. It's everyone's responsibility. Lastly, we will focus on empowering our support staff by strengthening our school sites' cost teams. The cost process has been a really big game changer in supporting our scholars and supporting our families. As we wrap up, we want to share this short video with you guys that offers a visual breakdown of the cost process in a unique way.
I remember how it felt and the way people looked at me when I was making bad choices, and I can see the face and I can feel what I felt. Worthless, not valued.
We were seeing that in a lot of student support calls where the student would kind of blow out of the classroom. There were still some students where, even though I did everything I possibly could to teach them A squared plus B squared equals C squared, that student wasn't in the right space to be able to receive everything that I was trying to teach. There were things going on in their home life. There were needs that were not being met. And when you go into education, because you want to help and you want to inspire and you're doing everything you can and you know that what you're doing isn't enough, that is where this work comes in. The first year, it looked very different. We didn't have what we needed to support them in the way that they needed, so it turned into a bunch of bleeding hearts in a room that really cared, but we really felt like our hands were tied. Then year 2 with community schools, that was a big game changer. Our whole mindset shifted to what is just the next thing that we can offer the student. And so we got really, really strategic.
Our school sites and as a school district, we've always had community partners. We've always come together to support needs in the community. As community schools have really come in, it's been a concentrated effort. So now there's a real focus. There's an outline with the 4 pillars of where we're going. We have 5-year plans at each of our school sites. So now it's really becoming everybody's responsibility.
COSS stands for Coordination of Services Team. In our meeting, we have an administrator, we have a community schools facilitator, a behaviorist, we have our special education lead, we have mental health, we have instructional coaches, student support specialists, counselors, and having that person in the room be able to pair that need with that support for that student can be life-changing.
The decision-making is shared. It's not your own. It's just really changing how we look at how we do things.
We have 2 incredible instructional coaches that have really taken the charge with our entire school to focus on literacy and has done a tier 3 reading intervention. And the data has gone from 5 of our subgroups being in the red on state testing for English and reading into every single one of those subgroups moving up into the orange because they're being strategic, they're being intentional, and they're targeting that need with a proven support, and it's working.
The success of any community school is nearly impossible without a form of collaboration, both among the decision makers who we naturally think of as, school leaders, but also more importantly as well as the parents, the family, the communities, the student.
Often school is done to kids, and with community schools, school is done with kids.
This is about mindset shift. It is about changing the way that we've always done things and ensuring that you are creating a system that does work for everyone, but more importantly, includes everyone. It is now built in to the process and the day to ensure that we're connecting with families, we're meeting needs.
We're not afraid to make mistakes. We're not afraid to continue the work and change what's not working, fix what's not working, ask the questions. We're not afraid of families. We're not afraid to ask kids what they think because they will be honest.
We're intentionally looking and listening with our scholars, and they're responding, and it feels good.
How do we focus the funding that we get for education into the things like this that we know work?
You are so important to this work. Your expertise, your knowledge, your ability to connect with students is so paramount. You could be the difference in that next step that's actually going to work for that student.
I feel so warm in my heart to see just the body language of the kid when he realizes that he or she has somebody that is listening and that cares.
On behalf of our team, thank you for your trust and thank you for your support.
All right, thank you. Are there any comments from the board before we move on?
I have a couple comments on it.
Yes, ma'am.
I was at the Cordova Food Locker last week, and they were talking about how vital this relationship is between the Food Locker and our community schools team. And I think that what we also have to understand is that this team isn't just like a 9-to-5 job for them. This is like a 24-hour job. And they were talking about how they will get a call in the evening that they've got a family that's needing food, and that they stand prepared to support those families all the time. And I think the biggest thing that we can do as a board is advocate for as much funding as possible that we can get to get into our schools. And so I would just like encourage us that at every moment where we can continue to advocate for the funding into those schools who don't have it, you know, it's been transformative in the schools that we have them, but we have a lot of schools that still need it. Our Folsom schools, I mean, it's a mindset. It's just such a, like an amazing program. And just watching the transformation at the schools that have it, I'm just like such a big advocate for just continuing to get that funding. So if we can kind of just keep pushing as much as we can, and I know that we've got budget crises ahead of us and things like that, but this is something that I think we just can't let slide, that we just need to continue to like push for as much as we can for this programming. So that's it.
Right, thank you. I do want to close out and say that you guys, or if you can stand up, all of you, please. Well, not you guys. Sit. I'm talking about the community schools team. I'm gonna tell you this right now, and I want to thank Ms. Carla and Ms. Kate for coming out to CSBA's delegate assembly and did a wonderful presentation. I just had a committee meeting with them last week, and you know, even our president of CSBA said, I have to get out and check out that program. Everybody was impressed. The delegates that I spoke to said, this is amazing. How can we steal what you guys are doing? So I want to give you kudos. And you know, there's this little thing coming up at the end of the year called the Annual Education Conference. 2 words, Golden Bell. Can we make sure that they apply for that?
Absolutely.
Because I know a guy on the review committee that will probably be looking at your proposal. So I encourage you to keep up the good work. Thank you for everything that you do for our communities in Rancho Cordova. Just keep it up. I feel confident that we'll continue to get the funding. So was there anything else from the board?
It's a game changer. I'm going to echo, so many times, especially for the Rancho Cordova community, when you connect those people, it's connections through you. It's a true game changer. Thank you for all your service.
Right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate you. All right, we'll move on to item 9, public comment. Time will be given to the speakers at the discretion of the board chairperson. The law allows the public to address the board on any matter not on the agenda, but the law prohibits action by the board on non-agenda items. So we'll go with our public comment. It looks like we have a student, Devea. I'm not even gonna try to pronounce that last name, but if you're here, Devea. Devea, yeah. All right. And for the record, this is a student. Please allow 4 minutes.
All right. Hello, everyone, and school board members. We are recent graduates of Vista Del Lago who are looking to improve the lives and educational quality of our friends and the job experiences of teachers who helped us get to where we are now. As we all know, the funding received by the Folsom Cordova School District is limited and certainly never enough. Hence, the remainder of the funding held by the school district should most importantly cover 3 areas. 1, it ought to ultimately increase funding towards the district so that there's a positive return of investment. 2, it ought to increase the reputation of the school district. 3, it ought to help the Folsom economy flourish. How do we accomplish this? Through merit-based bonus pay for AP classes, giving teachers merit-based bonuses on top of their base salary, which will help massively bolster student achievement and competence. School rankings all throughout the district, teacher retention rates, and teacher job demand linked with teacher satisfaction rates, thereby improving Folsom education, Folsom economy, and our school equality. Over the years, merit-based pay has been proven to be effective repeatedly through multiple different studies, most notably the study done by this Dallas Independent School District, which used merit-based pay resulting in a 16% improvement in student math scores, a 6% improvement in English. The Vanderbilt meta-analysis, which analyzed over 44 studies, which showed that merit-based pay has caused a statistically significant increase in student test scores equivalent to adding over 3 weeks to the school curriculum. And a study performed by the Little Rock School District, which showed that despite merit-based pay increasing teacher competition, it caused teachers to report a better working environment overall. Nowadays, teachers all possess high levels of education, high levels of competence, and high levels of intelligence. Yet they choose to help children grow and improve for a ridiculously low level of pay. They're not working for money, they're working for passion. So can we invest a little bit of effort and more money to make their lives slightly better? Keep in mind, the money doesn't just disappear, it comes back.
All right, thank you. We're looking at Gavin Collins Walker.
The merit pay will be funded by the surplus money possessed by the district. The payment will work by distributing the money to teachers in AP classes relative to class grades and AP grades on top of their base salary. So there will be no reduction to their base salary. This will be an increase. And to avoid any perverse incentives, the additional pay relative to grades will be checked against future grades within the given subject. For example, if a student aced a normal biology class and then aced AP Bio as well, the normal biology teacher will get a bonus. But if they flunked AP Bio, the normal bio teacher, the baby bio teacher, will not get a bonus. In addition to this, merit pay will indirectly raise funding for the school district by raising the average scores of the students via federal funding, via the No Child Left Awake Act. In addition, due to the higher test scores and, well, higher quality of teachers, the surrounding area would have a higher value, property value, which will make more money for the district. There are two parts to this system. There will be an AP part and a normal grade part. The bonus will be determined by the amount of shares a teacher has. The amount of shares will be distributed relative to AP scores, of course, from the AP exam. So for example, if a student gets a 5, the teacher gets 5 shares. If a student gets a 4, the teacher could get 1 shares. But I strongly suggest that the shares remain adaptable depending on the test. We don't want A-push teachers getting a ton of money relative to like a AP physics teacher, because physics tests, AP physics is one of the hardest AP exams, but A-push is easy peasy. The most complex part of the system and the hardest to explain is the one relative to two traditional grades. It will be designed to prevent any perverse incentives. It will also be relative to shares, and each fractional shares, of course, are okay, so there will be no 9% zeros. And it will be relative, of course, to the long-term growth of the students. Like I said, it will be checked against future scores. The shares will be, each share will be given out for each letter grade improvement relative to previous classes, like in middle school, for example, that each student shows that they have grown. All right, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, next public comment is Eric McIntosh.
Can I say one last thing?
Pardon me?
Can I say one last thing?
Yes, sir.
Can you bring back the chicken wrap? For school lunch, it's really good. We want it back.
Chicken wrap, it is pretty good. Yeah.
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
First want to say, that was pretty cool to do this with the student athletes. I was a section champion for golf at Granite Bay High School. I don't know if Roseville Joint Unified, which wasn't as cool as you guys, but that's pretty cool. Thank you guys to be there. My name is Eric McIntosh. I'm a resident of Folsom Branch, the new community over here by South 50. Here on behalf of my wife, Carly Simo McIntosh, to address the issue of our 5-year-old Poppy being overflowed to another school due to the overcrowding at her home school, Alder Creek Elementary. We began building our home back in October of 2020 and have lived there since August 2021. A significant factor in choosing Folsom, specifically the Folsom Ranch community, was the proximity to Alder Creek, which we were told would be open around the time Poppy entered kindergarten. We would never imagine that 4.5 years later we'd be in this position. I was third in line at Alder Creek's enrollment orientation in January. We completed the registration process on March 8th, unaware that there was even a chance we would get in this position because we were the only second kindergarten class for the school. We had a clear understanding of the time sensitivity with after school care, and we completed the application promptly on March 19th, 7:41 a.m. We responded to Principal Parenson's email the night we received the news, And we had an in-person meeting with David Reed a few days later, which is very helpful. We've also been in contact with Mayor Aquino regarding how this larger capacity issue, Alder Creek and Mangini, can directly impact the future growth of Folsom. We've been told that there are enough incoming kindergartens that were not allowed into Alder Creek to create a new class. However, there is not enough space to do so. Knowing how impacted Mangini was before and at the time of Alder Creek's opening, and recognizing that the family and resident trends in this area are likely not changing, we are wondering what are the steps that the district and the city are doing to be more proactive. And shouldn't portables have been ordered a year or so ago to help prepare for this when we knew that this was going to happen down the road? And we've been told that this will likely be an ongoing issue for Folsom Ranch until the third elementary school opens in 2028, meaning that we may still be impacted by this when our current 21-month-old daughter is going to be in kindergarten in a few years. New developments like ours, we were hoping that there should be a priority also based on when certain neighborhoods were built in that area versus just having it be a random chance of who gets in there first. We have submitted the formal appeal to the Education Services Department, and this morning we were notified, thankfully, that Sandra Gallardo will be our overflow placement. We are grateful because originally we were told that we weren't going to know our school that our kindergarten would go to until August 1st when school starts August 7th, which, as you can imagine, is fun for two working parents who don't work from home. The ramifications of growth in this community shouldn't negatively affect our children's ability to feel a sense of place. Our daughter has talked about Alder Creek being where she lived at kindergarten since it was a dirt lot. We are heartbroken at the prospect of having to take that from her. What should be a celebratory milestone in getting our firstborn ready for kindergarten has turned into a bit of a nightmare, and we know we're not alone based on the other families we talk to. We are committed to working collaboratively with the district and school leadership to find a solution for our family and others in similar situations. Thank you all for your time.
Thank you, sir. All right, Abel Yemain.
Hello, everyone. So I just came here real quick. Last time I was here, I just briefly talked about like bullying, microaggressions, racism, all that other stuff. And growing up, like the schools I went to, Gallardo, Sutter, Folsom. Real quick, I have been seeing like, since I've been back here, like some of the schools, and it's like more cameras and like fences and like the recent, like looking back at the last board meeting, something about like school resource officers, which is basically like police officers, something like that. But when I was going to school, it was like hall monitors or like people that would just be sitting like the lunch area, or like there's a dude named like Marvin, Karen, or whatever. People that just be like chilling, talking to the kids or whatever. But I don't know, just the idea of like having like more officers on campus, to me, it like, I don't think they're trained or equipped to help kids with anything, in my opinion. But like, I just feel like it creates like a culture of like, oh, like even if they not doing something, it's like, oh, I gotta watch what I'm doing, sort of thing. Or like how I talk. Like I know for me, I was a talkative kid. Like teachers didn't like me. I'm talking while the teacher's talking. I'm getting up to go to the bathroom because I'm really bored about, like, I'm not really feeling like the lesson. So like, I just feel like maybe could be better spent, like, I don't know, investing into people who actually care about the community.
Thank you, sir. All right, Yuthal Kamat.
Good evening, and good evening to the board, and thank you for letting me talk here. My name is Vital Kamath, and I'm a parent of a 7th grader at Folsom Middle School. Today, I'm here to express the disappointment over the cancellation of the flex period at FMS. The flex period has been such a rewarding experience for our students this year. It helped kids in multiple ways. It helped kids that needed extra help get the help they deserve and need from the teachers. In addition, other kids could use it as an opportunity for enrichment opportunities at Folsom Middle that the teachers and the principal were willing to provide. Since this model is already being used at Vista High, it will only help the kids at Folsom Middle get used to having the flex period and use it wisely in middle school. Unfortunately, many parents like myself were disappointed when we learned that this was up for vote and it was voted down by the Folsom Middle School teachers. So my request is on behalf of multiple parents at Folsom Middle to please consider putting up the flex for another vote amongst the teachers at Folsom Middle School, because it is really a very enriching and fulfilling experience for the kids who enrolled in flex this year. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And our last public comment in person is Earl Smith.
Good evening, board, President Clark, Mr. Swanson. I know I'm a broken record. I'm sure you guys have seen some of the news with the P. Diddy case. How horrific. I work with a songwriter. Her name is Destiny. She made the making of the band. She came back totally different. I tried to get her to talk. She wouldn't. And then she just dwindled off. But that gives you an example as if you guys see some of the stuff going on there. It gives the example of what people will do to connect with music, especially as a career. I found myself in a situation when I was younger, in my early 20s, with Suge Knight in my face, screaming and hollering at me over some masters for a record that I had produced for an indie label. I saw the whole death row situation firsthand, people getting hurt and so forth. And I was naive because here I'm this little church boy from Orange County, moved to go to Northridge, and here I'm in an LA County. I had no clue I was working with the biggest gangsters in the 818 area code. I say all of this because I want you guys to understand how kids, when their brains have not fully developed and they're put in a situation and they're not being taught how to improvise. Folsom High has been cheating. I was shocked to find this out. Gazer and then Williams, they would take that booster money and go hire a professional arranger to arrange the students' solos. So when they go to festivals, they're playing something written, having the judges think they're making it up on the spot. I was floored to hear this. It made me wonder, is this why they want to push us out? Because he knew I know? I asked some of my friends that are high school teachers in LA that teach jazz that graduated from Northridge where I went to school. They said, what? One guy in particular, he went and looked at all the videos on Folsom High and he found an 18-year gap on a flute solo that was exactly the same. He said, that's cheating. He decided his kid is not going to, or his school is not going to the Folsom High Jazz Festival after seeing that. So I want you to consider this. Kids will bend over backwards and keep their mouths silent when they're being abused so they can have that little moment of shine when he's dealing with music, especially going on a field trip. These festivals are supposed to be extracurricular, not curricular. But they're treating it, they want the jazz program to be the same as the football program. Football is extracurricular, not curricular. Make an extracurricular club. I looked on it, there's mariachis coming to Folsom High. That's amazing. There's a lot of money in mariachi in LA, a lot of money. But it's listed as a club.
15 seconds.
Almost done. Maybe the same thing for the jazz program. Have the class. Everyone gets to participate. Have the club. Those are the ones that ran like football. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, Martha, any public comment online? Thank you, ma'am. All right, report of district organizations, Student Advisory Board.
We have a presentation today, so we will be down on the podium.
Okay, hello guys. This is our yearly report. SAB does this every year, kind of like a little recap of what we've done over the year. So we've prepared a presentation for you all, and we have a few speakers. So I'd like to, you guys can introduce yourself.
I'm Tyler Schubin, a recent graduate of Cordova High.
My name is Rhea George, and I'm going to be a 9th grader at Folsom High.
You guys know me yet. Okay, so let's start out. At the beginning of the year, we had an SAB retreat. We invited all the members over during the summer to actually this very meeting. And we had a plethora of activities to kind of get everyone to know each other and, acclimate the new student board members, or it was just Mia this time because I already knew everyone. But to acclimate Mia to the SAB and to the SAB to, the student board members and, with each other. So we had food, activities, and we did a couple of games. This is a little skit they did. I don't know if you guys can tell, but they're performing surgery. It looks very professional on that picture. And then here's a few more photos. Yeah, it was a very fun time, and it's during the summer, so the students kind of get a little excited for the school year and for the first SAB meeting because these aren't very structured. It's very fun activities related. So our first event was actually in January 30th. We had planned this event early in the year because we wanted to do more with the community this year. So we hosted 2 events total. It was International Night and the Winter Festival. So when SAB was planning these events early in the year, we were kind of talking about issues that we wanted to tackle within the district. And a lot of students pointed out that there was a significant divide between the 2 cities. A lot of Folsom students didn't know information about the Rancho Cordova students and vice versa. So we wanted to kind of join these 2 cities together, specifically the students and the clubs. And so we decided to do that under the guise of a winter festival where we invited a bunch of clubs from both cities to come to one place, kind of show what they're about, and have a bunch of activities. And since it was a winter festival, we served things like hot chocolate. We had games. It was a very fun time. We had about 60 participants and about 9 clubs who came. So I was very proud of this event. Me and Mia worked very hard on it, and we ended up donating a significant amount of money to to help relieve the Southern California wildfires, the victims because that was going on at the time. But yeah, it was a very fun event, and I'm glad we did it. I hope they might do something like that next year.
One of my favorite things about SAB, SAB members are allowed to request time during meetings to present topics that they are interested or specifically worried about on their campuses. This year, we had 2 student presentations, one about road safety at Mitchell Middle and one about vaping. I am not supposed to be biased as a member of SAB, but my favorite presentation was definitely the road safety one because if you look, that's my little sister, Caitlin Schubin. She's actually giving the presentation. So I was very alert and I was a big fan of it. And it actually taught me a lot about road safety. Being a driver, I drive to school every day and there are a lot of things that I didn't think about. But hearing the perspective of the students who actually need to walk and worry about road safety and the cars on the road actually made me a lot more mindful. So I kind of keep that in mind every day when I go to school. Both of these presentations were very informational and allowed for open discussion between SAB members who brainstormed ideas and came up with potential solutions. These student presentations allow members to practice public speaking and research skills as well as real-world problem solving. They invite students to think critically about aspects of their own campus and it empowers them to enact change within their community.
Next year, I would love to see more involvement with the SAB members with their specific schools, and that's going to be implemented through a deeper connection between the student governments of each secondary school and the SAB, which we'll go over more later in the presentation.
So the next thing we're gonna go on to is International Night. International Night was celebrated and held on May 7th at Cordova High that displayed the diverse cultures and backgrounds represented within our district. It provided students, families, and staffs an opportunity to share and learn about their different traditions, languages, food, music, clothing, and customs from around the world. Specific ways that we showcased the different cultures were cultural booths. Booths which were specific to each country that included many crafts, decorations, flags, and more of their culture. Arts and crafts. There were countless hands-on activities for the children that included making cultural crafts or simply learning simple phrases from other languages. The next thing we had was food sampling, so attendees could try international food and had the chance to try dishes and snacks. And then after that, we had performances. Students from all throughout our district came out and performed traditional dances and songs, showcasing their cultural heritage. At the end of our event, we had a fashion show, which included traditional clothing from every single one of the countries, and that was my favorite part because everyone that dressed up was able to come and show what their culture was. Overall, our district-wide international night encouraged inclusion, respect, and appreciation for cultural diversity. It was a fun and educational way to bring our peers and community together to celebrate what makes each person and culture unique.
So for those of you who don't know, the SAB hosts meetings every month, starting in July with the SAB retreat, all the way until May. This year we skipped August. Due to the start of the school year, it just didn't align very well, so we just skipped August and we started, our first meeting was held at Cordova High in September. They're hosted obviously on the first or second Thursday of each month, and we have an average about 70% of attendance each meeting. This year we began rotating school sites again, which means every student got to visit every single secondary school. So that includes all the high schools, all the middle schools, and Kinney High. And this was one of my favorite parts of SAB this year because I hadn't got to attend these sites like Sutter and Kinney at all, even though I've been in the district for 12 years. So I was really excited to go to these meetings because it's a new part of the district. I was very glad. To kickstart the year, we brainstormed norms and potential events to focus on for the year. It was a lot of planning in the first few meetings, and we also introduced our new superintendent. And the members got to put the name to the face and actually get to know our new superintendent and what his job entails. And actually, I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Swanson because he appeared at almost every single meeting. So can I get a little round of applause? Good job, Mr. Swanson. Good job. The SAB also had the opportunity to influence a few board policies this year. The Student Advisory Board provided comments to Mr. Swanson, Mia, and I about Board Policy 2131.8, mobile communication devices, where me and Mia were allowed, where me and Mia were given informed feedback on the matter so we can, accurately make a vote on the day. And actually in that board policy, the SAB is directly mentioned when talking about implementing a stricter cell phone policy within each secondary site. SAB, along with the help of our future student board member, Addie Luong, actually helped pass the climate change resolution, which binded the district to acknowledge a climate emergency and to take steps towards reducing our carbon footprint. And I'm very hopeful for next year's SAB because since Addie is one co-running it, that they will be deeply involved in this climate change resolution, and we should see more development in that area next year. Very excited.
And for 2025, there's more of Mr. Swanson on there. He came to the Vista Del Lago campus and handed out everyone all of these half sheets that ask questions about what makes you feel connected at school. I think another one was like, what does school mean to you? What's important to you? Stuff like that. So he could see what everyone in the district was thinking, starting from 10-year-olds to 18-year-olds. So that was a very wide range of ages and people. And one thing that I really liked about that is he also went to the different school sites, I believe, and asked even the kids from like detention and all of that. And so he took SAB and every single other kid to get what the word connectedness meant to him and to our district. And then in the second thing we did in 2025, or the second big thing, was the data walk that was led by Miss Cabrera, who is here today. And all the kids were able to get data on numbers about vaping, attendance, and then just different things about different age ranges, what's happening at schools. And all the kids had a really great time, and there was a really great discussion on all of it. And hopefully Ms. Cabrera got some more student input based on that. And it was really cool, and I hope that they continue doing that. And I think SAB giving input and feedback on all the data that's given to them is a really crucial part, because everyone should be informed, and I believe SAB is a reflection of all of the student body. So that was very good. And then for our student presentations, I know Tyler went over this, but we had them both in 2025, and hopefully, as Van said, that they keep continuing, because I did not think road safety was that big of an issue till Tyler's sister and Caitlin both did presentations on it, and I just didn't, and there's always accidents that apparently happen at the school sites, and they had data on all that. So that was really good. Hopefully the kids keep continuing to do stuff like that. And finally, the biggest thing that I believe that all the kids from SAB liked was the food services. They came in, did a presentation, and they did taste testing for the different lunches for next year and the following years. So I don't know if they're still there, but maybe chicken wraps will be back one day. But I came a little later to that meeting, but I'm glad that SAB got a chance to do all that. And yeah, and then for the conclusion, I have a little bit written, and I want to say this year's SAB meetings highlight or remind us that SAB is really not just about sitting at a table. It's about using that seat and the voices that they have to have very hard conversations, because vaping and a lot of the things that we talked about, I didn't think that kids would be able to talk about them or discuss them. Especially vaping, bullying, and all of those. They were really hard topics, and I don't even know if I could have done them a few years ago. But all these kids, they brought all their different ideas and all their thoughts to the table, and I thought that was really cool that this was a space that everyone did feel comfortable in sharing all of these very hard ideas and sharing their own personal stories on how they've been impacted by bullying, they've been impacted by vaping, and all of that. And I think whether it was just addressing any of the policies like the climate change or the mobile phone policies, they weren't afraid to talk about any of them. And for the phone policies, a lot of them were actually like, yeah, maybe we should have phone pockets so it's not a distraction for a lot of kids. So all these kids are very rational people, and they're amazing. And we talked about connectedness and listened and learned through the data walk and addressed all these concerns. And SAB's growing. When I first joined, I don't even think it was officially SAB because it was COVID. We had like a few Zoom meetings, and I was only there for one of them. But SAB only had like 20 kids, 30 at most, I remember sophomore year. And it was always at just the Cordova Lane Center. And now it's grown to more than 100. We've already have, I think, around 90 applicants for next year, and I'm sure kids will continue to keep joining, and it's just great to see how much it's grown. And SAB just doesn't represent students, it reflects them, and it brings these students into spaces where they can ask their questions, we can listen to their needs, and that is not something that I think a lot of school districts do that we learned at the meeting. A lot of other districts don't have SAB, they kind of just are there, but we have something that's so special. And all I want to say is to all the kids in SAB is to keep growing, keep asking those questions, and no matter how much you don't want to go on a Thursday because you're gonna miss a lot of school, but it's worth it. It's all worth it, and because that's how we create a school culture, and it doesn't just work for students, but it's just all this is shaped by them, and that's what our district is really about. So yeah.
Yeah, I just want to echo everything Mia said. This group of kids was really great. This is one of my favorite. This is my favorite SAB. We had so many kids. It was around 100, and I want to say the exact number was 104. There was a few fluctuations of students dropping and students being added throughout the year, but it was a really solid group of kids, and I'm really proud of them and how they've grown, and I really encourage all of them to do it again next year. Like Mia was saying, we've had an increase in students, so we've decided to put a cap on it. So we have about, our cap, we calculated it's gonna be like about 125. There's gonna be 15 students from each high school, 10 students from each middle school. And then from each secondary school, the vice president of the student government will be, invited to come to these meetings. So that brings the total to about 125. And we hope that this, it's more of a competitive process. We're no longer accepting every single student. We hope that this makes the SAB more engaged to bring up those attendance rates and also to connect the student bodies and the SAB more together, because a lot of the information that is shared at these SAB meetings gets lost in the translation between the school sites, and we lose a lot of that connectedness and engagement. So with the addition of these vice presidents joining, I'm really hopeful next year that more change will be enacted, that these presentations like about vaping and about road safety will be put into fruition, and you'll actually see like concrete change instead of just talking about it. And that's one of my biggest things that I'm looking forward to next year when I'm looking from afar down in Southern California. But yeah, that's kind of it. I'm really glad that we had such a great group of kids, and they're amazing. So here's our time for any questions. You guys, questions, comments?
Any questions from the board?
I have just one quick question. How do kids apply to SAB?
So we share an application QR code to each school admin and on our Instagram page, which is then shared out to the students, like kind of like a top-down. We do see a disbarrage between Folsom applicants and Rancho applicants. There's many Folsom applicants and very, very little Rancho Cordova applicants. This was similar to last year, so this isn't anything new. So during the beginning of the year, in around August or July, we'll reach out to these middle school admins, specifically Mitchell and Mills, and we'll say, hey, pick top 10, or it would be 10 now. So pick top 10 of your most engaged students, and actually not even just your most engaged students. Pick top 10 you think that will be ready to participate in this, elevated position of being an SAB member. And they provide these students, and they're the ones that are engaged the most, in my opinion, the ones that are picked by the principals. But it's mostly an application process. They answer like a few questions on a Google form, and then me and Mia look over it and we give them the green stamp. But yeah, that's it.
Very good. Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, guys. Appreciate
No
you.
problem. Thank you.
All right. All right, California School Employees Association. Mr. Korn.
Good evening, board members, superintendent. May 28th, CSEA was able to ratify MOUs 19, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 31. MOU 30 will be on the next go-around. Other than that, I would like to say thank you to the benefits team. They've gone above and beyond in notifying staff and providing meetings for transportation and other departments if needed during open enrollment, and getting all of our folks signed up for the benefits that best suit them. Thank you, benefits team. That's all I have tonight.
All right, thank you, sir. Folsom Cordova Education Association.
Good evening, board, FCUSC administrators, certificated and classified staff, and those who are online joining us tonight, this evening, and lots of you out there. So welcome. Tonight I have a couple of topics to share. First, thank you to all the certificated and support staff. Some of you are off to a well-deserved break for summer, while others of you still have work to be done throughout the year. Hopefully for those, you will take some time for yourself to enjoy some summer fun. Secondly, tonight on the agenda item R, an authorization to spend more developer fees on the new high school, middle school project. I have been to several of these meetings, and what I always hear is if we get funding, or we need a district-wide bond to pass to have the funds to build this much-needed site. However, to continue to spend any monies on this project is not a prudent use of funds that can go to much other needed projects or to save for this project once we have secure funding source. As of right now, we don't have one. We only have a hope that FCUSD can pass a district-wide bond to build this school and several others that are needed, plus the modernization of aging Folsom schools in the future. Folsom has tried to pass a 1-cent sales tax this last election cycle, and it went down in flames. FCUSD has tried in the past to pass a district-wide bond and has failed. To count on a future bond that may never take place, we need to figure out how we will fund this site and others without a bond. Then we can continue on with the path of planning this future site. But to spend now is not money well spent. As a union president, we support those businesses who contract with union shops, or at the very least within our own communities. From what I have heard about this company, it is neither. I ask that this item does not go forward. Lastly, I feel that I need to give a short history lesson for the subject of flex and to clarify a few points that have been broadcasted. For those of you who don't know what flex is, it is a time set within the school day, 3 to 4 times a week, where students accomplish several tasks. Some of these include intervention, makeup tests, recapturing of PE minutes, school-based club work, study hall, or recreational downtime. One of the benefits of flex is intervention, but this is only one way that schools are currently meeting the student needs. Not all secondary schools have flex time, since there are several pathways to accomplish intervention for those students who need it. Intervention within the school day is not a new idea. Folsom High started PAWS in the 90s. I know this because it started because my daughter was at Folsom High when it all started. However, the main difference is that it was student-driven. Students have the opportunity to seek out help or to make up a test. During PAWS, there are also other offerings as well. Fast forward to 2017. Vista Del Lago implemented Flex. This was a teacher-driven incentive to aid students, complete coursework, and to build a knowledge of key content standards for testing. The staff voted on the program and had a threshold of 75% to pass the side letter for that specific site and program. It passed with flying colors because this was a teacher-driven initiative. But the program in the first few years had its ups and downs, but the program was and is successful due to the commitment of the staff. Moving on to Folsom Middle School. In the spring of 2024, the administration wanted to bring the Flex program to Folsom Middle School. There was much discussion about the program, and even teachers from Vista came to the site to tell their positive experiences. It was decided that a vote should go ahead and take place to see if the staff agreed to have that program. It was passed with only 76%, a 1% margin. The agreement was to pilot the program to see if it was a good fit for Folsom Middle. This spring, the staff again discussed the program. However, when the staff voted, it did not pass. Only 68% of the staff voted for the continuation of the program. This did not meet the 75% threshold. This does not mean that the staff will not support students who need additional help. Support will just be given in a different format, decided upon either by the individual teachers or by the departments. Though it has been implied that FCA is not supportive of the Flex program, that is not true. FCA has no position on Flex or any other path to help students. FCA supports all pathways for student success while honoring our contract. FCA first and foremost believes that students deserve the best while giving the teachers the freedom to decide what are the best practices for their students. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Folsom Cordova Leadership Association. Gotcha, thank you, ma'am. District English Learner Advisory Committee.
Good evening, Superintendent Swanson, President Clark, members of the board, and my esteemed colleagues. We have a brief report today for DLAC. We met with the officers on Tuesday this week. We do a planning session in the summer before we kick off the next school year. So dates for the following school year are set. Most importantly, not only the DLAC, but also our parent summits. I'm looking forward to bringing parents together and sharing information about our district and getting feedback from our parents as well. Later today, there's some information contributed not only by colleagues certificated and classified, but certainly our parents and students that will be reflected on our LCAP. Thank you. That's our report.
All right, thank you. With that being said, we'll move on to board committee reports. Mr. Reed.
Thank you. Just a couple of meetings, well, one primary meeting that I attended on behalf of the board. On May 28th, I attended the 2x2 meeting with the city of Folsom. The topics we discussed were the district-wide bond. We also talked about the inter-district transfer status for American River Canyon South. And then we also provided an update on the status of the SRO contract and the fact that it was adopted. Other than that, I guess it wasn't exactly a committee that I attended, but the superintendent and I did travel down to Golden One Arena to witness a graduation ceremony from Elk Grove on May 29th, 2025. So it was more of an exploratory meeting. All I can say is there's pros and cons. So, thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Any other board reports?
No, nothing from last board meeting to now. It's a graduation week.
I attended a CIC meeting, and I think those courses are coming to us next week, so, or next board meeting, the last board meeting.
Yes. All right, thank you. Okay.
I did have a facility meeting this morning, earlier today, and we did look at some of the architectural possibilities for the new middle school, high school, and Folsom, and discussed also our gender-inclusive bathrooms. So that was a pretty long discussion that we had about that. So we'll be having further updates on that as we move farther along in that process.
All right, thank you. All right, with that being said, we are going to move out of open session and go into public hearing.
Hold on, real quick, point of order, sir. This
Yes,
is
sir.
our discussion action item.
Right.
We're bringing.
We're going to move that up now?
Item R to now, yes,
Yes,
if
let's
if
do
you
it.
may.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
These
So-
gentlemen have been patient.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you for your patience. Inviting our Assistant Superintendent of Business Services, Sean Martin, to the microphone to talk a little bit about item R, approved contractor for leaseback contract.
Yes, thank you so much for allowing staff to pull this item. The reason why the staff requested this item to be pulled is we had public comments coming in directly to the board, and we did actually get protests on the proposal and the process for the RFP. And so we wanted to spend a little more time then through consent that would allow us to have a conversation about the decision that the board is bringing forward, or I'm sorry, the district is bringing forward to the board, and also talk about the specific areas of concern. So I have a couple of documents that weren't originally attached, but I know the board has them now with regards to some of the concerns, questions, and the protests. So I'd like to start with the FAQ if I can. Just to give a little overview, the process that the district used for this leaseback process for the middle high school project is the same format structure we used for Alder Creek and Mangini. So the methodology has been consistent with past processes for the district. Additionally, we had 6 contractors who provided RFPs for this. Through the process, there was a packet that was required initially, and then 3 of the 6 contractors were then brought into the district to do an interview process to provide more details with regards to the RFP. And so through that process, there was a scoring system that was done by, I believe it was a 7-member panel that was representative of our project managers, our chief operations officer, the architect chosen for this project, along with our consultant that we use for Terry Jamison, and that was the makeup of the 7-member panel. With that, the panel came to a conclusion that they selected, based off of the scoring rubrics, Core West as the winning or the highest ranked contractor for the project. And so with that, questions have been sent to the board with regards to whether or not Core West is a reputable organization or company, and some other questions along with that. So I've provided some details here that were provided to us by the fiscal team or facilities team, along with the contractor as well. There was a question about whether Core West is considered a California company. It is a California company. They pay California taxes. They are headquartered in Texas, but they also have offices in Roseville, Pleasanton, and San Diego. There was a question about whether or not they're fully licensed. They're a fully licensed contractor in the state of California since 2010. In 2022, they changed their name from Core to Core West. With that, they did change over their contractor's license. As you can see here, they provided us a copy of that, and that license is currently active through 2026. There was questions about whether or not Core had ever built, Core West has built high schools. They notified to us that they have built high schools in Texas and Nevada. They've also done local projects on high schools, including modernization and new buildings, locally Davis, Rio Americano, and McClatchy, as well as up in Truckee. They are actually the second largest educational school builder nationally. So they are actually a relatively large company. And you can see, I know it's very small print there, but they've actually done work in Sac City, San Juan, Davis Joint, Woodland, and Twin Rivers, all within this area, as well as others. Another question, do they only do modernization projects? As I shared, they've done new construction as well. They recently filed bankruptcy. That was erroneous information. Another company with the name of Core out of Florida was an entity and has no affiliation or relationship with Core West Construction. So did they begin in 2022? No, as we noted, they changed their contractor's license. They actually have been in California since 2010. Was Core's proposal significantly more expensive than others? Core's proposal was higher than some of the other bidders, but again, we have a scoring sheet and a rubric that looks at all of the components of the RFP process. And so cost is a factor. We definitely want to be good stewards of taxpayer money, but I think we all know that there is a component of cost for value. And so when all of the value and the services and the expertise, when it was scored, Core came out the highest. And so, but cost was definitely a factor in the calculation. Continuing on. Is Core involved in active litigation? The detail that we have is not directly. A subcontractor at this point is filing for delay damages on a project with the owner, and Core is the contractor of record on that, and so therefore they are part of that. But as we know, in these kind of processes, there's liens against multiple entities. We've actually had those kind of processes ourselves through many contracts over the years. And so this is not something that there is a concern against Core as an entity. Was Core's original license suspended? Nope, they changed their name. Does Core use local labor? Yes, Core does use local labor, and in a slide future, I will share that all of the services will be subcontracted out. There will be a bid process. All players will have opportunities to participate in that, and so we believe that they meet all the requirements for any of the labor requirements of this process. It says, will they meet the skilled training and workforce requirements? Yes, all education codes, all public contract codes will be met. Core, again, has done projects locally and throughout the state, as well as nationally, and they will follow all rules and regulations regarding that. Will there be oversight of the subcontractor workforce compliance? Yes, and the self-performing work, just so that you know, in the RFP, Core shared that they own a company's Sun Country Masonry, but nowhere in the RFP did they say they would actually be using their company for self-performed work. But even if they wanted to, they would have to go through the same bid process as anybody else in the process. And so again, we would follow all labor codes, all required policies and requirements that we would have with any other vendor. So they would be in the exact same place as any other contractor that we would have. So that answers some of the questions that came through. With regards to the cost of the project and the concern of not having funding, the district is very, very, very aware and concerned also about the ability to fund these projects. However, to continue moving forward to meet the time requirements to potentially open the school in 2029, we have to continue that process. We have to continue to the design work just because of the limitations that we have to deal with the Department of State Architects, the Office of Public School Construction, with the state entities, and all of the other pieces that happen. If we don't continue this process, then we will not be able to say that we can build a school in 2029, regardless if we pass a bond or not. And so we do need to move forward. I do know that there was concerns because, past in history, we had the Mather Morrison project that design work was being completed on, and that became a sunk cost because the school never got built. The significant difference between the Mather Morrison project and this project is this project has houses being built daily. Right? Students are, as we heard already before from some of the comments, schools are being overfilled, and we have a specific timeline to do that. Now, if a bond does not pass, you're right, we will have to look at other means and measures to accommodate all the students, but that school will have to be built at some point in the future. The number of students that we will have at some point will outstrip the capacity that we have as the district. And so we do need to be moving forward. If we were to wait until 2026 to bring those services on, that would actually, in the opinion of staff, would actually create additional cost because the whole intent of doing pre-construction services is to have somebody involved early in the process so that you're doing value engineering and you're doing other processes to ensure that the design work is as minimize the errors as possible. And so not doing this in the minds of the staff would actually create additional costs, not savings to the district. And if we push out another year with the escalation of between 8 and 10% annually that we're seeing in construction cost increases, if we were to push out the construction project out to 2 more years out further, you're adding another 20% or more potentially to the cost of the overall project. And so it would not be in the best interest of the district cost savings wise to hold at this time on the project. So those were the questions that came. I also want to speak to the protest documents that were received by one of the contractors that bid on the project. Do you guys have any questions on this section before I jump into the next section?
Any question from the board?
Okay, then I'll keep
Not
going.
yet.
Okay, you got it. Can we jump over the other document? Thank you, Rochelle. Appreciate it. I know there's a target on my back. Everybody will get a chance. All right, so here we go. All right, next one. So this was actually a response. This is the district's firm, F3, with regards to the protest that was received on June 4th from Roeblen Construction. So they filed a protest to the RFP and the final district recommendation. So I just wanted to walk through each of these. This document has been provided back to the legal counsel for Roeblen earlier today. And so we'll just walk through each of these items. The first one, Roeblen shared that they believed that CORE's proposal exceeded the 50-page limit due to the fact that it included QR codes and that 2 certificates were included on a single page. We reviewed the RFP, or I should say legal counsel reviewed the RFP. There was not any clear guidance that said that this would not be allowed. QR codes are no different than web links. Most documents or the RFP documents at somewhere in the document will have a web link to a website or additional information. A QR code is no different than that. So there isn't any belief that this is something that is not following the required 50-page limit. So number 2, there was a question with regards to being self-performing and their name change of Core West. And so the 2 items specifically was that the Sun Valley Masonry was self-performing and that Core did not clearly communicate that their name had been changed to Core West versus Core. The attorney looked at those items and felt like both of those things had no grounds that they were any impact to the RFP and that we would have to throw out the RFP from Core. With regards to the ownership of Sun Valley Masonry, nowhere in the document of the RFP does it say that they will use them as a subcontractor. They just shared that that was a company that they owned. And then with regards to the names, the district was already aware of the names. It was actually already part of the process. We were aware of the difference in change in name. So that was not something that was believed to be hidden or inappropriate in any way whatsoever. So, so that we didn't feel like either of those, or the attorney didn't feel like either of those items were concerns that would be grounds for eliminating core from the proposal. Number 3, allegation of improper scoring of the price proposal. In this particular situation, Roblin was the best I can understand the interpretation is they were trying to do a different methodology than what was put in the RFP document. They were wanting to exclude the main hard costs associated with it in the calculation, and that would then make the difference between their proposal amount as a percentage versus the other candidates at a high. They would make them higher level versus Roblin. There were kind of 2 parts to that. First, that would be changing how the RFP format and structure and methodology was clearly defined, so there would be no way to do that. And then the second part was, even if we were to calculate that, Roblin would still end up third, even if we adjusted for the recommended change that Roblin was calling out for. So again, this would not have any impact on the decision or the recommendation by staff with regards to the disclosure. The final item, financial capability scoring grounds. Ground number 3, they're sharing that the documents that we shared did not have the scoring for the financial capability. That was accurate. The document we sent over to them did not include that. We did input that information in, and ultimately it did not have any material impact on the scoring. So there was no change in the scoring enough to change the rankings of the system. So legal counsel, after reviewing these items, concluded that the request for more or less protest or request to eliminate Roblin from the proposal there's no reason to do that, and that everything that was provided is sound from core. And so at this point, we communicated that to legal counsel of Roblin, and we're continuing to move forward as a district with regards to the recommendation to approve core for the lease-leaseback contract. One of the things I also want to share is all of this information you're hearing here tonight. I want to make it really clear that at no point has anyone brought up any concerns about impropriety or the integrity or professionalism of Folsom Cordova staff. And so, this kind of situation is not something that anybody wants to have happen. We've had a wonderful working relationship with Roblin on many projects using the exact same structures and processes in the past. Where we are today is that the situation is one where there are questions about the validity of the core as an organization, and as we shared, they are a very reputable construction company that has done business with our neighbors and our own district. They've done projects for us in the past as well. And so with that, I'm willing to answer any questions that you have, and I appreciate your time.
All right, any question from the board?
I just have one. Sean, how long has the RFP process been what it is? Or how many school builds or remodels? Has it been the same as it currently is?
Sure, and you know what? I'm going to ask Mr. Washburn to come up and answer some of these technical details. Just so you guys are all aware, I am not actually part of this process. And so Mr. Washburn and his team will be able to provide those specific details.
This particular RFP structure has been used many times. We've actually brought forth, probably this year alone, probably 5 or 6 different approvals for the lease-leaseback process. This rubric has been used, matrix has been used many times on many projects, approved by a wide array of contractors. We've not had any issues, or nobody's made any comments on as far as the process.
Thank you.
All right, my turn. So I want to get this straight. So they've had projects, and I was looking at number 2, has Core ever built a high school? And it looks like they've built it in Texas, right? Or across the country, or however you want to put it, right?
Correct.
All right, so I'm looking at Truckee High School modernization,
Rio Americano High School, CTE, new building. Davis Senior High, Aquatics Complex, new building. McClatchy High, modernization, but they haven't built the school yet in this region, correct?
A brand new school?
A brand new school.
No, not in this region. They've built many high schools in other areas.
Yeah.
Okay.
And so that was taken into account when we scored them as part of that process. So we, remember, this is a detailed scoring, so knowledge and expertise
Right.
of building high schools is what we were built a part of the RFP process on.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm looking at secondary high school, and I'm just trying to be a little technical here. Denton High School, did they build that, or was that just a project of modernization?
Which one?
Denton High School in Texas?
All of those high schools were complete new schools.
Okay, so those were built. Okay, all right. So we were talking about expenses and how expensive it would be. Compared to what? What are they comparing it to if they haven't built any high schools here in California or in the area?
Clarify your question.
When you're saying expensive, it's a little more expensive. What are you comparing
That's
it to?
the fees that each of the contractors are providing. And again, that's weighed in the formula as part of the process.
Okay.
Obviously, cost is not the only factor we want to consider.
Right, absolutely. I get that. Okay. I do have a few more, but I want to actually take it out to public for public comment, if that's okay with the board. Okay, so I'm going to go on public comment. The first one is Doyle Radford.
All right. Good evening, Chairman Clark and respected Board of Education. My name is Doyle Radford. I am the elected business manager of construction and general labor's Local 185. We've been proudly building the Rancho Cordova, Folsom, and Greater Sacramento communities since 1929. We're proud of that. In that specific plan where the school is due to be built, we've put in most of that infrastructure. You've seen the Tykerts out there. We proudly built those subdivisions up, putting in the sewer, water, storm drain. We built the Southeast Capital Connector, and we were waiting to build this school patiently. So I submitted some documents because we feel that Core West misled the 7-person panel, much to staff's chagrin. I think I did want to also say I want to commend Superintendent Swanson for pulling this because I was going to have some choice comments about sneaking this in under consent. So thank you for restoring my faith in the process. But getting back to the task at hand, I submitted a couple letters to argue our point. Core West, they've managed projects. They have not self-performed or built projects within this region. This is an important project that's built from the ground up, $220 million, and they're not even the cheapest contractor. It baffles us why we're considering just giving them this project scored as a beauty pageant. So with that said, my letter is asking that we reject them. The other 5 employers have a track record of self-performing with local employers, with local individuals building these projects. So they have a track record of building, delivering on time and on budget. Kevin Ferreira, the building trades, this is the second letter. I am an executive board member. He asked me to carry the message that we were included in that proposal that Mr. Martin went over. We asked to be removed from that. We've dealt with, of the 6 employers, the building trades have dealt with Core West the least. And they're mentioning like we've got this great relationship. The other 5 have actually done that. And we actually find it appalling to be used in the same sentence as the ABC. That's the non-union association. And again, we're asking that that be removed. And we feel those are 2 factors that gave them higher points in the scoring equation. So putting that project back to the panel and asking them to evaluate those bids, and I would actually throw cores out, but I think if you score them again with the information that you're gonna hear tonight from us, they're gonna probably finish last. In closing, I'd like to say what a wonderful building we're in. This is terrific. We're in this building, and the great thing about this building, it was built by local men and women in this community and a local contractor that builds projects on time and on budget. What a better value. I can't think of one. Thank you.
Thank you. Reminded me of another question that I needed to ask. Next one is Tyler Paredu.
All right, hello everybody. My name is Tyler Prater, and I would like to tell you a little bit about myself. I've been born and raised in the Rancho Cordova area my entire life. So that means I've gone to FCUSD my entire educational career, whether through K to 12, starting at Mather Heights Elementary, then Mitchell Middle School, then proudly graduating from Cordova High School. After high school, I joined the union obviously after high school. I've learned many things. I have proudly graduated their local apprenticeship as well. And I would really love to use my skills and my education to help build this new high school for the next generation that helped give me my education. And that is all. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Matt Kelly.
Good evening, President and board members. So kind of, obviously saying the same things as these guys. I think you could say that you guys' core value is probably education, right? So I'm going to speak on the whole skilled and trained piece. For this project, CORE is claiming that they have a relationship with the associated building contractors, like Doyle mentioned, the ABC. In Sacramento County, according to February data, they had 6 carpenter apprentices and 9 labor apprentices. If you look at a project of that size, that's just really not going to cut it. And when you compare that to the NorCal Carpenters having 277 apprentices in Sacramento County, and the District of Labor's having, here I have the number here, 262 apprentices in Sacramento County. That number sounds like it could probably handle this project better. And I know he's saying their masonry contractor that they haven't said they're going to use it, but say they do use it. Because I would think that if you're doing work, you're going to use your own company, you're probably going to save some money. They're not part of an apprenticeship program, so they can't even meet skilled and trained with their own company. So I just urge you to really take a hard look at this and make a good decision. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Matt Kelly? I'm sorry, Omar Hernandez.
Good evening, board members. My name is Omar Hernandez, and I'm here tonight as a proud member of Millwrights Local 102, and I represent the NorCal Carpenters Union. More importantly, as someone who cares deeply about the quality, safety, and accountability of the construction work being done in our local schools. Tonight, I'm here to urge you not to award the lease-leaseback project to Core West. Folsom Cordova Unified School District stands for excellence, integrity, and community engagement. You prioritize safe learning environments, fiscal responsibility, and doing what's right for students, families, and taxpayers. Folsom Cordova Unified School District has chosen to use a best value procurement method for this project, and I understand why that was chosen. But let's not forget what best value truly means. Best value does not mean lowest bid. It means selecting a contractor who provides a high return on public investment, measuring in quality, safety, reliability, and labor standards and community benefits. Award this project to a contractor who reflects your values, a contractor who does the right thing all the time, not just when it's beneficial to them.
All right, thank you. And Alfie, no last name, but Alfie.
Alfie Pareda. I'm a proud union contractor, C31, which is traffic control. I would just like to say that in the union, starting out, I got a lot of training, helped me out quite a bit. It just got me where I'm at today, did some other education, and again, I'm proud to be a union C31 contractor, which is traffic control, Mr. Merrill, which I think you have a passion for, right? I heard that up there. So if you want to talk, I'd like to talk to you after class. or after, not class, but after the meeting. And so if we can maybe throw some ideas around, maybe I can help you out, maybe, get together. But I'm really proud to be a union member and a contractor because I'm also a trainer with ATSA. And so I do a lot of the training. I don't do the building aspect of the trades, but I'm out in the field in, the freeways, the highways, the streets, the intersections. And we train these young men and women. And when they leave that training center and go to another company besides myself or whoever, I know for a fact that those men and women have the skill sets and the tools to do a job very well and very good. I've been around a lot of non-union companies, and I just don't see that in their quality of work and just the people they have that they hire, unfortunately. I think they mean well, but they just don't have what I think it takes to build and put together a team that can build like the union. And that's why I became a union member. And I'm very proud again of being a union member because it means a lot. Anyone can be a non-union member because they have no compliance of anything. Oh, we can do this, this, and that. We have to abide by so many strict rules. And that's why I like it, because you don't cut corners. You can't cut corners. And if you do, boom, you're gone. And who wants to be that person? Not me. It's not the company I want to run. And I just want to say that whoever you choose on this point system, one thing, I'm not sure how that works. I've been as a subcontractor. They've always asked, it's a point system. SMUD does a point system. So Core West, and when you take these numbers into effect, do you ask each subcontractor, because they have to be listed, did you look at their EMR numbers, their OSHA numbers? Does that count towards the points towards Core West and adding them up? I'm not sure about that. I don't know if you take that into consideration, or is it just Core West themselves? So I think you need to look into maybe Core West subcontractors and see how they, stack up with other contractors that were throwing out, these bids here. So thank you for my time. And if you like, Mr. Merrill, if you like to get together, I'll be around later. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Martha, any online? All right, thank you, ma'am. We'll bring it back to the board for any questions and or comments. Any questions?
Yes, Mr. President.
Mr. Reed?
I guess Mr. Martin, I was going to ask the question the gentleman just asked related to subcontractors and the ratings.
And no use for you on that one. That's
okay.
Just to be clear, this is not a bid, so there was no subcontractors on this project. This is simply a evaluation of the general contractor for pre-construction services eventually that will, at the next phase, will be a second amendment when we get the GMPs, that will be then bidding for subcontractors at that point. So this is just based on the general contractors that are qualified for the services for this project at this time.
Thank you.
All right.
Mr. President, Matt, I think you are touching the point here. Even though this item is reading, it is only $277,000. You just touched. The amendment comes to those $200 to $300 million high school / middle school build. So if we award this one, not having all the details in, whosoever is the winning vendor here for that discussion, say Core, that vendor may have a leg up. So I just want to make that comment. I have a couple of questions on the other side. Best value rubric matrix. Is all that information publicly available for those 6 vendors we have evaluated?
Yes, it is. That's actually published in the RFP, which is posted in many different locations.
Posted RFP, after receiving the proposal submission, we evaluate and we score cost and different categories.
We look at the rubric, we look at the evaluation, and then we determine the information based on the RFP. Then we go to an interview process. We get additional information from the interview process and then calculate a final score based on that rubric, based on information received from the RFP and the interview process, and then a final score is developed.
So interview process, evaluation, and of course the resources who are doing the work. I think that's one of them. I didn't see the rubric, so I'm so sorry. I wish I could have read that RFP first before asking these questions. We got what we got, and I read only the documents what I got. So what is the cost weightage at high level? What percentage is the cost weightage?
The cost rating?
Cost weightage or the scoring? Weightage.
Oh, it was 50 points for the price proposal, which was based on fee, general conditions, bonds, insurance, those factors.
And the remaining 50 points are for everything else?
No, it was more. There was many categories. Some were up to 90 points, depending on strength of the firm, all kinds of different factors. There's a rating, there's a safety rating. There's a bunch of different rating factors within the rubric. Total points, I don't remember how much it was.
Okay.
Probably 300, 400, 500 maybe total. I would have to.
Yeah, that's fine.
That. But that was just one component of it.
Okay. Is that weightage open and clear to the bidders? Do they know that?
I believe so. It's in the rubric. It's in the matrix, yes.
Yeah, okay. Okay. If it is there, then most of the bidders are seasoned. They're going to. Did we ever host any vendor forums to Q&A answer, just like a public one in this process throughout the FCSD construction, this procurement process? Vendor forum, announcing to the vendors. I know somebody said SMUD. Yeah. So SMUD does the vendor forum. If it is a $500,000 and above, they call all the bidders. Come on, you can ask all the questions you want. Sometimes we write the language, we believe it is clear. But
when we put out a request for proposals and it advertises, with notice goes out in the B, it goes into Builders Exchange, it goes in multiple locations, there is a time period that all prospective contractors or proposers have a chance to ask questions. And they submit questions, and then we put out an amendment to the contract or to the proposal, and then it's called an addendum. We put an addendum out to that, and then they have a chance to ask questions, and then we might be one or two addendums, and then there's a deadline for when that's put out, and then they submit their final proposal.
Thank you. So certainly, I follow that one. That's why I put the dollar number. This one is, again, not the $277,000 proposal we are talking. This is $200 to $300 million. Things like that big. I think, Carla, thank you for asking that question. How long we have been following this process? I'm new. This is my 6th month on this board. For such a big construction projects, in my mind, we must. I think the DGS, I know I talk about the DGS, they dictate the departments, they must have the vendor forums. Again, Q&A, writing, and back and forth, it can only do so much. The vendor forum it is 2 hours open for everybody. I'm just saying it. That way we can answer so many questions. Some of them they're quoting.
Believe me, this was a big project. Everybody knew about it.
It is. So let me talk about the other one.
Can I say something really quick? Actually, as a person who's actually bid on this MUD, the vendor forum is actually very, very helpful because there is questions that come up from other people that when you're having that back and forth discussion versus what's written down is super, super helpful. So I would really encourage us that as we move forward into projects, that we do have that forum process because it is a lot different to have that conversation versus just the written comments, because sometimes even the questions, when I read the questions, because Sac County does it written, SMUD does it in the forum, and sometimes I can't even figure out what actually the question really was because it's hard to see it in context. So I think when we move forward that we really need to kind of like expand that process out a little bit because that is very helpful because as people who are bidding on it, you're also kind of like drafting off a little bit the other people that are bidding at the same time too. So you guys are all on the same page. And I think it equalizes the bidding process because everyone is starting from the same point of knowledge. So go on.
Awesome. Thank you. And I think I'm going to wind up. Before I go, I just want to say, we are not questioning the integrity of our district staff. I want to start with this gentleman who is the managing this. That's not this. We are talking about the process. And I know we did talk, few things in our calls. The size is, that's where it is. First I read it, and that's why I was asking one of our staff members, is this the $277,000 which I can go now and nothing to do with the big school building? No, the dotted lines are connected already to the big project. And here is my other one. I see that 6 bidders bid on this project. And I know for the time I have been on this board, I do see it. We posted on SACB. And this one is on quality bidders. And those are the places which we have advertised this RFO. My request has been reaching out to those bidders, create some competition. And the perception is, I'm going to say this publicly, if a few vendors are working with a few districts, the perception is, what? I don't need to worry about in Southern Cal sitting that Folsom Cordova project, those 3 or 4 bidders are going to get it. That's the perception. So my thought process and request has been explicitly, not just posting on the SACB or not just posting on the quality bidders, explicitly reaching out to the vendors, inviting bids.
We actually did that. We actually provided to the Builders Exchange, which is a very, very common and large place where all bids are put out. It was put out to the Builders Exchange. We actually send it to regular contractors. We send it to them directly, as well as posting on the website, the B, Quality Bidders, Builders Exchange. So it was put out in multiple locations. And the Builders Exchange is a location where most all contractors will go to look for bids. And I want to be clear, it's not a bid. This was a proposal. It wasn't a bid.
I'm going to make one comment. Thank you, and thank you. Putting out there, vendors are going to come and look at it. We are reaching out, encouraging them to bid. Slightly different. I just want to make that comment because I go to the DGS website, eProcure, 2,000 vendors goes there. They looks like, no. But when the department sends out to the vendor community, there is a vested interest. We are open. We are looking for some competition. And here is the criteria. I just want to make that comment knowing that one. Posting and sending, it's not that I'm asking selected vendors.
It's a technical piece, and we can definitely expand that. What I would share is, and I think the comments from the public comments, is the pool that we received is exceptional. These are, I understand, it seems like 6 is not a lot, but to build a high school there are only certain firms that can even do that size of a project. Right. And so the firms that we received are all high quality firms that all would be doing. So I honestly, we can do that process. I just don't know if it would have created more vendor participation. We could definitely do that though.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. I was on city council and, I was trying to do this one. Sometimes we got 15, 16 bids. We love that. So having more ones and increasing the weightage on the cost, I don't know what it is. That's why I can't speak for it. So those are my points, Mr. President. At this point, I know we will talk again.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think there's still room for discussion, but I did have a couple of questions, if I may. We're looking at number 9, and core using local labor. And one of the questions I have, because I see a few of these folks out here that do live in Rancho Cordova that are laborers, and I appreciate your work, but how do they recruit the workers for a local project like this?
A lot of contractors, they'll do vendor fairs, they'll do outreach programs, they'll even hold luncheons, they'll do various outreach mechanisms. Each one of them has their own process. I think indicated in here was Core's 12-step outreach program that they follow. Every contractor will have their own method as far as what they do, but that's their lifeblood. That's extensive. They go out to get their subcontractors, local trades, to build those relationships. I think that's what's very important for all of contractors to do that. I can't speak in great detail. I know what each one do, and I know a lot of them do held these vendor fairs. I know Roebland does it, Core does it, other people do it. They do outreach events.
Okay.
And Matt, correct me if I'm wrong, when we go to that portion of the process, a couple of things. First of all, you're right. Normally with the lease back, the contractor that is picked now is normally a contractor moving forward.
Mhm.
But there is the ability to have that analysis, and that still has to come to the board for approval, okay?
Right.
Also, when it comes to the discussion of subcontractors, we can work with the general on the scoring mechanism and the process for that. We can request to make that process.
It's all open book.
Yeah, so we can help with the scoring rubrics and those types of things as well.
Okay, so help me out with this. There was a question that was asked of them. Currently, well, it says describe how the contractor will meet skill and trade workforce requirements. And then in here, it says currently we're working with the Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trade Council, other similar neighboring councils, AGC and ABC, which I don't think that's quite accurate because I don't think the relationship with ABC is really there. Is that something that you guys included in the scoring? Like, cool, they're working with Sacramento Building and Trades and all these other groups?
Not working with the groups. The question was asked how they meet skilled and trained workforce. That was asked of all contractors. All contractors provided how they plan to meet skilled and trained workforce. And it is a requirement that it has to be met regardless and is part of the Ed Code as mentioned earlier. So it was something that was provided in all of the proposals.
Okay, but they're saying that they are working with Sacramento Sierra Building and Construction Trades Council, right? So, I mean, are they or are they not working with them?
I would have to ask them directly.
Well, maybe we should ask them.
I mean, that's just one part of it. I mean, that's a small
Yeah,
component.
but it all figures into the scoring rubric, right? It's like
Of course,
you put that
but
in
you
there.
have to understand, we have a 50-page document, and I understand we want to do our due diligence. If the board, feels that our process or evaluation wasn't sufficient to ensure that every candidate met all of those requirements, you
Right.
can imagine the reference checking that would be necessary to do that for every single candidate. So, I would say that if you're asking about the process that the board has accepted in the past and doesn't feel that it's meeting the standard, we can also change the process.
Well,
But
yeah, and changing the process, I'm sorry to cut you off.
I just want to clarify that staff has done the due diligence that we do. And so I'm standing here protecting Matt in that, I want to make sure it doesn't come across as though we didn't do the appropriate steps or process, right?
Right, well, I'm not saying that you're not doing your due diligence.
I appreciate
know
that.
you guys
Thank you.
do the work, but, I mean.
Whether or not a vendor puts factual or non-factual information in something, we research when brought to our attention.
Well, I think an important project like this, you need to do the research and make sure that everything is valid. And, yes.
Could I make a suggestion on this?
Sure.
So oftentimes when I have to do these, I also have to have letters of recommendation. And so if this is like one of the components that we have, do we
Yeah,
have
absolutely.
the union's letters that are attached to it saying that they work with them? Like, I mean, is that something that we could just add in our process, that if that's like a requirement for us and that's like important to us, then those letters of support from those organizations, that's easy to kind of fact check if they're.
Yeah,
really doing it.
there's no requirement in our process that they get letters of recommendation from union representatives. The question is are they meeting the legal code, and have they done so, and will they do so going forward?
Yeah, but I mean, my concern is I think like if the group that they're working with though has a smaller pool and this one has a larger pool, like then to me it would seem like the scoring would be weighted more for the larger pool.
And
because
again,
wanna
we
get the best-
can, during the component where we go out to bid, we can make them make that change.
Yeah.
Right, for sure.
I think, really quick, I think that what we're looking at, while this scope, it seems small, it's actually much larger than that. And so when we're sitting up here making these decisions, we're making decisions based on money that we don't even have. So we have to be very good stewards of this money. If we are hiring somebody in good faith that our district is going to have the money to build this school, that it's going to support our community in all aspects. So I think what we're kind of looking at is, if we're bringing something at this scope, we should absolutely dig deep and make sure that all information is accurate before it's coming to us. Because yes, 277,000, it's a lot of money. 200 to 300 million is a lot more. And we already know that they have a leg up. So for me, I want all of it fact checked before it comes back for me to make any decision. Because I think that we need all of that information. We've many times had to go back and after fact checking has happened and change our decisions. And so I think that this scope of project, we should have 100% of the information before we're asked to make a decision. And again, it's not the 277,000 that I think the five of us are looking at. It's that 200 to 300 million. And so of money that we don't have. So this is putting good faith into something, and we don't have all of the information. And it has nothing to do with the process or anything like that. It's post that process, what are we doing, and bringing us all of the information, because that should be the follow-up of that initial process.
Well, and I think it's also too, the fact that like we've sat with Measure M families and things like that, and transparency has been lacking over the last decade, and they're calling for transparency. And so I think we have to be like above and beyond transparent with it. You know, if you're looking back, like one process that I really liked was last year when Rancho Cordova had to do Atlas and Republic. The rubric and the scoring was public in a meeting because like one of our biggest jobs is to watch the budget, right? So $200 to $300 million is like a huge expenditure that we have to sign off on. So, and while we trust our staff, we have to be able to like in good faith say that we picked the very best vendor like possible for us. And so for us to be able to see the rubrics, you know, even if it comes down to like, these are our top three, and this is where everybody scored, because then we can defend our choices to the public because they're seeing those same things. So it's like when, you know, there's been pushback on the Atlas and Republic thing, and they're saying, oh, well, there's rate increases. Well, guess what? Go back to it, because Republic was also going to have rate increases. And so it was easy for the city council to defend some of those choices because that process was super, super public. So while I super appreciate the expertise of our staff too, we have to be more transparent than we are being with this funding. And I know that this is coming from developer fees, and it's like if we do not spend these developer fees wisely, we are going to get roasted by the public. I mean, that is like one of their biggest things that they have been pushing back on us. And, you know, we've had scrapped plans at Mather Morrison, we've had scrapped plans, you know, and I think our biggest fear is we do not want to step into that trap again. And I'm also concerned that we are even to this point before we've even gone out to talk to the public about what their appetite is for the bid. And so I'm like very reticent to like sign off on further steps until we can even figure out what that process is going to look like for us in this fall period. So I'm not saying that we have to like pin this until after we get a bond in place, but we don't even not had that conversation with the public to even know where we even are going to be looking in the future. So that's kind of my comment on it.
Appreciate that comment.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I want to look at this maybe from a different angle. You know, I'm quite frankly not qualified in construction to say whether core is the best or is not the best. You know, that's what we rely on staff, and we do have excellent staff. I first want to you know, thank the staff for their due diligence that they've done to this point. But I want to look at it from a different angle. You know, I was elected in 2018, and since 2019, I've been one of the two board members on the Facilities Committee. And I remember one of my very first meetings that I attended with the Facilities Committee meeting. We were sitting down, planning and looking at architectural plans and design formats for the new high school south of 50, which was, we were in 2019, I think we were looking at a 2024 opening. and then that slid to 2025, and now we're at 2029. I'm not necessarily confident that 2029 is actually going to come to fruition. I hope it is, but at the same time, we are making some major decisions that are going to impact this. And, when you look at, I go back and I found this on the website, just kind of highlight my concern. This is an undated press release by Folsom Cordova Unified School District. I'm guessing it was in 2026 or 2027, but it goes to say that a $750 million bond, Measure M, was passed in April of 2007 in SFID 3. Measure M will fund the construction of approximately 17 elementary schools, 4 middle schools, and 2 high school facilities, a district education services center, and a district maintenance facility. Now, obviously, we know we had the Great Recession, we had diminished construction for a period of time. We've gone through this many times at board meetings, so I think we know the history of how that bond is not going to fund all of those school facilities. So we do need bonding to build school facilities, including the new high school. And we hired a consultant to help us plan the next bond and give us advice on that to help fund this high school as well as other facilities. We're just in the introductory conversations with this consultant. One of the first major steps is polling the public. And that polling, my understanding, is going to be in September or October. I wonder, given the fact that this has been ongoing since at least 2007, if we can just simply pause for 4 months. Give us the 4 months to get the polling, to have more conversations with our consultant that we hired for bonding, to get a better feel on the likelihood of the success on the bonding, which I hope is going to be strong. We're going to go through new staffing as well. I mean, I assume some point in the fall, we'll be hiring the facilities planning and construction chief operation officer. And that's going to be presumably the person who's going to be working with the new or who we select here. I think perhaps having that person involved in the process would be helpful as well. I don't think we have to wait a year. I understand that there is lead time that we need for construction. Completely get that. And I know that there's some comments that were made, we don't have time to wait another year. I'm not suggesting another year, I'm just suggesting 4 months. Give us time to, and at least this is my opinion, give us time to have those conversations with our consultant on the bonding, get a better feel for what we're looking at on the success of that. Getting the new team established to be able to then move forward. And we may ultimately move forward with CORE. I'm not, again, getting into whether CORE was the right choice or a wrong choice. I just simply think, timeline, I appreciate the desire to rush this, because we know it's getting crowded at our secondary level, but I don't think 4 months is an unreasonable, potentially an unreasonable request to just hit the pause button and then revisit this with the board 4 months from now when we have a little bit more information. At least that's kind of what I'm thinking right now.
Thank you, sir. I actually concur with Mr. Reed on that. Any final comments from the board?
Can I ask a clarification?
Yeah, sure.
Just, so we would need clarification from the board, then what would be our next steps? Are we throwing out this RFP and going out for a new RFP? Would the board like us to redesign and work with the facilities committee on a new matrix and structure? Or what is the board asking us to do?
Me personally, I think that we need
Please.
to have some enhancements to our RFP.
I think so too.
So, I mean, I would like to see more letters of recommendation. I want letters of recommendation from past projects that they've done, subcontractors that they've worked with, do they pay on time? All those things like matter to me when we're building projects. So I think that we need to go to a more robust system. I think what you're doing is amazing and I appreciate that, but I do feel like we have to have a more robust system in our RFPs.
If we were to do a new RFP, how long would it take? What's the timeline to get all that in place? What board
Well,
member
I think
Laird is
the first thing we
suggesting?
would need to do is find out who would be involved in redesigning that RFP. So if it's going to be the facilities committee representatives from the board along with the staff, we can work on that. And I mean, we'd have to sit down and review the whole process and the document, have attorneys review. So that would take some time, especially over the summer. And then at that point, we would then have to go through the whole RFP process, which is a couple months maybe. So, you'd be looking at maybe 3-4 months, which
So
would be
right along
the timeline.
board member Reed's timeline.
If that's the direction the board would want to do, yeah.
Absolutely. Oh, that's my thought. I don't know what the consensus is on that.
Yeah. So thank you for saying that. I think it is a high time to relook into our procurement process and enhance it based on the dollar amounts. So I concur on that one, sitting and revisiting.
And I would say that this should go for all of our RFPs, not just with our buildings, but we probably need to look at all of our RFP processes across, like what we're doing.
Can we do that phase 2?
Yeah, I'm not gonna push it too much, but.
Appreciate that.
If I can add one more thing too, I mean, the important things like this do not need to be on a consent agenda. It needs to be there where we can have a robust discussion, entertain comments, and be able to ask those pertinent questions without trying to pull this thing. So
We'll make sure of that.
yeah. So maybe moving forward, we
were just doing what was past practice.
Yeah, absolutely. I get it. I get it. With that being said, direction from the board?
We have to make a motion on this one, though.
Yep.
Well, you can table the item.
Yeah,
We can table it.
Table with direction.
And ask
With direction.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. So I'll need a motion to table it, though.
Okay.
I'll move.
Moved by Ms. Lofthouse.
Second.
Second by Board Member Charlem Chella. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill?
Aye.
Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Charlem-Churla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion to table this item, 5-0.
All right, thank you.
Mr. President, and then the second part is providing direction to the staff.
Yes, and we were providing direction to staff to create a brand-new RFP with those additions in place recommended by Board Member Laird. But I'm pretty sure there's a committee that will get together, and that will consist of a couple of board members, correct?
If I can clarify, so my thoughts would be is we would have the facilities subcommittee, board member subcommittee.
Yep.
We would go through the RFP document together, revise it, bring it to the board for approval, and then move forward. So it would be, earliest would be August. I would not say we probably will have it done in that timeline, just because of the summer projects and everything else.
Yeah, I would like to see this revisited in the fall. I don't want to delay it too much, but like I said, I just want it aligned a little bit better.
So maybe we're looking at mid-September, October, maybe?
Yeah, that would be our timeline.
Yep, that would work for me, consensus.
Yeah, plus I think if we can kind of do that, that would also give us time to do the polling simultaneously. So
Absolutely.
we should be able to kind of join those two projects together.
Works for me.
I have a clarifying question real quick. Are we talking about mid-September, October for getting the RFP process done or concluding the RFP? So
I think we would just have it get approval, because we got to get approval by board. So we'll
Right.
try to bring it as soon as we can, and then it's 2 months from that timeline. So
Okay, and that's what I think you were articulating, Board
Yes.
President.
Yep.
Okay.
All right. Are we good?
I'm good.
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Board,
thank you.
are we good? All right, thank you. And with that, I will close out open session.
For the budget now.
Yeah, gotta hang out. I will close this meeting and go into public hearing. Public hearing, Native American Title VI Education Program Grant, Superintendent.
Yeah, I believe there's nothing on this item other than a comment. Elena, are you coming up for this one? But you're locked in. I see the problem. Take your time.
I just needed to make sure. So the item tonight, this Native American Title VI Education Program Grant, part of the requirement for submitting the grant is to have a public hearing. I do have information, as you might recall, going back a couple of months. I have a piece of candy in my mouth, my apologies. I'll try that. So a couple months ago, we had a presentation with NAPAC, and we had the members of the Parent Advisory Committee as well as some of the students co-present with me. We highlighted a couple of things stemming around the community advocacy. If you participated in the Kids Day at the Park, we had a booth set up and we had activities there. Some of the activities were funded with our current Title VI grant that we were awarded last year. That's an example of the sort of things that we're not only doing fun activities that bring joy, but also really bring information about our Native American community, our students, our families, et cetera, in our district. The areas of focus also include educational services. We're looking and working with our NAPAC community and our in providing professional development. They're asking that we work on Boys with Braids. It's a training to bring some cultural awareness to our district, and also things related to supporting the growth and understanding of our Native American community. And last but not least, you may have heard throughout the year that I implemented something called Wednesday Workshop Series. And we just labeled it that because it was an opportunity on a monthly basis to get together, have a workshop that helped to bridge greater understanding and deepen our cultural connection with our Native American families. We began with a reading during the month of Literacy Month, which is highly respected in the Native American community, the month of February. It's a storytelling time. And then we also had some beadwork with some, I believe it was wolf tooth. And then last but not least, we had an elder come in most recently and lead an activity in pottery class. Again, all of those activities are supported with Title VI dollars. So that's what this is about, is an opportunity to have anybody else voice thoughts or ideas.
All right, thank you. Any comments from the board? Take it out to the public in this public hearing. Any comments from the public? Not online? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Cabrera. Appreciate it. We will close this one out and go into another public hearing, Local Control and Accountability Plan, LCAP 2025-2026.
Have you guys ever met Ms. Cabrera? I'd like to welcome her.
Well, hello, everybody. Odd gal with the candy in her mouth before me, so. All right, so today I'm here on behalf of the district representing, bringing to you the LCAP. This is just an opportunity to have any comments, additional comments. What you will notice in the description in today's presentation is that there are 10 themes that arose during the information gathering from our partners. That definitely included students, and it was a wonderful experience for me. I really enjoyed that time with the students and getting that authentic voice and the thoughts that you guys provided. We also had that experience with the parents and on a number of occasions in data walks, and in our staff also, both our certificated and classified, as well as our leaders. Those themes are included in the board agenda description, and I'm happy to go over anything, but I'll await questions from you.
Any questions from the board? In this public hearing, we'll take it out to the public. Any comments? Seeing none, there is one online. No. Oh, You have one, that's not on there. Okay, we do have one public comment. Earl Smith?
Not crazy like the others. Good evening, board, President Clark, wherever Mr. Swanson is, you can see it on the video. I didn't get a chance to go through this quite clearly, but one thing I would like to see if this could be maybe on the district website, however, some of this information available to be looked at, because I think it's very useful for a parent when making decisions regarding different teachers within the school, different programs within the school or within the district, of some of that accountability and how they're looked at. That's basically it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I think it's a good time for me to remind us, it is on the website, but I think it's also something that we need to help with where to locate it. I myself have to remind myself where things are, so I will
Sure.
keep that in mind. Yeah, absolutely. And again, if you haven't had a chance to look at the items or the themes that surfaced, I do encourage you. That was we had a number, probably over hundreds and hundreds, up to the thousands of feedback provided and comments. So they are captured in these 10 items listed in that description. I'm happy to go over them. Otherwise, that's it.
All right. Any other comments from the board? And then Martha, just for clarification, none online. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Cabrera.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. With that, we will close out that one and bring back the other one. 2025, 2026, tentative budget.
All right, lock in.
Yes, sir.
Good evening, board. We're going to be looking at our adopted budget for 25-26. And also within that, you'll also be looking at some estimated actuals for the remainder of this year, 24-25. So if we're going to go pull that item up, please. And so I'm just going to start off by saying that this is the longest budget presentation I've presented to this group, but it is because there are so many different pieces to it. We will be talking about the impacts on the federal budget, on our district, also enrollment and the multi-year projection. But you are going to see some numbers that we have not had before when it comes to the deficits and ending fund balance. And so really important to talk through all of these things and have a good handle of kind of what we're looking at for the future.
You would recommend, Sean, your
Yes.
recommendation for Q&A, right, while it is going on, remember the slide number and ask back
You
later?
can ask as we
How
go
about
along.
that?
I'm fine.
Is that
I'm
okay?
normally, questions are asked so I'll present a slide. When I'm done with that slide, I'll make sure before I go forward, if that works for you guys. Okay, great. Thank you so much. The first page is a boilerplate page. It's just kind of standard on all of our documents. The big things I want the board to understand is you are not, this is not the document you're approving. You're approving the budget, the SACS budget, the 140-something page document that you all have access to. And so please understand that this is a high-level summary primarily focused on the general fund that we provide to you as a narrative to give you kind of a snapshot of what is going on. The other big thing is we have to recognize that this budget is almost completely based off of assumptions. There is very few items within this budget that are factual, hard numbers that we know will occur by the time we close the books a year from now in a few months, right? And so we have to understand that what we're trying to do here is use all of the assumption data, the information we can get from the county office and from school services and other entities, the governor's budget. We bring all of those things together, projection for enrollment and attendance that we have based off of historical data and information we have of live births and other activities to bring this all together. And so this is as of May. Early May, really, because it takes us multiple weeks to combine all of these things and actually generate the documents you're seeing here. I do want to recognize the entire fiscal services team in the process for this. This is a huge, huge lift because you have to remember, not only are we creating a budget for the new year, but we are also updating our existing budget. This process, believe it or not, started in November. Right? In November, we were having meetings and discussions about allocations for next year. And that is the whole time window this whole time we've been working on this budget. So just want to recognize the whole team, Linda Thurlow and her entire team, Katrina Glover, Connie Bisbee, and the rest of the team. We have quite a few members now, so I wouldn't be able to say all of them as quickly as I should, but let's keep going. So why is the adopted budget a kind of placeholder budget? And the main reason is everything that's revenue or expenditures, we don't know. And that, I mean that our funding source is from the state budget, right? And it's based off of enrollment and attendance. And we don't know any of those things because the state budget hasn't been finalized, and enrollment and attendance we won't know until school has started and actually ended, because attendance will be throughout the year. We also don't know what our final staffing will be. Staffing is about 83% of all expenditures, and you can see, as of April, we had about 700 positions available, open, over 400 FTE. Now, a lot of those are temp positions, transfers in and out, other activities. I know that number has reduced significantly since then, and we're continuing to hire in the process, but there are open positions that even when we start the budget on July 1, we know there will be positions available and open. For the purposes of budget development, remember, we budget every position as it's fully filled. Now, we make an assumption on where they'll be on the salary schedule and whether or not they take benefits, but the rest of it is just a placeholder for the position. And so there is some expectation that the initial budget numbers are with regards to staffing may be overinflated to a certain degree, but depending on how we fill those positions and other pieces, the numbers can change. The other big thing here is carryover activities are not included in the adopted budget, and those are big dollars. These are money that, because we have either federal programs, state programs, that we haven't fully expended the dollars, so some of those activities are not reflective yet. So at first interim, when we carry that money over, think of donation money from school sites. That money, we don't know if they're going to get donation money. We don't know exactly how much they're going to have in carryover. So rather than estimate more things, it just is cleaner to not budget those until first interim, when we actually close the books and can bring that information over, right? Trying to control the numbers as best we can. But those numbers will obviously inflate or deflate revenues and expenditures depending on the activity. Normally inflate for the most part. But continuing on, enrollment and attendance, and we've talked about this many, many, many times, and enrollment and attendance is our revenue driver. 77% of revenue comes from the local control funding formula, and a lot of other revenues are generated based off of enrollment and attendance, lottery, special ed allocations, other sources. So enrollment and attendance is huge. When you see the enrollment number here, this is a snapshot enrollment number at what we call CBEDS or Census Day, which is normally in early October. So the blue lines are actual historical enrollment numbers as of CBEDS Day in the district. The lighter orange or pink numbers, I guess those are, for enrollment, the first numbers, you're seeing those continuing to grow, and those are projections. Those are numbers based off of what we assume the growth will be because we are a growing district. We're very fortunate in that. Right? We are one of the few in the state that is growing actively as a district. Pros and cons of that, right? Pro of it is we're going to hopefully generate additional revenue. Cons are we have to have facility space and staff and everything else that comes with additional students. So we're just showing those information, and what we have seen is enrollment is continuing to grow. But if you notice the actual numbers, they're not at the same clip that we had been seeing. You can see there, when you look at some of the numbers between 22, 23, 23, 24, enrollment went up, 440 students. And then between 23, 24, 24, 25, we had a huge jump of students, right? Almost 800. Going into 25, 26, originally, earlier in the year, we thought we'd be closer to about a 500 kid gain, right? We're not. We're under that number. We're looking at a shade under 400 kids there. That's a 100 kid swing, right? And so that number is not trending along with what we had seen the last few years. So we're not seeing that growth as big as and then you see the next year, we're only projecting about a 200 kid gain and then about another 200 kid gain. Those are lower than the past projections we've provided to you. We are doing that to be more conservative in our assumptions. Now, if enrollment grows higher, that's great. We have an opportunity there. But because of the fact that we're not seeing the same growth, especially after CBEDS that we historically have seen, we need to be more conservative in that, because at second interim, we had a lot, we had three things. We had the COLAs being funded at what the governor had previously proposed. We had enrollment continuing to grow at our previous trend level, and we had attendance rates continuing to be over that 95%. The problem we have between then and now is none of those things happened. Like, we could have done with one or two. All three of them are lower. And so we have to reassess and be, going backwards. And I would tell you that the numbers at second interim seem to be online with past history for us and the directions we were going. And so the fact that all three of them didn't make it, that obviously is going to impact what 25, 26 and the out years look like for the budget. So just want to recognize that as we continue on. Any questions on enrollment? Any questions so far? Okay, I'm going to go ahead and continue on. So now we're going to look at key revenue assumptions for 25, 26. I had just shared that the COLA numbers are now looking at being lower than what we had projected in the January governor's proposal. So in January, the governor proposed a budget for 25, 26. When he did that, he put the COLA numbers out there. Now those numbers have been revised with the May revise, and you see across the board, the numbers have dropped. For 25, 26, the number has dropped from 2.43 to 2.3. You can see 3.52 to 3%, 3.02 in 26, 27, and 3.63 to 3. What that means is less money, and that's an ongoing funding source. So when we talk about going from 2.43 to 2.3, that's a 0.13% difference ongoing. That's 1.13 for 25, 26, and 26, 27, and 27, 20, and just on and on. And that is why it's a big deal, because if it was a one-year thing, yeah, you adjust. But because it's ongoing, and then the next year lowered, and the next year lowered, you can see that compounding. We all learned about compounding interest and why that's good, and that's why we put money in the bank. That is what's happening here in the negative direction. And so all that money that would have grown extra is going away as well. So that's another impact that is, when you look at the multi-year, it adds up. It builds upon itself, right? And so that's a big one that we have to look at. The other items just for revenue assumptions, the governor has proposed some one-time money, $1.7 billion for student support and professional development block grant. And he also is wanting to restore some of a learning recovery block grant, which is a pot of money that we're using for a lot of one-time positions right now. At this moment in time, we did not put that in the budget. First of all, we don't have a plan how to spend it. And second of all, there's no guarantee the money is going to come. And so that activity we did not include in there. The other item that the governor has proposed was an additional amount per ADA for our TK program to go from a 12-to-1 ratio of adults to students to a 10-to-1 ratio. We knew that was coming. There is quite a bit of question now at this moment in time between the legislature and the governor of whether that's going to be fully funded at that amount, because the number he gave us at January versus the number in May has dropped. But if it's funded as based off of the May number, we would have an additional $1 million, and that is ongoing. That would be in the budget. So that is $1 million ongoing. That would be $3 million more towards the ending fund balance. So we'll know more. The thing to keep in mind is we had to decide one way or the other. As a district, we did go to the 10-to-1 ratio in staffing, and so we're capping our TKs at 20-to-1 to meet that 10-to-1 ratio. So we did adjust staffing. Obviously, that means over the course of the district, we may have to add extra staff because we have lower class sizes, we have to add another class or something like that nature. So there is a financial impact the other direction for us as well, and we have that in the budget that way right now. Additionally, federal and state, we're basing off prior year award amounts. That's going to be a good question with regards to federal funds. So you can see here, we know right now the federal budget, the big, beautiful bill, is in process at this moment in time. But I will tell you this, the original proposals have a budget cut of 15% to the Department of Education, plus the closure of Department of Education, plus consolidation of many of the grant programs. What I have heard is that Title I as a program will be kept out as its own program, whether or not it's cut by 15% or other impacts on that, or it requires additional processes or steps to access those funds through the state of California. That we don't know. And we won't know probably till October at the earliest, because that's when the federal budget has to be put in place. Yes, I see a question.
Sean, so from what I understand, Title I, Title II, Title IV, those were going to be redistributed into different pots.
Title I, I heard, was going to be kept up, but Title II, Title III, Title IV, yes, those were going to be consolidated into a grant program. A cut to that grant program, and we don't know what any of that means.
Right.
Now, what we will tell you is even though there was a potential 15% cut, we kept our numbers whole, partially because of two reasons. One, we have existing carryover of funds that we know we're going to carry over that we think can cover a chunk of that shortfall. Mm-hmm. And two, we also know that we have supplemental dollars that potentially could augment if we have to. Really, truly, when this number has come out, there are dollars in there that if they're not really happening, we will put a hold on budgeted activities. Example, if there's extra time for certain activities, if there's money allocated for outreach and other services that haven't been actually spent yet. We will have to look at that and then adjust the budgets accordingly, right? It will be not a good thing because we know that these dollars are going towards our neediest students. And so what that means long-term is we will have to shrink down our budget. In the short term, we have some reserves to be able to carry overs and things to make it for that year. So we didn't want to do a big cut and then end up having to put some money back because, let's be honest, the budget says it's cutting, but the budget is actually adding like $2 trillion to the budget. So maybe those dollars won't hit educate, who knows, right? So that rather than try to have a crystal ball with this, we would rather just go with status quo. And that is why reserves are beneficial or carryover, because it allows you to smooth over when there is unknowns, right?
Sean?
Sure.
Remind me, I think you told us this at a prior meeting, but how much revenue through grants or just funding from the federal government does FCUSD have?
So between food service, which is our largest single pot, we get $14 million through the National School Lunch and Breakfast Program. We get another $10 million there. So it's about $25 million that the district receives in federal dollars.
That includes Title I?
That includes Title I. Title I is up at the top. It's about $3 million.
You said 24?
I'm sorry, total 24 million, yes.
24 million. Yeah, I mean, that's the part that makes me really worried with what the current administration is doing at cutting. And, you know, obviously there's been threats coming towards California on funding from many different projects and including education. So it makes planning a budget very difficult if you're not sure, you know, come the fall, how much money we're going to be getting from the federal government, correct?
Federal government's attendance, enrollment, all of them, you know, but that is the life that we live. The other thing I will say is I have heard that if the federal government is looking at some substantial cut and they think it's coming down, the governor's part, that one-time money that the governor's recommending, they're saying that could potentially, at least in the shortfall, help offset some of that loss of revenue. Well, that's the state's, you know, more or less solution potentially to a federal cut. Now, that's not an ongoing revenue source to us.
Short-term solution.
Yeah, short-term, yeah. So.
Okay, thank you.
But definitely a situation where there is a lot of unknowns, and I can't say that any of them are positive in the light of building a budget. The next slide is the LCFF calculation. You guys have seen this before. It's just there for your records. We would get somewhere around $260 million based off of the pieces. Now, the only thing not in here that we talked about is the governor's proposal for the TK add-on. That would get us another about $1 million along in LCFF. And I'm going to go through some of these slides just because there's so many, but if you want questions, please let me know, okay? Continuing on, this is revenues. Can you scroll just so the little top doesn't get cut off? Thank you so much. So right now, this is kind of revenues. So this is looking at our estimated actuals, what we think we're going to close the books with the adopted budget. So this is where sometimes the numbers start looking a little wonky because in estimated actuals, you may have activities that you did just in that year and you're not going to do in the next year. And that's called one-time activities. So you have to adjust for those things, right? Additionally, we have situations where with regards to some of the activities, we're assuming it's going to happen in 24, 25, and we don't get it by June 30th, or the item doesn't get received in time. And so some of those expenditures will get moved to 25, 26. You won't see that till we close the books. So these numbers are based off of the information we know as of May, like we talked about. But on the revenue side, you can see the unrestricted side is increasing by about $10 million. You can see that there. Some of the local income decreasing, that's because we received a bus grant and some other activities there. On the restricted revenue side, you pretty much see all of those adjusted. The federal and other state, those are because we either had carryover or with the example on other state, we have equity multiplier funds. I'll be honest, this is a very, very hard funding source to know. First of all, we don't know the allocation until after the school year is done or started. Additionally, we don't know really the formula. Like there's no easy way to know the formula because it's part of it is transient population, the moving in and out of students. And so that doesn't always get settled up until much later. And then on top of it, it's a one-year allocation. You can fall out the very next year. So we're talking about district or school sites getting hundreds of thousands of dollars, but the very next year it getting be taken away. How can you plan and budget that? What we did was we said after the first year, and we realized this was not a good method to allocate resources, is we're doing 1 year in arrears. More or less, the first year award came so late, we couldn't allocate it anyway. They're spending that money this year. Next year's allocation is really this year's allocation, and we're gonna split it over 3 years. We're not gonna give them the full amount because that's the life that you can spend that money on. What that does is it stabilizes the dollars, so instead of getting $200,000, they're gonna get a third of that, right? But they get it over 3 years, and you can actually plan and create programs for kids, and that will be sustainable for at least a period of time, right? And so we're creating our own methodologies to try to stabilize those fundings so that programs are better suited for students. So just so you know, they're on equity multiplier. But you see the other adjustments there with regards to federal spending the remaining of our COVID funding and some carryovers from title, and then spending down those. And then local income adjusted for some one-time activities, specifically donations, fundraisers, and Measure H, some of those things. So you can see the revenues dropping on the restricted side. But overall, the unrestricted side, revenues are going up because, again, increased enrollment, hoping our attendance rate rebounds to a higher level than this last year, for sure, because we did drop below 95% this year. Key expenditure assumptions. So biggest piece of expenditures are people, right? You can see there, 88% of the unrestricted budget, it was about 84% of the whole budget, 88% of the restricted budget is people. So position control and the system in place is the most critical component of that analysis. And so the way we do that is we have open positions, we have our filled positions, and we bring them all in forward to the next year. Obviously, any positions that are not continuing on, we remove those. Any new positions because of additional students or program, we add those in. And you'll see that on the next slide here. The other thing that we want to talk about is salary negotiations. We still have not finalized salary negotiations with our bargaining partners, our labor partners. And so we do at this moment in time, the district had provided a multi-year proposal. In that multi-year proposal, there was a 1.5% ongoing cost increase for 25-26. At this point in time, what we did was, rather than put it in the budget, because we don't know what that final number is, we did allocate what 1.5% increase would cost us for 25-26 as a reserve within the ending fund balance. But when you get to the ending fund balance, you will see very quickly that that money gets spent down because of our deficit spending. And so we will have a situation where if we give a raise, we have to find the money to cover that along with the additional deficit. So there's going to be some components of being able to fund all of these things as well, okay?
Sean?
Yes.
The 87.91% of the unrestricted budget being staffing and benefits, how does that compare with other districts? Are we about average? Or
yeah, I would say
below?
that the way it normally we try to say is you want to be somewhere between 80 to 90%. The closer you get to 90%, the issue you have is because staff is the majority of your budget, when there are cuts or reductions, it has to be staff. The sweet spot is somewhere in that mid 80% range. We're right in that ballpark when you look at total budget. So I would say that since I have been here, that number has continued to increase. And staff has become a bigger and bigger component of the overall budget. It also does get skewed sometimes because of one-time monies coming in that are used for other services or activities. But when you strip that all away, I think we're right in the ballpark, if not, kind of right in the middle, a little higher than some. Thank you. But I think we're in a fair position right now. So continuing on, with regards to the next section, which would be non-staffing, we're looking at more or less books and supplies, contracted services. We're going to have more information on that. But one of the ones I really wanted to speak to, that as a percent of the cost that has been escalating year over year, just since I've been here, that cost has more than doubled, is our insurance, our purchasing of insurance. Now remember, we are self-insured. We are our own insurance. We're part of the Schools Insurance Authority as a JPA, Joint Powers Authority. As such, we pool with other school districts for our insurance cover. So you have property, liability, you have cyber, workers' compensation. Those are the insurance products that we buy. The area where costs have increased is, I think you can imagine, property because of wildfire and other issues within the state of California. That's a problem that everybody has. And then liability for us. School districts, with the passage of AB 218, which was the moratorium on removing the statute of limitations on sexual assault molestation claims, then has created some very, very large claims from in the past. You've seen some of the claims, $100 million plus claims down in the Bay Area, some other claims that the city of Los Angeles just settled on a $4 billion claim, right? What is happening with this, and the legislature is aware of it, what is happening with this is it is taking dollars away from student programs that are current. So these are things that could be 30, 20, 15 years ago, but the only way to fund those are with current year dollars. And as a district, we have not had any claims of any nature that we know of at this point. But what I will share with you is that we have a situation where we were in a pool, remember school districts pool together, we were in a pool for excess liability. Well, that pool has been hit by I think it's close to $1 billion in claims at this point. So now we, because we're part of a pool from 20 years ago, have to pay them. We've paid over $600,000 in the last 4 years towards that, right? And that is not going to go away. They figure that will continue on for the next 5 to 10 years, right? And so I think what we would speak to is, tort reform, other discussions. We definitely believe that the idea of victims should be recognized and supported with all of the services that are necessary so they can have a successful life. We 100% support that. But when half of the settlement, over 50%, go to trial attorneys, and the trial attorneys are one of the biggest PACs in the legislature that fund the senators that then make the rules, that's a problem. So I would just share that with that, and I'll jump off the soapbox on that conversation.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay? So continuing on, we have capital outlay, which is our larger purchases that exceed $5,000, and then we also do have our LCFF transfers in the 7,000s.
Sean,
yeah,
just quickly, wasn't that a change in the legislature, what was it, 3 years ago, where the statute of limitations was increased, where former students could bring claims against the district? I want to say it was, I forget what the time frame was. I think it was 4 or 6 years, but is it, it's like 20 years now or 30 years, right?
Yeah, there was no statute of limitations.
There was?
Yeah. And so, and then that was AB 218. That removed the statute of limitations on those past claims.
Completely removed.
Then it had an end date. Then they extended it again. I don't know. I honestly, at this point, don't know the legislation on that with regards to it. And so again, and I don't know the timelines for all of those pieces. So
that's essentially what you were just describing.
That is exactly what I'm describing. Yes. That is exactly what it was. And so, I think the people that created these laws, and I know we're in Sacramento, they had the proper intent. They wanted to do right for the victims. Okay. But the thing that they didn't understand is when they were asked how school districts would fund it, they would say, oh, they'll pay it with their insurance. But these claims are so far back, school districts can't even show that they have insurance or that that provider is not existent. Right? And so the law that they're trying to do is extend how long we can pay it out. So rather than, if just imagine if you're a small school district with a $10 million budget and you get a $5 million claim, a $100 million claim you would never get outside of that, right? And so this is just, a discussion of how do we provide the things that we should have provided to the victims? How do we put systems in place so going forward this doesn't happen? Right? That's where the money should be going, not to the people on the billboards up and down the state.
Yeah, well, the other challenge, obviously, is, if a claim is brought on something that happened 25, 30 years ago, we may not have any of the documentation to be able to defend the district one way or the other because of, data and document destruction policies.
Right. And I would much rather spend the money on, if that person comes forward, immediately providing them service than having to fight with them for 3 or 4 years with an attorney. Because they're not getting that service that they need during that time.
Not to digress too far, but Mr. President, is CSBA having conversations about trying to get a legislative solution to this?
Yeah, actually they are. But right now we're kind of in a holding pattern. I don't think that discussion will come up again until our September board meeting.
Okay. Yeah. There's a couple of bills in place. To be honest, the bills are ones where to make it so that school district doesn't go bankrupt, they'll allow you to put yourself in further debt, right? So that's not a solution to I get it. It's trying to fix a problem. And FCMAT came out with a very, very sound, solid analysis and a study. And unfortunately, I don't see that moving through in the process. So part of it was preventative services, which definitely should be standardized across the board, putting systems in place so that there's a background check on classified employees like we have with certificate employees. That item got tabled, I believe. And so, a lot of these things, there's just a lot of outside influence is the best way I would describe it. So.
All right, thank you.
All right? All right. That one got me heated. Let's go. Page 10, we're talking about the fact that the board did ask for identifying about at least $3 million in cuts, or reductions, I should say. And so these are things that would have been potentially in the 25-26 budget that are not. Again, some of these things were kind of already in place. We were moving forward, but some of them are additional things, recommendations from the board, other activities. What I will tell you is that some of them are still pending, like some of the proposed creation of some, like an energy position to support energy reduction and green energy. Those positions we're still working with human resources and our labor partners, but a lot of these things, majority of these things are in place that for the 3 months. So if we were to look at the budget and these things were still in there, the budget would be even $3 million more than they are now. So just want to recognize that. We did review this with the Budget Advisory Committee as well, and these things are in place.
I have a quick question on that last slide.
Yeah.
On the cameras, can you speak to like what are we cutting on that?
We're not cutting anything there. So the security camera, safety and security, that was because we had a big one-time cost to upgrade our cameras so that we are on the same standard. We now have an ongoing budget that is smaller. Not the full amount was eliminated, but that way DT and his team can identify cameras that need to be replaced or upgraded. We can do those on a case-by-case basis. But this was kind of the one-time push to get all the cameras up to where we wanted to across the district.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And that was kind of the last remaining bit. If you remember that we put some money aside specifically for safety, that was the last remaining little bit of the safety money. And then he does have a small ongoing budget to pay for camera replacement, some of those things. Okay, so with regards to staffing, just because it is such a big part of the budget, we did want to show where we're at on that. So we are projecting about a 54 FTE increase. Now, this is as of April 29th. What I will tell you is enrollment numbers will keep changing, program needs, other things may be coming up that would be added onto this or adjusted downward if need be. But I normally at this point, we're probably adding if we have to because of additional classes or whatever the case may be or program. But at that time, we were 54 additional FTE. You can see that broken down by classified certificated management. You can also see it broken down by special education, restricted funds, and the unrestricted general fund. That's the far right one. So just wanted to share that information with you guys as well. Just kind of seeing, because that's the thing, we have a deficit, but we're growing. So we kind of have to continue to, it's not one of those things where you just can put a hiring freeze in place because we got to be able to support all the kids that are coming in, right? So we're kind of in a kind of, what's the best way? Split personality maybe kind of type of way because we're looking at savings, but we're having an increase, right? So it makes it hard to keep the two together at the same time. I wanted to share a little bit more about special education. It is a program and service that we know is needed for our students, especially after COVID. We are seeing the needs of our students grow and the level and scope, and you're going to see that on the next page with some of the numbers. But we are anticipating that special education, the contribution, meaning the amount above the amount that the state is able to provide, is going to be, at this point right now, a projection of $7 million. That number probably will drop some because, again, open positions and some other things that are in place. We also noted that step and column is built into the budget, meaning our salary schedule is built so that staff receive raises annually unless they are on certain steps of the salary schedule. And so that means automatically, before doing any negotiations above and beyond, it's as though we've given a 2% increase in our personnel cost. That's an average cost. That's with attrition, meaning people leaving, coming back. And so just something to keep in mind. And this is the additional FTE, that's the breakdown by SPED specifically, right? And we do hopefully see a reduction in contracted services with special education. Because we were short-staffed, we were having to use either certificated staff to cover classified positions, or we were using a non-public agency to provide staff supports. And we are hoping with the hiring that we're doing and with the things that we have in place, that we will be able to reduce those contract costs down significantly. And so this is the next slide here. This is just giving you some historical perspective of where we are as a district with special education. So you can see the first number is the CBEDS number for the district. You can see we're growing from 19,000 kids up to the almost 22,000 for 25-26. You can see the kids that are on non-public school placement. So non-public schools are programs where students, there are normally, due to the needs of the student with regards to their IEP, they often is behavioral related, that the services needed are greater than what we can provide in a classroom setting in the district. And so we provide that service through a non-public school. With that, just as recognition, the average cost on a non-public school placement is somewhere in the neighborhood of $70,000 to $100,000 potentially, right? Depending on the levels of service and needs for the student, transportation, other types of activities. We do have some students that are actually in residential placement, meaning they are placed in a facility that is a 24-hour facility. Those costs, I think, normally are near $250,000 to $300,000, depending on the program and service that is provided in those students. And so that's something to be aware of as well.
Sean, just for clarification,
yeah.
Per student per school year?
Per student per school year.
$250,000 or $100,000, whatever.
Yeah. For a normal, for a standard NPS placement, just a regular school day placement, it's somewhere between 60 to 80, maybe 100,000, depending if they have some additional services, one-on-one aid, something like that. Yeah. With regards to the residential placements, those are very rare. In our district, I think at the high point we had 3. I don't know where we are today, but those ones are $250,000 to $300,000 potentially for the placement of those students. Okay. And so, but these are services that have been identified by, our team, by the IEP team, that this is where students need to be. And so it's, I think what we're doing is we're looking at how we can provide services for those students so that we can get them back, right? Because it's better for the students. In fact, we had conversations, I think during part of the interview, a real good way of saying it was, ultimately, it's a win-win for the students if we can bring them back to the least restrictive environment with their neighborhood kids, with the students that they grew up with, and it's beneficial for the district because those dollars that would go out to another agency can be kept within the district and then can be provided for other services for students, right? So that's something that we're going to continue to work towards when we work with these students as well.
So Sean, with that, the number is the same from 24 to 25, 25, 26. Did we substitute any of those students out, or are those 81 students all the same 81 that we have not been able to?
It's not the same kids.
Okay.
What we actually did is held a constant number because we have some kids aging out, but we have new kids coming in. And because that number is a big cost driver, we just thought we'd be static until we actually have the count. So that's why you see flat year over year.
Okay, so for follow-up, I would love that information come fall, like pretty specific about that, because not that it's a low-hanging fruit, because I know that these students have extensive needs that are put in non-public schools. But our school system needs to do a better job at ensuring that those students can return. So I would love to know more specific about that when we come back. But then my other question on this is, you look at 2021, and we're at 13.4% of our students, and then just over 1% more in 25-26 number of students. But when you look at the amount of education expenditures, we're going from 50 million to 93 million. So it doesn't correlate with the increase in number of students. So can you speak to where that money is going? Is it going to settlements? Is it going directly to our students? Where is it going?
Well, by far the biggest cost is staff. So it's staff is by far the majority of the cost. Every time we open up a class, remember, you're opening up a class for anywhere from 6 to 12 kids. When you do that, you have a teacher plus 3 aides, plus the classroom needs, those kind of types of things. And remember, the percentage doesn't look that big, but remember, we're also growing with that. So it's the actual number of kids is 600 kids. If you have, not all of those are in self-contained, right? We know a good portion of them are mainstreamed, but within that, just for example, for this upcoming year, I think we're up to 7 classes. Did we have to add for this upcoming year?
Yes.
Yes.
Is this partially because of the neighborhood school model that we've had to increase so many in staff members?
No, we're having a bubble. We're seeing a bubble in preschool and TKK, and we've been seeing that bubble for about 3 years. Another factor, when you look at the growth over the last 5 years, if you look at our students who are in RSP classrooms, so there are students who are primarily mainstream and they just go for pull-out services, our growth is relatively flat. It's going about like this, but then if you look at our SDC classes, they're like that because we're seeing the autism numbers increase significantly. And so what we're seeing is that the numbers in special ed that are growing, it's students who have more significant needs. And so they require more services.
So we can definitely come back in the fall and share some data of that, and that trending of seeing that the service needs of the student, the cost per student is, and you can see that as well, right? Going up. I mean, some of the cost drivers are built into the system in that, you know, it's salaries, it's staff, those things continue to grow. But also you do see special education as a percentage, as more students are there, but as a percentage of the budget, it's actually growing at a faster clip. And that's because the cost per student is higher. And so all those things kind of correlate.
And for our non-public schools, I know that we've brought back 8 kids just in the last couple of months, so we are bringing students back. They're not the same students, and the students we send to non-public school are students who have assaultive behaviors towards other students or staff. And so one of the challenges over the last couple of years in bringing them back is that about 50% of our special education teachers have been in the district less than 5 years. So we're still really needing to do a lot of capacity building in our classroom in order to bring students safely back.
That's our problem, not, you know, like that's a problem we have to fix.
Correct.
Not like, that's not an outsourced problem. That's a problem that we need to look at and be like, this is Folsom Cordova problem, and we have to fix that, and we have to provide those supports.
Correct.
And we have to train our people that are working with our most delicate students. And so I'll stay off of my soapbox, but this raises so many red flags and concerns for me that I would love to dig deeper, and I think that needs to be a main focus of where we do a better job.
I agree. This percentage increase, this cost increase is not sustainable. What's and we're above the state average, correct?
Or which number?
On expenditure percentage.
You know, I don't know that one. I would say that our actual special ed identification as a percentage of the overall population is within the norm. That's kind of where we are, right?
Our percentage in the population is actually lower than the state. The state average now is 16%.
Our expenditure?
And our general fund contribution, the average in the state for the general fund contribution is about 62%.
Okay. So we'll provide, we can definitely bring that back. I have a note to have more detail, and we'll work with Betty Jo and her team to share process and where we're at.
Betty Jo, 62, you're like that second.
I don't think it's related to the percentages.
Okay, all right, I was about to say that.
I think it's 62% of the contribution amount. So whatever the contribution is, it's
62% of our budget is the general fund contribution. Actually, that's the average is 62%. I think ours was right there, but I'm not sure where it is for going into next year right now.
Yeah.
But it was really close.
Yeah, I think right there, the contribution is $57 million on a $93 million expenditure or budget. So it's maybe 60% or so.
I guess if maybe the superintendent could get back to the board, I would be just curious on the cost per special education student, how FCOSD compares to neighboring districts as well as the state average, if we can find that out. Thank you.
Sean, one last question quickly on that. Those $93 million we are getting as a separate bucket from the state?
No, the state contribution or the state amount of allocation would be the 93 million minus the 57 million that we're contributing. So you're looking at 36 million is what the state and federal government are giving us combined.
Yeah.
And then we're having to contribute 57 million to get us to the 93.
Got it. Thank you for clarifying.
You got it. All right, everybody good? Can I? Okay. And then that's the reason why I put the slide in there, right? This is something that we know we want to support our students and work through, so.
Yeah.
So looking at the combined activities for expenditures, you do see salaries and benefits going up over the estimated actual budget. That's because of step and column, full staffing, plus additional staff. So that's a combination for all of those things. So costs are continuing to grow because of those factors. Books and supplies are adjusted. One of the big things was we had some curriculum purchases in 24-25 that we're not planning for in 25-26. But you do see contracted services. Contracted services, please note, is also utilities, the insurance that we talked about. You know, we just talked about $300 and something thousand increase in insurance. That's part of that $1 million. And then also one of the things that's new for us is we are using a vendor named ESS for our substitutes for classified service. So I know Dr. Ogden presented that information. ESS is a vendor who more or less then pools our subs and then provides the subs pay directly. They pay them weekly and they do a lot of doing that. The subs no longer show up as 1s, 2s, and 3s, meaning salaries and benefits. It now shows up as a service. So there is a little adjustment because of that. So it's going to make our service contract costs look higher, but it's really because it's our substitutes that we're paying to a service provider versus paying the subs directly. But it does give us more flexibility with the subs and allows us to have more access to subs as well. So. And then continuing on, nothing else I would speak to on the unrestricted. Well, we do have an e-switch. That is a project where we're getting more than half of the cost being reimbursed by the federal and state government through the E-rate discounting. This is to replace out our switches for our Wi-Fi and network. This is the backbone stuff. And so this is something that is in the budget, but this is the purchase of that activity, so. Continue on, looking at restricted accounts, you can see, again, certificated salaries, benefits going up. You see classified salaries jumping a lot, and that's because we are assuming full staffing, and a lot of that is SPED related and some other pieces. And when it says TK, that's SPED TK, increase there. Again, remember, when we add a class, we add one teacher, but we add 2 to 3 aides, right? So the classified costs actually go up at a higher rate than the certificated cost. And that's just because of the needs with regards to the students and being able to have enough people to meet all of the students. So continuing on, you can see adjustments to books and supplies, contracted services. That's reducing for one-time activities that were coming out. Others capital outlay, you do see a large number there. That is because ELOP is purchasing a portable using the funds that they have. Remember, this is a very specific pot of money that can only be used for after school, and that's why we'll be able to use those funds for that purpose. And that lets us get that portable that we need for the expansion of program. We still have over 100 ELOP positions open, and that's because we have all the kids that want to do that service, right? And so we need space, we need staff, we're doing all of those things, and I will share that Marie Pollack and her team, that ELOP program has been recognized by the state multiple times already. People have come and looked at our program, other districts throughout the state. And so Marie is and the program, the team that they've done there, Elena and all of the entire team have done a great job on that. So overall, you see expenditures increasing both on the unrestricted and restricted side, and that's where we're kind of combining everything together. So just a little deeper dive, because I know a lot of times the question is where is all that contracted service money going? Can we keep it in-house? So let's just break that down. Of the budget that is contracted, or 5,000, which is contract service, utilities, all that, 42 million is what is in the budget. It's about 11% of our overall budget, right? And so of that, you're seeing that the biggest single piece is other services and operating expenses, 26 million. The next slide's gonna talk about that. That's 61% of the 42 million. Utilities is a big item, $7 million for us. And so one of the things we had shown as a savings is to create a position that would be working through all of our energy management systems, looking at retrofitting of lights and other activities that can create savings opportunities for us as a district. Part of that goes directly along with the SAB, the resolution that the board passed with regards to being green as a district. And so I think that fits very well together. And so we're hoping to get that position up and going for next year at some point here, working with our labor partners and everything else. So.
Right. So do we have in your team the grant specialist, looking in?
No, we don't really have a specialist that just focuses on grants. What I will tell you though is there are several staff members that focus on those areas. Ms. Cabrera's team, they look at grant opportunities and brought in resources. Dr. Pease's team brought in homeless liaison services and some other activities for foster youth. Kate's team in the community schools, all of that is grant-funded applications, and I'm sure there's many, many more that the Ed Services team, Carrie Kay and their health services, they bring in grant services. If I look around, I'm sure everybody on that side. That normally doesn't come from my department as much, just because I'm not intertwined with the programs. If I find something, I send it off to the team, but it's not like we have a dedicated grant writer or do any of those things to reach out for some of those larger kind of activity grants, specialized grants that you see sometimes with the state. But we have been pretty successful when we do apply, is what I would share.
Yeah, maybe when you go next time to those conferences, maybe, put a question to your neighboring successful states, what they are doing,
Yeah.
It's a worthwhile, that's our money.
Yeah.
We are the ones paying federal taxes, state taxes.
Yes, for sure.
And that money is out there for our kids.
Half the time it's just knowing it's there.
It's there.
Right?
That's it.
I learned that from there's counselor in here. I learned that from my high school counselor, that there's a lot of opportunities. You just got to look around, go in and ask, right?
Yeah, thank you.
So continuing.
John, really quickly.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
So the 26.3 million is in addition, the special ed services is in addition to the special ed.
This is
budget,
special ed
right?
in it. This is part of special ed.
This is part of the 93 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is just, this was looking at special ed. Now we're coming back, just looking at services, which encapsulates everybody in the district.
Perfect. Thank you.
So utilities, you can see that, and that does continue. We all know, we all pay our bills. Utilities continue to grow. Rents, lease, repairs, those are different activities there. You can see that. Insurance, again, that one continues to grow at a significant clip. I would say within the next 3 years, that number will double, 3 to 5 years, just based off of the claims and other activities we're dealing with here. Travel and conference, that is always a question. So it is 5% of the 42 million, so it's $2 million. Of that, you can see a little over 50% of it is from categorical restricted programs, 12% is from supplemental funding, and 34% is unrestricted program. That is mileage reimbursement as well, so that's not just professional development, that's mileage reimbursement. That may be food for meetings, other activities as well. So that's kind of the piece of the 42 million, but then we're gonna take a look at that biggest blue slice on this next slide. So think of that blue slice, now we're gonna drop it in and look at because this is the one that's outside people, right? Professional consulting services. So the biggest ticket item there, single biggest one is instruction, classroom, ELOP, and professional development services. So those are gonna be contracts a lot of that time. That's gonna be activities are related to professional development is the other, would be professional development potentially, but it's focused, ELOP is a big piece of it. They actually contract for a lot of their after-school services, so they're well over, I think, $1 million of that at least. The other big one is special ed pupil services. You see that, the 25.5. That's gonna be your NPS, NPAs. Those services and any other service outside that we have to contract for would fall into that one. Software and online licensing, you can see that's about 20%, and then you see other departments that make up the other portions of the budget there within that. Remember, these are percentages of the $26 million. So, any questions on that one?
Can you explain the software licenses?
Sure.
The caption on the top says professional consulting services. Is this consulting services or is this software licenses?
This is software licenses. So it's just the descriptor that the state put into place for it. So what this is the actual contract for the licensing, software license. So when PowerSchool is our main student information system, we pay a licensing fee for that. If we have, I'm trying to think of what one of our Clever, other software, all the software that we have that we run through. I don't know, Angie, what's one of our big ed service ones? Edmentum. Yeah.
Yes, an M class.
Okay, so those are all the things in there. It does say professional services, but it is contracted services specifically on that one. Questions?
Just really quick on our professional development.
Yeah.
I guess kind of more for our labor partners. Going out for our professional development services, do you guys feel like bringing them in-house would be better?
Sean has gone ahead and proposed a budget do know that like San Juan, all of their
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sean, quick question.
Sure.
Legal services, are those the attorneys that we have that come in?
Pupil services?
No, legal.
Oh, legal, yeah, that legal would be across all departments, but that would be the contracts with all of our law firms that we use within the district.
Okay, and I know that my colleague, yeah, it had to come up, talked about just having a general counsel. Is that still something that
Yeah,
we can
Where we
look
were
into?
at on that one was we were going to provide, Eric was going to, Superintendent Swanson was going to provide to the board a detailed breakdown of expenditures by department for SPED costs.
Okay.
And so we were going to do that and then go from there after that.
Okay, perfect.
Right. And that's on me, just so you guys know. So I'm finalizing those numbers still. So it's hard to do it mid-year, so I'm trying to get to a point where most of the activity has been billed and sent to us, because otherwise you're going to miss the last 2 months, and it's going to look doesn't apples to apples. So
That makes sense.
I'm trying to do the best I can on that. Okay, continuing on. You guys good? So you bring it all together. The yellow column is the unrestricted. The next column over is restricted, and then combined is your total. You see estimated actuals, which is finishing this year, and then you see adopted budget, and then the difference between the two. The ones we normally focus on is really on the unrestricted side. You do see, though, that when you look at the unrestricted and you look at the net increase-decrease, for this year, 24-25, we see a almost $10 million deficit. And then in 25-26, we're projecting a $14 million deficit. That is an increase of $4 million year over year. And so that is something that we will have to continue to work on. Does mean that our reserves, unrestricted reserves specifically, continue to dwindle down. You can see going from 47 million to 23 million over that 2-year period. And so that is something we're going to look at on the next slide. So any questions on that before we kind of continue on?
Yes, before you get into the multi-year, I was just trying to see, where do we list for equipment, like Chromebooks? Where's that in the budget?
So Chromebooks, because they are by themselves under the $5,000 threshold, they would fall under supplies. 4,000 object code.
Do we, or I'm sure we know, I don't know if you're ready to answer the question tonight, but how much do we spend annually on Chromebooks and purchasing and repairing of Chromebooks in the district?
I would have to get from the ETIS team. We do have an ongoing budget. So when we first really started working on the budget when I came in, we had no ongoing funding source to replace and complete to refresh. So in essence, we would buy all Chromebooks for the district, and then in 5 years, we'd have to buy them all again, or 3 years, or whatever the time window is, which is not a good way to run that process, right? So with David, with Pam, with the team Chili, we've made it so that we have kind of broken it up by grade span, and we try to do replacement on a consistent level. So the grade levels are getting replaced, I think every, I don't know, I won't say the number off the top of my head, but I thought it was close to like 5 years. So, but you're asking for what is that annual cost and how much time is necessary for that then? Correct. Are you targeting lower grades specifically again?
Well, no, actually, I'm going to dust off an idea that I brought forth like 5 or 6 years ago before we started to invest in all these Chromebooks, which is other districts, both in the state and across the country, have a BYOD policy, bring your own device, where we provide the specifications for those devices. They have to meet those specifications. I mean, many families have devices that they buy for home. And then if we could realize those savings and create, obviously we'd have to have a pot of money to supplement, because obviously lower socioeconomic families might not be able to afford their own computer. In those instances, we would actually provide them. But I'm just kind of curious what the cost savings potentially would be of such a program, because we're looking at some dire circumstances here and a lot of unknowns, both at the state and federal level. And at some point in the future, we might have to do something radical to make sure that we're balancing our costs here. And I think everything needs to be on the table. And, you know, we have to invest substantial sums of money into our technology, and Chromebooks are one example of that. So, you know, it may not make sense, but I'm kind of curious what that annual cost is.
Are we good with bringing that to the Budget Advisory Committee as part of that process through them?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. In addition to that, just because I know it was part of it, the conversation last time, is the security on those bring your own devices that our Chromebooks come with naturally, where any outside devices cannot be protected the same way that our Chromebooks protect our kids from gaining access to things that they shouldn't. So
Sure. Yeah.
Pros and cons. But we can talk on budget subcommittee.
Okay, that's great. Anything else before I move forward? Everybody good so far? All right. So continuing on, you'll see on the slide here that the ending fund balance, if the unrestricted and restricted combined, is that $50 million. If you look at on the 25-26, if you look at the unrestricted, restricted money combined, it's $50 million. That $50 million is broken down here on our components of ending fund balance. You can see more than half, 27 million of it is restricted money. There are other activities included in there. The big piece there, though, is the committed, assigned, and economic reserve. So the economic reserve is the first number we always have to have, which is 3%. We have to have at least 3% at all times. That's the bar threshold that we must have as a minimum to meet our economic reserve and be in good standing. On top of that, we have what are committed items. These are activities where we have money that has been set aside by the board and been identified for specific activities or resources or purposes, and you can see those there. And we've talked about this. We're going to talk about more in Budget Advisory Committee. We just touched it at the very last meeting about the benefits of having these dollars, what these dollars allow us to do. For some of it, they're carrying it over because they have a larger expense in the following year that they need to act, like textbook adoptions, things of that nature. Some of it is money that is being spent down, like supplemental funding. You see that it's at $4 million. We are deficit spending in that resource, intentionally so, trying to get more dollars out to the classrooms, to the students, to spend that down because we did have a surplus that had been built up during the COVID time and some other pieces there. But then we also have accounts for activities where, for example, transportation and CTE, some of these other types of activities where rather than build into the budget unknowns like losing an engine or a transmission, we would rather put it here, have it reserved once versus put it in the budget, that money's not available, and then it falls out each year. So this is a better way to manage the budget for those one-time activities, but we have to have dollars in here to make that happen. What you see is if you notice on the committed, there's a bunch of them with asterisks, and that is because the actual ending fund balance that those accounts were supposed to have, we had to decrease them by 10% to put enough money in to be able to pay that $4 million, which is the amount that would be equivalent to about a 1.5% raise that we was part of our negotiations process. So what we're saying more or less is, remember the budget, that number here, the $14 million deficit, does not include the $4 million ongoing cost once we settle with our bargaining partners or whatever the number ends up being. So that will make the deficit larger. So that is something we have to be keeping in mind. On top of that, when we spend that money, that would be coming from there, which means we will have to decrease the reserve or take money from other committed reserves for other purposes. The only ones you'd notice that we didn't take is supplemental funding, because that money has to be used on unduplicated students, and then liability, because that is a potential liability cost that we have to pay out other employees. And so those are the two areas. Everywhere else, we said more or less we would take 10% of what their ending fund balance was to be able to pay for that and still meet our reserves. So that is what I will tell you. A little accounting finagling is the best way I would describe that. Hopefully when we close the budget for 24-25, we will have a larger ending fund balance. And when we go into 25-26, hopefully attendance and enrollment continue to grow, so we get additional revenues, and we also start finding measures to help control costs and reduce costs. So continuing on, multi-year projection. So this is where it starts getting more wonky, right? What I've always told you guys is multi-year projection is absolutely wrong, right? In that no number is going to be correct, right? And I still get an A and you still pay me. But what I will tell you is that it is a compass. It is a directional barometer of where are we going as a district. Are revenues going up? Are expenditures going down? Or vice versa? And with that, what do we need to start thinking about in the next few years? And what you're going to see is revenues are going up, expenditures are continuing to go up, Revenues are actually going up at over expenditures, but that's before we finish negotiations with our bargaining groups, and it doesn't include growth costs for programs like special ed or other services. Those two things are things that will impact the expenditure side. So on the revenue side, you see here, you see revenues going from 345 to 356. That is almost completely LCFF, as you see there. A little bit in state revenues just because of enrollment growth. But you see all the factors in there. You see the COLA, 3%. You see the enrollment, we're gaining 200 kids. You see the ADA, 188 ADA increase. So those are the things that are giving us those additional revenues. COLA, the additional enrollment, and the additional attendance associated with that. And that's what's happening in each of those years. Now imagine if we were a district where we didn't have growth and those numbers were zero. Can you imagine that? And your expenditures are going up. That's what a lot of districts are going to be dealing with once they spend down, they're spending down their reserves. And you will see this, and I did share this with the Budget Advisory Committee. Our reserve level, unrestricted reserve level, is below the state average, right? For a unified district. The average was around 20%, we're under that. Okay? So just something, we'll look at that here in a minute. And that's because, you know, the board, we implemented additional programs, but also we did give raises when we did not have all the dollars to do so. And we knew that. We knew that that would be part of the process to be able to provide the services and the dollars to the programs and the staff that we wanted to recognize them. So continuing on the expenditure side, you can see certificate staff actually drops year over year. And the reason for that is in 26-27, the learning recovery funds goes away. So remember, learning recovery was one-time money. The governor is proposing to put some money back into that for another few percentage points, but there are 35 FTE, and that's I think that 35 FTE is almost all certificated positions that are funded from learning recovery. So these are going to be intervention support teachers, some TOSAs, teachers on special assignment, supporting some of our training, professional development, other activities. And so in 26-27, at this point, that money is gone. And so in our multi-year projection, we're assuming that those costs go away as well, meaning a reduction in those positions and staff, right? So that is something we definitely need to talk about and make sure we have discussions as we continue part of the budget development process. Also, it'll be interesting to see once the governor gives the one-time money, what that looks like, okay? And that may change the dynamic on some of those things as well. But you do see then going into 26-27 to 27-28, you do see the staffing increases. And remember, that cost there, that's stepping column. That's what that is. So that is automatically built because of our salary schedule. That is before any raises in any of those 3 years. Remember, we had a $4 million potential number in 25-26, so you would have to add $4 million to each of those years, and then you'd still have to figure out what you're negotiating for those other 2 years as well. All right, so looking at that, continuing on, books and supplies does go up. That's because we are projecting in some adoption activities there, and that one's being led by Miss Carlo Magno and her team. And I have to visualize her last name. She has the whole thing for that. It's getting late and I'm getting punchy. Here we go. Continuing on, but then you see it decrease the following year, and that's because that expenditure is one-time in nature and it goes away. You do also see capital outlay dropping. That's because we did have all the portable and some other activities that was in 25-26, and it doesn't continue forward. So that's why you see that big $4 million adjustment there. And then you see it flat the third year out, because I will tell you right now, 26-27, just projecting that is very, very hard for us. So, all right, continuing on. So I just will note that when it comes to books and supplies and services and other operating costs, we do not have anything in there other than the activities that we noted here, the textbook adoption and some other. So year over year, we're more or less pulling out one-time items and leaving it flat. So what that means is to be able to actually get to that number that we're showing, our expenditures would have to stay flat. But we know expenditures are growing, utilities are growing, other numbers are growing. So that means that you've got some heavy things that also have to be built into the budget that are not truly reflective in the multi-year. Because I don't want to scare you to death, right? If I hold, then it will always look bad if you increase expenditures and don't do anything on the revenue side. So multi-year, you bring it all together. The one in blue or red, the reason why we did that is that's that reserve. So as I shared, I think 23-24 was the last year they had, but school services did a comparison of school districts, and unified school districts were right around, I believe, 20% reserve, unrestricted reserve, as a percentage of all expenditures in their general fund. In 25-26, when we finish the year, it says there that we'll be around 6%. right? And remember, we have to have at least 3%. 3% is just the minimum to say we meet the bare minimum, right? And that's why you see red in 27, 28. That is the first time since I've been at Folsom Cordova that we've shown that number to be red. What does that mean? We're going to talk about it in the next slide. But what normally it would mean during normal times is that you would be qualified as a district, we would be qualified as a district, and there would be process and steps involved in that. But overall, if you do notice and look at the yellow columns, the unrestricted columns that are below, do you see the deficit? It's actually decreasing. We're going from 14 million to 10 million to $5 million deficit. That's good, right? But the problem is we don't have enough reserves to continue to have that deficit for that far out. Also, it doesn't include salary negotiations. It doesn't include cost increases in 26, 27 and 27, 28, right? So there are other factors we have to keep in mind. But overall, revenues exceed expenditures, but the problem is we've been deficit spending and eating up our reserves to a level now that we can't continue to do that. And that's the part of the conversation. Now, I will tell you at second interim, those numbers looked a lot better because remember, we were projecting a lot more kids at a higher attendance rate. And so those numbers then, and we had a higher COLA compounding on itself as well, right? So all of those things took millions of dollars away from the budget, and that's why the budget looks as it does. So let's talk about what qualified status means. So at adopted budget, a district cannot be in qualified status, and that's partially because they know it's all projection. So the first opportunity to be qualified as a school district would be at first interim, and that is in December. So what does qualified mean? Okay, so there are 3 statuses that the district gets, and you always see that on your memo: positive, qualified, negative. Positive means you can make the budget and you make your at least 3% reserve for the current year and 2 future years. Qualified means that you will not make your 3% reserve in one of the 2 future years. Negative means you can't make it in the current year, right? So if we were to take our budget now, and if we did it at first interim, it would be qualified, right? But I will tell you a couple of things, right? Very first thing, the budget here doesn't assume the $1 million from the governor, right? So that if we get the TK money, so that's $3 million positive. It does assume all staff being fully filled. There's some savings there, potentially. It doesn't include all the expense increases and potentially negotiation cost increases, so that goes the other way. But overall, I think the money going in, money going out, nets out to potentially you could do something. Now, that's before negotiations for those other years, but you're gonna be close, right? You're gonna be close at first interim. And that's what I'm saying is, right now, with the assumptions we made, we don't make the 3%. At first interim, could we be at 3%, above 3%? Potentially, probably, maybe. But what I will tell you is that we still are in a place where we need to start taking action, right? There's clearly a situation where we need to start finding savings and working through that process. So what does qualified mean? What does that mean? We will then work on a recovery plan with the county office. They want us to then provide specifics on how are we going to get ourselves financially sound, not deficit spend, and having our reserve level. Right? So you can also see they were going to be asking for cash flow. Cash flow becomes a bigger and bigger piece here because as the state starts deferring revenues, remember, we don't get the money. The budget is telling us how much money we're going to get, but it's not as though it's in our bank account, right? The state gives it to us in chunks. The taxes come in December and April. So what ends up happening is, yeah, we're going to have $260, $80 million from LCFF, but we're going to get most of it 2/3 of the way through the school year. But we have to pay salaries every month. That's cash flow, right? Those in the business world, you guys understand that process. School districts normally don't think of it that way, but we will have to start thinking that way, especially as reserves get lower and lower. Yeah. We will also have to do a third interim budget. More or less right now, we just combine our estimated actuals or 24-25 budget with, we would have to have a whole separate budget process. So it just creates extra work for staff. It creates extra work for the board, everybody. Additionally, with that, the county office may require that any contracts that the board is going to approve or the district's going to sign have to be approved, including negotiation agreements. They have to be reviewed and authorized by the county office before the board can take action. They can actually put a hiring freeze in place, potentially. They can also hold us on debt issuance. And then you can see also they can even make recommendations on potential cuts. Now, that is probably overreach for what the county office would actually do, but that is what the code allows them to do. If you go negative, what ends up happening in that case means you cannot pay the bills for the current year. The board becomes advisory only, the superintendent is fired, and I think I also do lose my job. So
I'm not sure about that tone, Sean Martin.
that's negative, but I think we're close enough neighbors to Sac City. We know that, we've heard about that process. That is not a concern at this time for us in any way, shape, or form. But I just wanted to go over it so everybody knew. All right. So other funds. So let's talk. So we talked about the fact that what we just presented was the general fund, right? Fund 01. These are the other funds that we have in the district. The funds that I would speak to, the biggest single one is cafeteria. So you see that cafeteria fund, and that fund is self-sufficient. Even if the state was to, or federal government was to cut some of the funding, we do think we have reserves to be able to cover that. The state actually technically would have to come up with the shortfall anyway, because with universal meals, whatever the federal government doesn't pay, the state has to pay. So it would actually probably, under the current legislative language, cafeteria fund would be held fully funded, and the state would then have to come up with the shortfall, which in the current budget situation is not good. You can see on building funds, Fund 21 through 40, those are some big dollars there. That is all of the bond activities, developer fees, everything else that we have in the district, all combined into one pot, and then the other activities that you see there. So nothing of specific conversation that I would speak to any of these unless you guys have questions. You will notice that one other fund is not in here, and it's a separate slide, and that is because it is our charter. So we have a dependent and independent charter in our district. New Pacific School is an independent charter. They keep their own financial information, their own financials. They do their own audit. We also have a dependent charter, the Folsom Cordova Community Charter, right, FCCC. And so that is the charter program that we've had for many, many, many years. It is a homeschool independent charter that is housed at our Kitty Hawk facility, which is out by Mather, right? And so you guys are probably familiar with that. We have historically never provided separate budget information for them. And during the process that we have had with our consultants on the charter evaluation and process that we do with New Pacific is that we should be doing this for our own charter. We should be doing the same requirements, same processes, making transparent these things. And so we are putting all of these pieces in place, and so this is part of it. You're seeing their budget. As part of adopting our budget, you're gonna adopt their budget, which you've always done, but we've never broken it out in this way. But one of the things you are going to see with this budget is that their revenues are not pacing with their expenses, and their reserves are not at a level that they can meet their 3% reserve. And why that is they are down to around 100 and, I think right now they're under 140 students, and registered for next year, they're only around 120, I think. And so we're projecting them for 25-26 to be at 140. We are working with the team. I know Ed Services is working with them. The fiscal team is working with them. The charter consultant team is working with them to work on increasing that student population, because that is going to be the only way that they will become sustainable. And ideally, they need to be around 250 students is kind of the bare minimum to keep them being able to cover cost ongoing. One of the biggest cost drivers for them, to be honest, is the direct support charges that we have to charge them as a district. And that's actually part of earlier today, you all approved kind of an update to their charter petition. And that was because it was outdated and, to be honest, not in compliance. And that's part of it we've cleaned up as well. And so Dr. Huber, Angie, the whole team has been working with Mercedes and her team, Principal Kirk, on working on getting these things cleaned up. Within that, one of the biggest pieces that they have to do is they are part of our SELPA, meaning our special ed plan within our district. And so when you see that cost per student and that shortfall, they have to pay towards that shortfall on a per pupil basis. And so that is a big piece for them as well, is that those costs, along with all of the costs to keep Kitty Hawk up and going, the utilities that they have, the administrative team that they have, those costs are what drive a lot of their expenditures. But we also know a school of 140 kids really is not self-sustaining unless you have a consolidation of a lot of services and other activities, which is something we're looking at with them as well. So what we wanted to share here is the fact that they, for both 24-25 and 25-26, will not meet their 3% ending fund balance, unrestricted balance. The only way they will be able to make that reserve level is if the district provides them what we would call, normally we would always call a transfer, but because it's a standalone program, instead of a contribution like we do a special ed, this is actually technically going to be a loan. We are going to give them a loan to the charter from the district to pay, to keep them, be able to meet the 3% reserve, or 5% reserve. I'm sorry, they're 5% because their ADA is low enough that they have to be at 5%. So it says 3% there, but it's actually 5%. That's my fault. And so with that, for both this year and next year, you do see a line that says other financing sources, right? That is us giving them a contribution to be able to cover their cost. And so that will be something coming at the next board meeting when you approve the budget. We will also be bringing an MOU to approve that to keep them going for 25-26. So looking at the multi-year, you can see the numbers do not look good, right? Their ending fund balance combined is going to be going into the negative significantly, right? 25-26, their ending fund balance is negative $384,000 before we do the contribution. It goes up to $1 million. So we will be actively engaged with the program and the team there in 25-26 to be able to identify a way for them to be able to keep this program going.
Yeah.
And so that will be something that we'll be working with them, and by December, we will be making recommendations to the board if we feel like the enrollment numbers and the systems are in place that we can keep this going or not.
Sean, isn't it a possibility that we might have to, at some point, make the decision if we want to keep it going? Especially if it's losing money here. I mean, there are a lot of options out there for homeschooling. I mean, I don't think we're going to corner the market in homeschooling, that people are going to say, oh, we need to come to FCUSC for homeschooling, when there are so many other options out there. Is that something that we might have to consider as well?
I would say all conversations will be brought forward to the board.
I think I would piggyback on that, though, because it could be the absolute opposite as well, because many of our local homeschool charters are filled to the max with waiting lists of hundreds of students. So what we should be working on is capitalizing how to get those hundreds of students that are currently sitting on wait lists, because that's additional funding for our district.
I think it comes down to some of the same issues that we've been talking about of marketing branding problems, and figuring out how do we market and brand these schools. I think we have the same thing with like the STEAM Academy, we've got a STEAM Academy. We should be having kids going to that in droves. So I still think that we still have to start working on some of those initiatives on how we're packaging. Because it's like, even when you talk to our families and if you were to speak to them about Walnutwood, they really are not clear on what offerings are at Walnutwood, what we do at Walnutwood, and some of those additional offerings. And so I think that we've got to be maybe a little bit more creative and a little bit more bold with how we are presenting those to our families. Because I think when we kind of brand it like alt ed, it has a negative connotation to it. And so I think we've got to figure out different ways to like speak about some of these programs to like attract families into them, that, hey, this is like traditional like schooling. We have other options that are amazing options. When we go to the Walnutwood graduations, we're seeing like amazing things coming out of that school, right? And I still think it just doesn't trickle down into our communities. So just figuring out how do we like overcome some of those like stigmas with those.
And I actually appreciate that. I didn't realize, Kara, that there was wait lists out there. Yeah, I mean, it's one way or the other. The bottom line is we need to get this either in the black, or we need to make some tough decisions.
Also with that, I'm going to motion, because we're going to go over time, because Sean has 32 slides in his thing.
Thanks, Sean. I'll entertain a motion to extend.
Let's just be on the safe side, so we do this one time. Can we move to extend the meeting to 11:59, understanding that we're not going to stay here till 11:59?
Second.
Are you making that motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
It's been moved by Board Member Reed, second by Board Member Chilla, that we extend the meeting, if it goes that far, to 11:59 p.m. Superintendent?
Ms. George?
Aye.
Mr. Merrill? Aye. Ms. Larrett?
Aye.
Ms. Lofthouse?
Aye.
Mr. Reed?
Aye.
Mr. Chalanchurla?
Aye.
Mr. Clark?
Aye.
Motion
I
carries
also
5-0.
want to give permission to Mr. Merrill because he has a very early
Big
morning.
flight, yeah, so that doesn't pertain to our student board members.
So what I would share is yes, the conversation about the marketing and the outreach and to the waiting lists and to the community, those things are all in conversations. I know the team is having those conversations and working through those processes over the summer as well.
Sean, I'm kind of curious, did New Pacific have any kind of impact on Folsom Cordova Community Charter?
I don't know if I could speak to that now. I know in August we can bring some information. We're going to bring our annual documentation on all of those things. There are students that are Folsom Cordova students that attend that program. But I don't have those numbers in front of me or anything. We can share that though during that presentation.
Seeing that, yes. All right, thank you.
Yeah.
So, but I think the conversation is one where we will be bringing everything forward through the budget committee and through also our own discussions. The budget committee, there's a lot, and we need to, for 26, 27, we really have to make decisions by December of 25, 26. And so I'm going to talk about that a little bit in a minute. But what I will say is some of these things are going to be more administratively focused, and we're going to be bringing some pieces together on that if we can see positive movement or not. And how can we maybe still have this program, but maybe not in this structure, and some other options as well.
Sort of the world I live in, so if you need insight,
I will-
feel free to. Yeah.
I will
already
send the
told
people
Angie,
to you.
but-
Okay.
Yeah. So Sean, I know there's so many people already working on this.
Yes, sure.
They're helping that. Rather waiting for the December, I know you will bring to the budget subcommittee, maybe in 3 months, what progress we have made. At least the progress-wise, results we can expect maybe a little later.
You got it.
I know I briefly touched with superintendent on that. He can pass it that information. The efforts made in next 3 months towards that.
Okay.
That
got it.
helps.
You got it.
Thanks.
All right. So just closing, as you heard, there's a lot going on here, a lot of different levels to it, layers. But at the end of the day, we know we're going to have to start tightening our belts, looking at priorities, and making decisions that are not going to be the easiest decisions in the world. With that comes the advisory committee, Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee. And so the way of the structure of this is we're going to make this more structured and formal in nature. We are going to require it to be in person. And what we're going to be doing is a kickoff meeting in August where we will spend the whole day together reviewing the budget process, coming together as a team, understanding norms and creating those pieces so that we can build capacity of this committee. The frequency on that will be twice a month, except for in the month of December, and they will be in-person meetings. And so we are asking people to be present and active through this process. We will have 2 representatives from all of our labor partner groups. We will have 2 student advisory board member reps. In fact, we need to talk to you guys about that. I think Peter was reaching out to you guys to try to get 2 identified names for that, for the student reps. And then we have reached out to our parent representatives that are on the DLAC or the DAC committee to see if we can get 2 people from that committee, one representing a Title I school and one a non-Title I school. And then we will also have 2 board liaison members and district staff for that. And so the plan on that is the initial meeting, that full day meeting will be getting a glossary understanding. If you've been to one of my first budget meetings, we normally go over the entire budget, understand it. And then from there, we're going to first primarily focus on ESC and the departments within ESC. We're trying to start in the areas that are furthest away from classrooms and students. And so we're going to start in that area. And go department by department and review programs, priorities, and services that are provided and data that speaks to the activities that they're doing. And then we'll have hopefully outcomes from that, recommendations that come forward that will then come to the board. Things that we can implement mid-year, we will look at trying to do that as well. But we also just looked at the fact that the majority of our cost is staff, so we also have to keep that in mind as well.
Got it. And this one is different from your subcommittee, which David and I are part of.
Well, I mean, the representatives for you guys could be the same one. I think what we're trying to do here is just make this a more formalized structure. What you'll notice that the board members are not voting members. They're definitely participants in the discussion, but because you will all have all of these things coming to you, we want to make sure that the voice of all of these members are participating in it. You may ask why the numbers are they are. I have to be honest. I will be helping lead this. We may bring in a facilitator as well, depending on the level and that of this. But we need to be nimble enough to get through the level of detail information to be able to make decisions by December. And so there is just a level of ability when you have more and more people that I definitely love voice. And there is definitely will be other opportunities. The documents we provide and the information we will give updates to the board, and that will then become public, and we can share that out. So we can do those check-ins during the process as well. And then, of course, we'll present all of those recommendations to the board. And then if the board's not comfortable with it, we can do other things with it. The board is the ultimate say on those activities as well. So,
Superintendent, a question.
Yes, sir.
With the two parent representatives, the board, right before you actually came on board with the district, we had a committee that was formed to give the board and the district some advice on the high school development south of 50. Might we, in that instance, we had each school board member identify two parents to serve on that. I'm not suggesting that we do two parents, but might we have a situation that we could have each board member appoint one parent from their district? We have 5 board members, 5 districts. It would help ensure geographic representation on the parents, to ensure that all segments of the district are covered with a parent representative. It wouldn't really increase the number too dramatically. So instead of 2 representatives of parents, 5 representatives, but have it tied to the geographic boundaries of the board members' districts.
My only reservation is like I think some of the plan, I love representation, I love the idea, but I think some of the plan was around the parity in the voting blocks of the different constituencies. And that would really tip it towards one constituent group over other constituent groups. And I don't know. I don't want to speak for you, who's our CBO, but I don't know what your thoughts are.
Yeah, I mean, I would say the parents that are being represented, they're the parents right now that have been active in the district advisory committee or the DLAC committee. They are parents that are normally either PTC presidents, site council, people that are active on the campus at their school. I'm not saying that the board would not nominate people. The board is going to have representative vote because you make the final decision. If you're thinking that you want more parent representatives, I do think that we were trying to do a balance. It is the superintendent's committee, but at the same time, if the board felt like there isn't a representation that you don't feel is adequate,
Well, the reason why I raise this, and again, this is from a different perspective, from a different state, but I saw it very effectively done in New York State, where the school district I lived in had a parent, or excuse me, not a parent, but a budget advisory committee that teachers, staff, parents could get volunteer to participate. And obviously the budget cycle works very differently in New York than California, but the bottom line was, they accepted applications. It wasn't appointments from the board, but they accepted applications to ensure diversity on the budget advisory committee. The budget advisory committee literally had about 65, 70 people in it, but the commitment was you had to attend every single meeting. If you missed one meeting, you were off the committee. And then they provided, advice to the district and to the board on budgetary issues, budgetary cuts. It was very effective. So, is it possible that maybe we increase, if you're concerned about balance, that we increase the Folsom, the unions to have more representatives, so maybe 3 representatives? from both FCEA and CSEA, maybe 2 from FCLA, and then have one appointee from each of the geographic boundaries of the district, of the board members. Again, I think it's important that parents have voice. I really do, and geographic voice too. Not just, for all we know, these 2 representatives, parent representatives, could be from the same community, and completely ignoring other areas of the district. I guess I feel very passionate that we need to have more parents on this.
Could I make a suggestion on this? Maybe for what you're talking about, maybe our standard budget advisory committee, but for the superintendent's budget advisory committee, because we do have to make decisions really quickly.
I think we should merge the 2. I don't think we should be having 2 budget committees.
A lot of times in my work, what I will say is the death to any project is committee. And I hate to say it that way, but it's to move something forward. Sometimes you get so much discussion that you can't move forward. And if we're talking about that, we've got to start trimming quickly. I'm very concerned that that's going to really kind of delay that process out a little bit. So, I mean, I think because this is such like a hot topic and things like that. And I hear what you're saying on the committees and things like that, but maybe our standard budget committee, but this seems like this is kind of a bit of a specialty committee that we're putting up for this specific purpose. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think the committee in the past has been, it was an advisory committee as well, but the truth being told, we were not in a budgetary process where we were looking at reductions, so it was more informational than anything. This committee, we're going to be putting forward things to ask them, do they think this is a recommendation? Do they have recommendations? We're going to be looking at people, positions, programs. And so for me, what I would share is to be able to dive into it to that level. I understand representation is good, but the committee actually has to work as a team, and they need to come with a consistent approach and purpose. And the more voices, it does bring more input. I agree with that, but the need there, I don't know if it may, as you said, it may be the death of it because we have so many voices and competing voices in that process.
Super hard to get to consensus when we've got to make some hard choices. And it's and I love our parents, but to have more parent representation than what our labor partners are, who are in the mix of it every day, dealing with some of those issues and things like that, I think could kind of tip the apple cart a little bit.
I really don't think so. I mean, we're talking about right here, you add this up, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9, 10, 12 representatives. If you're just simply, keep in mind, the high school advisory committee, which was very effective in providing recommendations to this board, had over 20. So I'm not even suggesting that we go over 20. I'm just simply suggesting that we...
that includes staff and...
Right.
Okay.
I'm suggesting that, again, for balance, if we need to add an extra person for each of the unions, then let's do it. But I just feel like the parents need to have a voice here.
So are you talking capping it? Because right now I'm counting 12. 14 if we count the school board members. And are we including student advisory board? Okay, so I'm counting 14. Do we cap it at 14?
I think there's 10.
2, 4, 6,
8.
10 voting members.
10 voting members.
10 voting members. So do we cap it? I mean, so we don't have so many voices in the room, or?
Well, what I would say is I intentionally called it the Superintendent's Budget Advisory Committee because I think we wanted the superintendent's leadership through that process, and then we bring to the board the information from the advisory committee rather than the board directing the committee. So it's a little different model. But with that, I would say if the group feels that parent representation is out of balance here, I would say, and you want to have one from each of your constituent areas, we can live with that, but I would be very hesitant to then want to add for all the other groups as well, because that's doing exactly what we were just talking about, which is blowing up the size of this group.
Well, I mean, just the way I look at it is, the school boards in the state don't have a lot of specific responsibilities and power, but one of those responsibilities is budget. That is one of our responsibilities.
Sure.
That we would be handing over to another.
Not at all. They're only advisory in nature.
Well, I know, but still, then it puts the board in a situation that whatever is provided as advice back to the board, I mean, it's going to put the board in an awkward situation if we don't take the advice, at least significantly, from this committee.
I would say you don't take my advice all the time either.
Well,
so.
I don't know.
I think, so I feel like the representation is important, but I also think that we have another entity to provide that platform for a lot of voice and parent information, potentially in the board advisory committee that we have separate from this, where that could then give advice to the superintendent's budget advisory committee before it comes to us. I think that we already have the structure built where we have two different budget committees.
What's the board advisory committee?
Not board, but our other budget committee.
Our current budget advisory committee only has 2 parents on it as well. 2 student members, 2 parents. Each of it is actually, the makeup is almost identical as this already.
This would be the epitome of bureaucracy if we have 2 budget committees.
Yeah, I would say if you're wanting,
we need to have one budget committee.
I mean, if you're really wanting to get feedback and input, what you could do then is have this committee be the one bringing forward ideas and suggestions, and then we send it out as a survey to all parents.
Let's not go down the survey.
Well, I'm just saying, if the purpose of it is, I will tell you that if you want the best outcome of this committee and the process, it needs to stay small enough that the people will know each other. There has to be a trust component to it, because we're gonna talk about people or impacts that are people you know or right across from you. And so if you get a larger group, that's a harder conversation. And I will just say, this is not my first rodeo doing this. And so, you know, I think if you want 3 more people, that will not make or break it, but it will change some of the dynamic of the committee, and maybe to the good, maybe to not. I'm not going to say.
I have a suggestion, Trustee Reed. What if we committed to making sure that each school site council, during their convenings, which would be representation of every school across the district, that we sent out something that's a monthly meeting, monthly to quarterly to monthly, depending on the site, and we sent out specific questions for them to answer, and we aggregated that information and brought it to the superintendent's budget advisory committee. So that's not a full all parents. Those are already parents that are elected. They're doing their site budgets. That's one of the responsibilities of the school site councils.
I mean, one of my concerns is that as a parent who sat in that seat for like 18 months prior to being up here, this is a very complicated issue that you have to spend through the first, the second, the final, and you're talking about possibly putting people on this committee even now that maybe haven't gone through that process for the whole thing, and we've got to sit and educate them, and we have to have this done by December, right? So I'm just very concerned about the time frame on that.
I have great confidence that we have very talented individuals in our district that could serve in this capacity. Maybe a different approach, because again, that sounds very bureaucratic, what you just described. Maybe a different approach would be this. What if we had 3 parent representatives and we do an application? We ask one parent from the city of Folsom, one parent from the city of Rancho Cordova, and one parent representing maybe special ed or Title I schools or something like that. We ask, you know, for this commitment. You know, if you're going to apply for this position, you're going to commit to all of the meetings and attend. And we then the board identifies through those applications the 3 parents that are going to serve in that capacity. That's another approach to do it. It's a little different, but.
You talking the full board doing that, or
yeah, the full board. The full board would review the applications and make a selection.
That's a timeline question then, because we would have to have it all done, because the meeting is August something, and
I don't know why couldn't we do that?
Because you don't have a board meeting, I think, in time to make that happen, I thought. Oh, actually, it says September 8th was our first meeting, but I thought, no, we had one in August.
No, we do have one in August.
Your kickoff meeting is in early August.
Yeah, our kickoff meeting. I'm talking about our kickoff meeting, not your meeting.
We have so much talent in this district, so much talent. We gotta tap into that talent. I mean, business leaders, there are people who are just, I mean, there are so many people that could provide such incredible advice and insight, and we're just going to ignore that. How?
Thank you. Is there a consensus from the board on what you guys would like us to do?
I support David Reed on that. You know, we have to hear from parents. I have been that wise all the time, so at least.
How do you disseminate the information out to the parents' applications, when to apply, when it closes, all that good stuff? How does
We would figure it all out. I think the timeline would be, the meeting is August 18th.
That's the first board meeting.
No, that's, the 14th is the first board meeting, August 18th is our first meeting.
Yeah, I'm more agreeing on his first proposal. That way it's easy. I know whom I can pick from my district. You don't need application process.
Okay.
So I'm more leaning towards his first proposal. We got to hear the parents' voice. I mean, there is so much in this town, both
I feel like,
towns.
I haven't looked at the clock, but it's probably 11 something, so I'm,
It's okay.
10:45. Oh, it's only 10:45. Oh.
We
Keep going.
that's why.
Only? Okay. So what are we looking at as far as the board? I mean, I'd like to get a consensus of,
This
do
is
we
only a 4
all
months process.
appoint?
I personally want to err towards the expert in the room on this and somebody who has put this together and getting people up to speed on the actual structure of a school district budget, for one, is very different than any business expert that is brilliant in one sense or another. Probably does not know, and I'm not saying nobody, but to fully understand the school district budget and then to jump in and have really tough conversations over the next couple of years. It's just a dangerous precedent, I think. Again, it goes back to like really needing the right people in the room to have those tough conversations. And the more people you put in, the less trust there is, the less honest you can be. And this is sort of, I fully think that we need parent voice in this in some capacity, but I think when you're putting them at a table to figure out what to cut, what to keep, there has to be a deep understanding of what that means and the people connected to that and how it will actually impact a student sitting in a classroom versus just a name on a piece of paper. And I think that without having a deep understanding of what you see on a school budget and what that looks like in reality, it's just a slippery slope.
Well, I'm just kind of going through like the whole processes of where fundings come from and trying to explain that to parents, because it's like, even when we talk about builds, everyone thinks it's like one big giant pot of money, right? So we're going to have to, like, I feel like I'm a pretty smart person and it still took me a bit of time to have to like get a grasp on the budget, you know, because it's all these different pots of money. It's like, what can you cut? What can you not cut? So like for me, I'm pretty like set on the number that's here, because like I know that this is we have to get to a resolution in December. Like we cannot push this out. This cannot go past and so it's like the more people we get in that room, the harder it is going to be to get to that point in December. And especially if you're having to spend the first couple meetings trying to catch a group of people up into the current situation that we have. I mean, the people that we're talking about that are currently on this list are familiar with the situation that we have at hand. They've been looking at the numbers. They live it every single day, right? We're not having to, you know, if this was like, hey, this is something that's going to be like a 2-year thing, I would be like all about it, right? But because we're talking about that from August to December, that is a ridiculously short time frame.
By the parents, let's call them by a different name, the taxpayers. People who pay the salaries, the facilities, the bonds. We don't want to have 5 taxpayers who pay for everything in this district on this? Really? Because we don't think they're smart enough to get up on to speed on it?
Thank you, we evaluate, I think I know exactly whom I'm going to put on this from my district too. It's not somebody new, parent, has exposure to the districts in the past and worked with the doll. So we got to find the people, right people, that's all. I'm not going to bring a businessman or a mama papa shop and put it here, no. So somebody who cares about their kids and their grandkids or who understands how schools runs. Anyway, I'll just pause there. I know this is yours.
Is it?
Mr. Swanson, think about it. You're going to add 3 more parents there.
Rick, I'm not hearing from you and your thoughts.
Yeah.
What I'm wrestling with is like equity of votes and voice. That's what I started with.
Right.
And I think about our labor partners and I think about our students. And then now one constituency has 2.5 times that, 2 to 5. Not that all the parents are going to sit in a voting block and vote exactly the same. I'm not saying that. It just feels imbalanced to me. I do agree with the nimbleness and all that needs to happen. I personally and selfishly like my idea that was called bureaucracy on getting out to school site councils who are making decisions at the school site. And I just think about how like the pyramid of information would then funnel to the advisory committee because they're at the school making budget decisions for the school and can help this district inform. We talk about the iceberg of ignorance, right? Like us here at the central office, we don't see the system like a teacher does, right? Well, if we're thinking about parents coming here to a meeting, I'd like to get information from parents at the sites that are making decisions about site budgets that then can help us on our overall budget. That's probably what I would think would be the best approach, keeping this at 2, but formally reaching out to school site councils and getting feedback from them that then those 2 parents or this whole committee can carry into the space. But I know it does say superintendent, but I do.
Well, it's on you, to be honest. And I think our ultimate goal is to stay out of that negative category, because if we're in there, well, you know what that means. But yeah, I kind of agree with you, Eric, on that. I don't want it to be too overwhelming. I mean, I do understand what Board Member Reed is saying, that, yeah, I mean, we got some smart parents out there, and I know they can catch on like that. But I mean, this is important, and time is not on our side. I mean, we have until December to make things happen. So either way, I mean, Eric, I like what you're saying, but then again, David, I know we got taxpayers who, kind of pay the bills and pay well, not our salary, but our whatever you want to call it. So I'm good either way on that. I would entertain any other comments from the board, but we do need to make a decision so we can move on.
Well, in democratic way, we have 3-2, so 3 passes. So this is the number. Okay.
Sounds good. And I will ensure that we get, I think it'd be about 150 voices, parent voices into the space through school site councils.
Perfect. Right. Thank you, sir. And keep in mind that we are still in a public hearing. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Any other questions from the board? All right, we will take it out to public in this public hearing. We do have one that is scheduled to speak, Mr. Smith.
Good evening, Board, President Clark, Mr. Swanson. Is it possible to go back to page 18? See the visual and performing arts, why there's no money there? There at any point, I mean, in the beginning, that was the question I asked. We got a syllabus that said every parent was required to give $450, and they made it sound like that's how they're able to do stuff. But I couldn't get no numbers from the booster. I couldn't get no numbers from Mr. Cadenhead. I'm still trying to figure out where the money's coming from, where the money's going. That's also where we got the ruling from the CDE deeming that the actions from the booster, but it's from the teacher, however, was illegal. I just would like to know what that money is there and why it's blank. If I can get that. And the other thing is, one of the things you mentioned is about quality control and about the money paid out to victims. When I understand when you're looking, we're in Folsom. Most people are educated. How many accountants are there? How many people would be interested in? How many brilliant brains can contribute to the budget? I mean, one of the things I'm weighing is when Faith graduates high school and so forth, I go back to LA, I go back to big budget things. And taxes is high. And I'm looking for a 501c and where I'm gonna put that money. I would like to put that money in the area where my child was raised. So she can always come back here with her talents of music and connect to the school district she grew up in. So when you reach out to parents and you include them regarding the money, wow, we need more money. People can then start getting creative to bring in more money, but not necessarily in a forceful way. If you don't pay that $450 each day it's late, your grade goes down a whole letter grade. That's something approved by the principal, by Dr. Ogden, Hubert, it's late for me too. I understand the dilemmas in this, but if you start looking at where there's old money, Folsom is not old money. And when you talk about New York, you start talking about older money. And they're creating this type of community, or these type of parents that have the influence and they have a great result. I just know that may be in New York, but it also happened in Orange County. Just something to consider, but I would like to know that money portion here with the VAMP.
Thank you. And Superintendent or Sean, if we can get Mr. Smith that information, I greatly appreciate it. All right.
Before we move on, I do have a question.
Sure.
So with this budget, Sean, how does district staff identify specific expenditures? This was very high level. Does this board approve specific expenditures for specific projects out of there?
So what do you mean by that?
Well, all right, so I'm going to use an example that happened several years ago. The third floor of this building, which is only, 12 years old, was renovated.
Okay.
And I asked, where did the funds come to renovate the third floor of this building?
Mm-hmm.
And when did the board ever approve that? And the answer I got was, well, the funds came out of the funds that were used, that we received from the sale of the old district office and the sale of real estate. And the board never did approve it. So how does that happen? That funds are used out of pots of money that were set aside from the sale of real estate or for whatever, that's just one example, it could be something else, to renovate something that the board had no idea that the money was going towards. And,
to be honest, we're a $300 million budget, so most of the activities we do, the board isn't going to be aware of. We put monies in large pots for, at least at the level that you're looking at, if you were to say like supplies or contract services or any of those things, that number that you saw there is a conglomerate of 1,000 different lines for different departments, different programs, different activities. And so when we come to you, we show it as one cumulative number. If the question is you want certain activities that we're approving in the budget to come to the board, we would need clarity on what those things would be that you would want to know about.
Well, I guess when we have certain pots of money in reserve, perhaps the board had some ideas what we could use with that money for. But that money doesn't exist anymore because we renovated the third floor of this building.
Okay.
When we're talking about a fiscal crisis and that the board is in charge and responsible for the budget, I think we need to have a little, I'm not saying, down to the every single item, but we need to have a little bit more information on what we're approving.
Well, I can give you any level, you have to just tell me what you would like. So you would need to define, because the budget, if I was to spend, I spent an hour, over almost 2 hours, I think at this point, just going at that level. So if there is something specific that the board wants to give direction, a dollar threshold, an activity type, a fund source, the activities that were used for the modernization of the third floor was to accommodate the staff needs that we had on that floor. We used the sales funds from the old district office to cover that cost. That was an allowable activity. It came from a pot that couldn't have been used for classrooms, or it could have been for facilities for classrooms, but it wouldn't have been for students or teachers or pay or anything like that. And so, but it was tied to, because really there is no funding source to do any upgrades in here. And so those monies went to that purpose. That had been how it was earmarked when it was sold, which, that seems like a sound methodology because that's where the funds came from. But
Except for we renovated a 12-year-old building.
Yeah.
And so I just feel that this board needs to become more cognizant of where the money's going, because the budget's not going in a positive direction.
Right.
And if there's spending going on that the board has no clue is going on of a significant amount, now maybe the board needs to provide that direction. I don't think we can do that tonight.
So Sean, just to piggyback, and this might be helpful, every department does an itemized, detailed budget that then goes to Sean. So if there is a department that you probably wanted to see, you could see that.
Well, that's what the Budget Advisory Committee is going to be doing.
Yeah, because of the C&I department, we had to plan out the whole year ahead with every single thing itemized. And so they are there. So that would be something that you would be able to look at and see.
We have $2 million for a textbook adoption that we have in the budget. I spoke about it coming back out, but I wasn't going to bring up that's what we're going to spend the money on. We have lots of different activities through the cycle that we identify as priorities. So I don't have a problem providing detail or approval process or whatever you guys would like to do. I would just need clarity. I just need clear understanding of what it is that you would like to see or know or understand. If you feel like there's waste or that we're, not providing clear guidance to the board, I just need to know what you would like, because we can show every warrant, but then, you would be so neck deep in paper that it wouldn't mean anything to you. So I would want to know what you want parameter-wise.
And maybe it's a policy that change that. And on this one limited example, maybe the board needs to adopt a policy that says whenever we sell any real estate, or that money goes into a protected fund that only the board can authorize the expenditure from. That would at least address that scenario from happening again.
Okay.
I was just going to try to bring it back to this because we're at 11 and I know we still have a few items and we have to go back to closed. So trying to just bring it. And I know we have a public comment as well. So.
Any other comments from the board? Yeah, we do need to move along. Keep in mind, again, we're still in public hearing, but we do have a public comment. Faith.
All right, I know it's late, so yeah, I know you guys are all tired. I'm tired too. But while my dad was speaking, it reminded me of when I was in elementary school in LA. And in Sherman Oaks specifically. And it was just the elementary school only. I didn't know anything about all the other district schools or whatever. But the parents, they would all get together and they would volunteer their time to create a bunch of fundraiser things. throughout the entire year. It would be super fun. I remember going to like Halloween events and all this stuff. And it was the parents literally volunteering. So it didn't even like cost a whole lot. And they would actually raise a lot of money. So I asked my dad right now, like, and he told me how much they would raise each year, and it was $250,000. Just the parents. It wasn't anything else. It was solely just the parents raising $250,000 because they knew about the budgets and they knew about all this stuff and they were involved in it. So I just wanted to bring that up. So if you involve more parents, you actually might end up getting more budget. And that was just for one school. So imagine all the schools you guys have. You know, getting parents more involved with it so that they can actually help fundraise budgets and do other stuff for you guys. But yeah, so that's all I wanted to bring up. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Faith. All right, any other comments, anything online? Okay, perfect. Just wanted to make sure. With that being said, we will actually gavel out of our public hearing and gavel back in the open session, and we'll move on to item 12, discussion items, and it looks like it's Safety Advisory Committee Summary Update and Strategic Focus for 2025-2026 school year.
Yeah, I'll jump in real quick. Just thank all the staff that's still here at this hour waiting on these presentations. I'll formally apologize. We should have popped this up before Sean's dissertation, but so
Superintendent, if I can, I don't know how our student board members feel. Van, I do know that you have to catch a 4 o'clock flight.
No, it's 11. I just need to wake up at 4. But I want my last meeting. I want to say my board member report, so I'm staying the whole time.
And listen, you're gonna have jet lag. You just sleep on the plane, so you'll be
Exactly.
fine.
You
So-
will.
Exactly.
Okay, I just wanted to give you all the option. All right.
Right. At the request of the Board of Trustees on March 6th, this is a safety committee item. And I believe it's focused a little bit on some vaping task force, and that they've been making their rounds, doing great presentations. Thank you to this team. DT, Martin, take it away.
Thank you very much, Mr. Swanson. Board Member President Clark, good morning, trustees.
Good morning.
This is just a kind of recap of the 24-25 school year and what the Safety Advisory Committee has done with the time, the recommendations that we've come across, and also kind of highlight some of the focuses for the 25-26 school year. The Safety Advisory Committee serves as a dedicated body focused to ensure the physical safety and emotional well-being of students and staff across our campuses. And this is a group of parents, students, and staff members that are truly committed to providing that environment, again, both physically and emotionally safety for our campuses throughout the Folsom Cordova School District. This is just some of the people on the safety team here in our office. Know that kind of takes maybe the front line of a lot of the safety issues that come up, in responding to situations and issues within the district. Just to kind of touch on a couple of things, the key initiatives and enhancements that the team has done, the committee has done. We're going to talk about the vape detector pilot and a launch that we recently did. We're kind of going into that, and also talk about alcohol, tobacco, and the other drugs. And I know that the SAB actually talked about the vape and how important it was to them, and just kind of show you how that kind of moved into the advisory committee and where it has gone up to this time. These are some of the key initiatives that we have actually come across for the 24-25 school year, and we just kind of highlighted a few of them. Some of the things, I won't try to read all of them, but hiring the bilingual community safety specialists, to strengthen our families and in the community, and getting information out to those families. It was really important. They do we call them home visits, respond to the campuses, check in with the students, throughout the district. So it's made a big difference. We delivered de-escalation training to our education district-wide. So each campus has teachers that are, and forgive me, I'm just jobbling right now real quick. It's kind of late. But each campus was trained, or each teacher that volunteered to come to the campus was trained on de-escalation. and I'm getting it too confused, but we also did a threat assessment for each campus, and we did that by the teams. So each district, each school has a team of individuals that are trained already, so that when there is a threat on campus, they can approach it from a holistic, standpoint, right there on their campus, involving the safety, the mental health counselors, and administration. We're in the midst of refining the job description for our campus monitors, and our lead campus monitors. I'm not sure if you all have seen that one, but I know that's coming here real soon as well. And again, these are things that have come out of this committee from, either, being advised or spearheaded or initiated by by this committee, throughout the year. And we had 5 meetings, that where all this information, all this work came together. We installed over 70 additional cameras. I know that when Mr. Martin was talking about his the budget, and the camera, we put up over 70 cameras in the district. We've upgraded, cameras throughout the entire district except for one location we still have left, and we only have 5 cameras at that location, to update. Out of the 35 districts or school sites that we have, here right now. So incorporate a whole protocol and our emergency procedures at a glance. That's something that we added here new this year. And what that is when we talk about emergency, we talk about shelter in place, we talk about lockdowns, we talk about evacuations. And what we found in the last year and a half was some schools, some teachers, and some classrooms were kind of like, okay, am I safe to keep teaching? Or what's the problem? Where is it kind of, at? What kind of lockdown is this? Because sometimes, when we just go in, we just call it lockdown, and it has so many different, variations to that. So we actually included what's called a hold. So when they go into the classroom, it's maybe something, an animal on campus, or maybe there's a disruption somewhere else that we don't want to release students out into that area. They can stay in the classroom, stay in a secure location, continue teaching if it's during that time. So we kind of added that. We got that information out to our to our classrooms, and we're, have a video actually out to for our teachers to understand, what it's about, how to use it, and even our administrators. So, so we got that out to them. We installed the BP 1313 civility mutual respect signage on all our campuses now. So when visitors come to the campus, they can see that sign and understand, that this is what we expect as a district for our visitors. This is another that we had looked at doing. In fact, it was supposed to be this week, but the hours and the didn't work. Had some scheduling conflicts, but that is still one of the trainings that we're going to provide. This is a drug impairment training for educators, and what it does is it kind of gives them an idea that they can actually, evaluate a student, who maybe comes on campus, who's on campus, to see if they're, under the influence of alcohol or a substance, because we all know that being so as could be, life-threatening, to be honest. So we also have this training that's out there. It's put on by the state that we can take and send our folks to have that knowledge. Okay.
All right, so it's not surprising. We have almost a fourth of our students within the last year now are fenced in at Folsom High School and Cordova High School. So for those students, which I still will say, it's not like everyone's vaping, but those that are now can't wander off campus, and you can imagine where they're going. The majority of them are going into the bathrooms. And we're seeing this. So we've been exploring adding these vape detectors, and we've had overwhelming support from all the folks on the safety committee, from our students who are tired of not being able to go to the bathroom without smelling like some foo-foo vape. So we did actually pilot 4 of these, 2 at Folsom High School and 2 at Cordova High School. These give real life, like immediately via text and or email, what bathroom they're. So we installed those on April 7th. We let them ride for just a week, actually almost 2 weeks, just to collect the data. Then we rolled them out and started implementing our campus monitors, our administrators to kind of do these sweeps when they went off. The data actually was really good, especially for the boys as far as dropping. You can see the amount of incidents. The girls, a little bit up and down. I will say, we think that there was some tampering, and these detectors have a cage over them, but we do think, because the detectors told us that people were putting like shirts over and vaping, or putting some kind of clothing. But we've also gotten feedback that noticeably less incidents. I think it's important to say that this is not solving the issue of students not vaping or not using marijuana or tobacco, but it's certainly in those bathrooms, the secret got out and there was a lot less incidents. So kids could actually go to the bathroom without having to worry about smelling, having to get that secondhand contact. So we decreased the vape alerts. We also had proactive monitoring. The campus monitors, I want to give them kudos at both schools. Eric Eklund, our team went out and watched him bring his team of campus monitors, and it worked really good. Again, this is a pilot. It wasn't perfect, but that's why we pilot these things. They were there very quickly. If we do move forward and add more of these, there are some additional steps. Number one would having that clear communication, those defined roles. Job description, I think it's coming through tonight for the campus monitor updating. I know we've been working with CSEA and really focusing on having those positions that they hold. So coverage zones and making sure that campus monitors aren't huddled up. I know that that's really been work with our committee. That makes it a lot easier if, let's say, the lead campus monitor is in charge of triaging. You could say, hey, Mr. Clark, you're in Zone A. Zone A bathroom just went off. You're right there, because the real time and the feedback that we got when we were out at both Cordova and Folsom, this isn't a shocker, but it was multiple students in a stall. That's the most common. So the other piece is to make sure it's manageable. We don't want to overload our campus monitors and APs, but that's what we've been working with them, and I have to say the feedback's been great. You're gonna hear a lot about the ATOD work, the alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs. I can tell you right now that this is my #1 charge, and I'm partnering with Carrie Kay. So we're really committed to make sure not only that we have tools in place to prevent, but really the meat and potatoes is addressing the root causes. I'll let her cover that.
Hi, everybody. Sorry for my voice. I'm thrilled, again, just partner with Scott and his department. I think this is a great example of where our departments can cross-pollinate and really do great things for students. So we have been a part of a subcommittee, if you will, for alcohol, tobacco, and other drugs, and looking at what we are currently doing, what we might need to shift, and some specific strategies that we can definitely implement in the upcoming school year. So things that we're currently doing within the classrooms. There are curriculum integrated within our middle school PE classrooms towards prevention and in our high school health classes. Those are funded through our 2P grant. So Sean mentioned grants. You asked who writes grants. Our department does write and has written for many, many years a successful tobacco use prevention education grant. We're entering into year 3 of year 3. Next year will be a grant writing year. We also have school-wide campaigns that create awareness. Our students do public service announcements. We hope that we can integrate more with our video classes that can maybe do some more great things on the campuses. We understand kids want to hear it from their peers. They learn better from peers versus adults talking to them about these things. They know there's risk. We really do need to also address the underlying why. I'll get to that on the farther part of this. We also currently have Club Live on our middle school campuses and Friday Night Live on our high school campuses. Those are in partnership with SCOE. We bring in guest speakers. Some schools choose to bring in guest speakers that they find and that really appeal to their own school environment. We sometimes bring in big guest speakers that can speak to a larger audience or maybe hit more than one school within a day. We also are partnered with the Stanford Reach Lab. They actually provide a lot of great prevention curriculum, and we recently were able to send 16 staff in different varieties, whether they're PE teachers, mental health specialists, school nurses, et cetera, to attend a 2-day virtual conference. We also engage parents, and I think this is another really key part in addressing the why kids use. We need to continue to engage parents in being a part of the solution. We have had a really great turnout with the Omni Youth Program Parent Nights. Those are hosted virtually. Leah, my counterpart, who does all of our 2P programming, has done a great job working with Angela and her department and getting the word out. And, you know, people still are attending virtual meetings and getting good information, and so we'll continue that with Omni. And then I know Scott's department has done internet safety nights, and then we also want to really work more towards a good digital citizenship for our students. We've updated district policies. They have, Scott's department has worked more towards restorative approaches versus punitive. And then DT already mentioned the summer training for DITEP. So other things that we need to do and do more of, we do have structured support right now, which includes brief intervention and motivational interviewing. So Leah, I already mentioned her, she's been doing some one-on-one services with students. And then our mental health specialists also do one-on-one services with our students. I'm excited that we are going to be increasing our partnership with, her name is Amy Verge. She's worked with our district for a number of years, particularly Kinney and Prospect. And starting next year, she's adding another day with our district, and she'll be working with all 3 comprehensive high schools as well. We know that, you know, one Amy can't touch the need, but we're hoping that she can then train other people in part of what she does and how she really connects with youth to get more people on campus who are comfortable having these conversations with students. And then we've talked to you all before about CYBHI, and that is, there's an I missing, but CYBHI, which is, we're in cohort 3. We are not yet billing, but we will be in August, and that will eventually bring in some dollars that can help us support more behavioral health initiatives within our student population. And if we really do want to look at the why students are using, we need to put that in conjunction with behavioral health. And so I'm excited about that process. I'm excited about growing the partnerships that we have with community entities, as well as working with our own teams on more mental health services for our students. It's back to DT to wrap it up.
Thank you. The 25-26 school year, these are some of the focused areas, and these are some of the recommendations that came from the 24-25 committee members. So these are some of the things that we're looking at, recommendation we're looking at doing is continue the vaping intervention as a focus, strengthen our collaboration with law enforcement to intervene with illegal vape sales, meaning that, you know, when we find out, you know, these vapes cost, you know, roughly $20, and we have kids on campus that, you know, have 4 or 5 of these, you know, that's something maybe law enforcement can target these different shops, these different businesses, because that's where these kids are buying them from, not necessarily from the, another student on campus, but they're getting them from these shops, these illegal shops that are selling these things. So, we want to pass that information on so that we can control the vapes on our campus and even in our community. Review and installing signage around restrooms, you know, about vaping violations, you know, for our students, so they understand that, you know, these are the consequences. They don't know ahead of time. Focus on elementary campus behavior, continue internet safety with the Sacramento District Attorney's Office. That's what we've done here this year as well. And partner with law enforcement regarding electric bikes and scooters. We've had a number of accidents, you know, in our community with electric bikes and scooters here, and it's just a matter of time, you know, before, you know, it's completely out of hand. So we want to, you know, focus on that for starting next year. Review our mobile communication device policies on middle school campuses. We heard from students and some of the staff about, you know, having that, you know, enforced on campuses, you know, about the cell phones on campus, you know, and having the Euro bags, I think is what's called, you know, back on campus.
Could I ask something really quick?
Yes.
Just in terms of the signage in or around the restrooms, I think it would also be really beneficial to not just the consequences, but maybe the resources that students could access before consequences. So giving them sort of an outlet of if you are addicted or if you are in here vaping and you need help to stop, like, these are your resources, go see this person. So you
Definitely can add.
they aren't necessarily getting in trouble right away, and we're providing them resources.
Yes, definitely. And some of our goals to continue that diverse and caring, community with the SAC, partnering with SAB and the students, staff on campus. This is our flyer here that we've already, ready to send out for the 25-26 school year, getting those volunteers, parents, students, and again, in partnering with, different clubs here within the district so that we can have that voice in the room when it's time to, to talk about these things and make these recommendations.
Okay, any questions, comments from the board? Thank you, DT and Sean.
Thank you.
Carrie, appreciate you.
Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
The next item is kind of an important topic that I don't think we have enough time to do justice to the conversation. Might we table that to the next board meeting?
If you're willing to make a motion on that, I would definitely entertain it.
Real quick, can we get a little bit out of the way just because we've had staff members waiting for 5 hours for this, singularly for this item?
We have a public comment on the last topic.
Okay. All right.
We have a public comment on the last topic.
Okay, Mr. Smith?
All right, I have to speak on this. The president and the board, Mr. Swanson. Last time Mr. JT was up here, he mentioned that the SROs would not incorporate discipline. I believe I just heard him say that using the police officers to deal with the vaping. Did I not hear that? Okay, please. If I misunderstood, I just want to make sure, because I am not okay with the SROs right now. I'm tired, so I'm just going to speak blunt. I'm not okay with it. I've seen way too much. I understand the relationship that the district wants to build with the police interacting with the students. I don't think it's worth $500,000. And I also don't think it's needed in the Folsom city. Again, I don't know about Rancho Cordova, at least not right now. Eventually, I want to learn about the city. I like all these ideas on the vaping. I remember when I was in high school, they had a drug alternative program. And I actually used to perform at it quite often, and it worked. We all talked about it, and it ended up shaming doing things. It was amongst us high schoolers where people started looking down upon people smoking weed. We didn't have vaping at the time, it was cigarettes. Or just doing stupid stuff like bringing a gun to school. I like all those ideas. I think it would also be helpful because I do think there are some parents that say, well, I tried it once, everybody should try it once. And then next thing you know, that pattern sends a student down a deep hole, because really education starts in the home and behavioral starts at the home. And it starts at an early age when you build boundaries with children. I used to create that by getting something Faith would really love. And she would cross a line that I would draw, and I got taken away. And that was painful for her, but it really taught her boundaries. Now she shoots on a straight and narrow path. I'm gonna send you all her grades, or today was the last day of visions. They're amazing. So just to close on that, I think it would also be helpful if this could be possible, having a common place where parents can go to be informed. Maybe our video production team has somewhat of a little news that people can go on the district site or however, and they can have some information, because some of these things you're doing is great. I would love to be a part. I just don't know it's happening. And I mean, hearing it's already after things have been implemented, and I'm still not finding out, not knowing when these committee meetings are, because I would love to attend. So, yeah, I just think maybe a news thing could be helpful for parents.
All right, thank you, Mr. Smith. All right, bringing back to the board, any final comments? All right, this item was just for discussion. We will move on to item B. Superintendent?
I don't want to cut off what Trustee Reed was interested in. I just wanted to try to honor my team's time. They've been waiting. Maybe they do the presentation, then we bring it back in the fall and, and have it earlier on the agenda or something, because.
I won't be back.
Yeah, Lori,
back
yeah,
in the
we'll just
fall.
have Julie
I
come
was gonna
back.
say,
Yeah, yeah. So Trustee Reed, does that work?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
I would like it back, though.
Yeah.
Sooner rather than later.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Teammates?
Hey, good evening. Tonight, I'm talking to you about our district graduation requirements, specifically the number of courses required to graduate versus the number of courses possible at each of our comprehensive high school sites. If you look at the slide in front of you, starting with Folsom High, you can see that for students at Folsom, they take 6 classes a year for 4 years. They have the possibility of taking 24 courses, and that's if they don't choose to take an early release of something like that. There are 22 courses that are required to graduate from our district. So they would graduate with 2 more than required if they maxed out their schedule. At Cordova, 7 classes a year, 4 years, that's 28. 22 are also required, and they would graduate with 6 more. At Vista Del Lago, 8 classes a year for 4 years, 22 required to graduate, that's 10 more than required if they were to max out all of their courses and not take any early release or late arrival. The next slide. Just some more detail about 4x4s across the state. You'll find that there are districts that increase the number of courses required for schools that are on the 4x4 schedule. There are schools that are requiring 22 courses like we do, all the way up to 28 courses. Local examples include Elk Grove is the same as Folsom Cordova with 22 courses required, Placer Union with 26, San Juan with 28, El Dorado Union with 25, and Sac City does not have 4x4s. As you know, we are about to have some new graduation requirements required by the state in 2030, an ethnic studies requirement for the class of 2030, and financial literacy for the class of 2031. Just to address those new requirements, Folsom Cordova does not plan to increase the total number of courses required to graduate as a result of these changes. Instead, for the ethnic studies requirement, students will have a choice to either take a standalone ethnic studies class, or they can also take a class where the ethnic studies curriculum is embedded in the course, such as an English or social science course. But the total number of courses for students would still be 22. Also, with the financial literacy requirement that's coming, most districts are going to swap out the current economics course that's required for that financial literacy course. So the 22 courses will stay the same with that requirement as well. It won't increase the total. And that's the end of my presentation.
Okay. Any questions from the board?
Yes, Mr. President?
Yes, sir.
So we like to hear the term equity used a lot in this district. The problem is, it seems that sometimes when we use the word equity, people use it to accomplish their own goals. It's not universally applied all the time. And I think this is a perfect example of that. If you look at the numbers, Folsom High School students have 8% of the classes that they can take above and beyond the required amount. Cordova High School students have 21% opportunity to take classes above and beyond what's required. Vista Del Lago, it's 31%. that they can take classes above and beyond what's required. We don't have a problem with that. That's equitable. That Folsom High School is 8% and Vista del Lago is 31%. We're all good with that. I'm not. It is ridiculous that we are treating Folsom High the way we're treating Folsom High. The fact that students are deprived of having educational opportunities that are afforded students at Cordova High and Vista del Lago is completely, totally unacceptable. And this is not the first time we've discussed this and raised this. We've been having this conversation consistently since I've been on the board. It's time we do something about this. And I know I hear that, oh, well, it can't be done because only the teachers can do it because of collective bargaining. Well, then how about this board adopt a very strongly worded resolution where we implore the high schools to provide equitable instruction to the students? If that means we need to go to block for all the schools so that we have an identical schedule, then that's what we should do. Let's adopt the Vista del Lago schedule for Folsom High and for Cordova High. Let's make it equitable. I mean, this is just totally unacceptable, what we've been doing and continue to do. It's just my opinion.
I wanted to add on to what Mr. Reed was saying. I could name at least 10 kids going to Vista because they have the block schedule, but I personally don't like the block schedule, and no one at Folsom High School. I know from everything that my teachers have said that no one likes, not block, yeah, quarter system. And we all prefer the semester system, but I don't know how we would make it equitable between the two because it's very clear the amount of courses that the difference you can take and the math level that you can be at, and yeah.
I know that Mr. Cadenhead is working with his staff right now to look at that, and from what I've understood, they're looking at alternatives to the 4x4 because I agree, they're looking for year-long classes, and there are quite a few. There's cascading schedules, there's the rotating 4x4s so that you still have 8 classes, but it's throughout the whole year. So there's lots of options, and I think in the past it was a real difficult conversation. At Folsom High, they tried for it seems like 2 years and just couldn't come to a decision. But I think that's different now, and I think they're looking for some ways to come to an agreement. So I have the feeling next year is going to be that year that they figure something out.
Yeah, I super appreciate the fact that they're looking at alternatives, specifically when we are talking about the math. You know, I can see why parents would be very upset when we're talking about the higher level math classes when you only have the 2 extra, you know? So I do think that it does hinder our new math model when we only have the 2 extra classes. I guess a question for you or for Mr. Swanson is, as far as like college career readiness, I mean, we hear a lot of students who actually can graduate early because of their required credits. And so they're already like mainlining into, you know, JCs or different models. So thoughts on that,
I think
guess?
we only have, we have 20 to 40 students. How many graduate early?
From
From Vista?
There's under 30.
Under 30 each year. I think where the big advantage is that students who are maybe behind and not at grade level have the opportunity to, within that same year, get caught up to grade level. So there's that. I think that's probably the biggest benefit, is that we can catch students up.
I would say that for sure. I mean, it's just a math problem. It's the more opportunities you have, to meet the expectations or requirements of college and career readiness, which include, you know, completion of a CTE pathway, which is a 2 or 3 course sequence. It's dual enrollment, it's AP, it's IB, it's passage of the CASP or meeting or exceeding standards on the CASP. So another aspect of a block or more classes is related to Lori's point, is increasing A through G rates, because oftentimes you'll have students who maybe get a D in a 10th grade English, second semester, and they won't be A through G because they won't have opportunity to make that up, and they could be 1 or 2 courses short, just the semester. So this gives an opportunity for students to make up that course and increase their A through G grades. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I get, we don't want to, not everyone wants a block schedule, and I understand that, but if we could even get Folsom to, from Folsom to a Cordova level, I would even be the 2 to the 6. I mean, because as a parent who actually had a student who needed that A through G and having that extra class, super helpful to be able to have that opportunity without having to go to summer school and different things like that with that disruption. So that was very helpful.
Mine had to leave the district because there was the option of block, which she was fearful of, or not being able to do it. So I do think for sure there needs to be easier ways to get those A through G. And that should be our priority when we're looking at the schedules, I would say.
Getting Folsom High at least up to Cordova High level would be a good first step.
And I think that's probably the absolute goal that Mr. Cadenhead has with his team is at a minimum getting up to at least 7 courses.
Yeah, well, this is actually nothing new because I think back in 2016 when I got on the board, they had some very good discussions about Folsom possibly going to the block schedule. But I'm glad to hear that, Mr. Cadenhead and his team are working on something, whether it's, I don't see it being a block schedule, but maybe a cascading schedule. And maybe we get to the level of, where Cordova is. So let's keep our fingers crossed on that.
For sure.
Yep.
Eric, maybe when we bring it back, potentially we could look at, because a lot of this also plays into space requirements and cost and all of that. So I wonder if when we do bring it back, we could kind of get that whole picture of where where this impacts other things as well.
All right. Perfect. Any other comments, questions from the board? We'll take it out to the public. Any comments? One comment online? Oh, Mr. Smith.
Mr. President, Board, Mr. Swanson. I'm gonna give a different perspective of this because I really don't like this at all. Mr. YK, I need to send this to you, but I did a long uniform complaint, and I'm gonna tone it down because it was 760 pages. I'm gonna tone it down just to, it's 24 reports from students of the teacher telling students that a parent and student is gonna sue her. And because of that, there's no money to go to jazz festivals. Because there's no money, I'm gonna cancel Color Guard for the spring. This created a hostile learning environment for Faith. Now, Faith is an A student, but her sophomore year, she got all Bs. One of the things is this was all happening right before the winter break. And I was looking at, I need to get Faith out of the school because she couldn't go anywhere in the middle of the year. Oh, wow, I do that. And the question was asked to Miss Emmington, yeah, Miss Emmington. And the answer is no, she cannot go to Vista because of the way the schedule is set. So she had to endure a hostile learning environment, ongoing bullying in the hall, shorten her schedule to try to leave at lunch. I come pick her up because of a teacher. When it should have been, if it's more even, where she could have then went to Vista. Even not having a jazz band or a jazz choir there, I could have at least got her out of that hostile learning environment. So I want to just give it at a different perspective. This is one of my arguing points that's going to be going through my federal complaint. The other ones I did on my own. This one I'm not doing on my own. My friend's helping me. So I would, I know it's coming back, but I would like the board to really consider, Mr. Swanson, really consider looking also from a standpoint of someone who's gone through that, where then they can go to the other school and continue on their educational path. Now, thank God for the visions, because she's completed, how many years you complete this year? She's completed more units this year than she did her freshman and sophomore year at Folsom High School. And she's now over a 4.0. 123. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Smith. Bringing it back to the board, any final comments? All right. Item 13 is informational items for the board to look at unless there's any discussion, any questions. Item B is the same. With that, we'll go on to item 14, the superintendent's report.
1 minute or less. Thanks to the student athletes and the community schools for presenting today. I wanted to also congratulate all the graduates and promotees in our district. Last week was, although very hot, a really amazing time of celebration. And I think our graduates spanned from the age of 17 all the way probably into their 50s with our adult school. So it was really exciting to celebrate them. And two people that I specifically want to thank publicly, behind the scenes folks. Every board meeting is like a wedding and its planning. And so I'd like to thank Rochelle Dagnall for her hard work and making sure that the board has everything that they need to be successful. And also, I would most definitely want to thank my executive assistant that makes sure that I'm pointed in the right direction and make sure I have everything I need to be very successful. And I'd like to say thank you to Martha Campos as well. So, teammates, thank you very much. Really appreciate you.
All right, thank you. We'll go into board member reports, and this is the end of the road for you two.
Yeah, last board member report. But for my last board member report, I wanted to bring up something that I kind of saw with our board and our team. And I don't know if it's very sensitive, but when I was first running for board member, I'll try to make this fast. When I was first running and when I got elected, the biggest thing that people always brought up was, why did we change the bell schedule and make it on Thursdays? And I don't want to talk about that. I just wanted to say how if something is working, I really don't think we should change it. And I think we've had a lot of discussions about SROs and about excuse my cough, SROs, and then I'm blanking on, I have it on, but just SROs, the bell schedule, and all of these different things that I feel like, the honors math. If something is working in our district, I really don't think we should change it. And if we do change it, we should ask, why are we doing this? Why is this important? How will this impact the future? Because I think a lot of the decisions that are also made in the past get overturned, and then probably in the future, those decisions will get overturned too. And I know that's just like a timing thing, but I think we can just do a better job on future planning as a board. And then that's all. I'm just gonna say that. And I just don't want, a lot of people will come up to me and be like, oh, we don't like the board because they never follow what we do. I'm like, we listen to everything that you say. And I know we always want to keep the best in mind, but if something really doesn't need a change, I don't think we should change it. And there's a quote from Ellen Glasgow, I'm pretty sure, but they say, change is not always progress, just as movement is not always forward. So that's what I had, and I want to end off with a thank you for everything all of you guys have taught me, and all the lessons that I've learned, and all of you guys who have helped me on this journey. And I promise to take these talents and all of these lessons that I've learned from all of you guys to my future endeavors. So thank you.
Awesome. All right, thank you, Mia. We appreciate you. Board Member Merrill.
This is also my last board meeting and board member report. I'd like to thank this board for helping me over these past 2 years. I'd like to thank Dr. Kaligian, who helped me the first year. I also want to thank Ms. Campos and Ms. Dagnall, because they've been amazing help behind the scenes, kind of guiding me through this board member journey. And I'd also like to give a special thank you to the Smith family for making these board meetings so fun to come to. Last year, I really liked this year's board meetings. They were a lot more calm in the beginning of the year. There wasn't as many, we had some of our shortest board meetings. It was like 40 minutes, 50 minutes. And what happened? This is the last board meeting I will ever go to. And it's 30 minutes over my longest board meeting, which was last year. So, but yeah, thank you. Happy graduation to everyone. I'm signing out.
Yeah. All right. Board member Charlie Chella.
I know we have only 5 more minutes. Again, it's a wonderful graduation season. I truly enjoyed. This was my first one. Thank you again, graduates. Congratulations to all the parents, and sleep until 1 o'clock in the afternoon, not morning. Anyway, Superintendent Swanson, thank you so much for bringing that 5th grade math test. And even though there is only 139 kids applied and entered, at least 30 kids, got into the higher levels. Thank you again. It's a 1% better every time. We have 14% and 15%. That's awesome. I just want to call that one out. And also, when we are welcoming the teachers, I'm going to make this request. When people are retiring after putting their maybe entire life in our school district, 20, 25, 30 years, I really want to bring that same attraction of giving them a thanks and farewell like the way we are welcoming teachers. I just want to put this out there here because thank you and welcome to our school district, sir. You're still here. Awesome. Thank you again. Good night.
All right, thank you, sir. Board member Reed.
Yes, I just wanted to quickly comment on one of the parents who got up to speak during public comment regarding kindergarten enrollment packets in Alder Creek, the experience that they had at Alder Creek Elementary this spring. Obviously there was some confusion there, and I can honestly see how it happened. We require physical packets to be handed in, and that's what they did. And they were very timely in submitting that enrollment packet. But then there was also some online information that needed to be provided separately. And I don't think it resonated with this family. I suspect it didn't resonate with a number of families. Is it possible going forward that the kindergarten enrollment packets have in bold letters, highlighted in large font, some type of notice that says, in addition to this packet, you need to go to this website to fill out this information, and your application for enrollment is not finalized until you do so. Because I think if that had been correctly communicated and it was very clear, I suspect this family would not have been before this board tonight. Thank you. Other than that, thank you to Van and Mia. I gave the long thank you last meeting, so I'll just say we'll miss you. And then finally, thank you to the certificated and classified staff for such an awesome school year. Your hard work is truly appreciated. Oh, I should have said and administrators, not just, so basically all of our employees. Thank you very much for all of your hard work. We are a special district because of you. Thank you. That's it.
All right, thank you, sir. Board member Laird.
Yep, I have like a couple seconds. So just wanted to thank our student board members. I feel like I've learned as much from you as you think you've learned from any of us up here. So I appreciate your thoughtfulness and your brevity. You guys are always like very succinct and very pointed and very specific on your points of view, and I really appreciate that, and it's really taught me a lot about working with students and student voice, and how much I appreciate you guys doing that and leading the next group in, and thanks for all your hard work on expanding that group as well, so I really appreciate that. And thank you to all the staff for all the work that you guys do every single day. We really appreciate it, both as a board member but as a parent too. So this was my last year at Navigator. I had a 17-year run, so I was really, really sad for our last student out of there. So wanted to thank all the staff at Navigator for 17 years, but I do not have to do the pickup drop off anymore at elementary school, and I'm juiced about it. So thank you so much.
All right, Board Member Lofthouse.
I will keep it super short, but thank you guys both very, very much. Like Ms. Larette said, we've learned way more from you than you have learned from us. So I hope you have a fabulous time in Germany. I hope you wear the lederhosen or that you packed them that are in that picture in there. And congratulations to the graduates. All of our staff, please enjoy your break. It's much deserved.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Van and Mia, I just want to thank you again for your service to this board. Van, I know you did 2 years, and I've seen you grow and mature, and I am so proud of you. And yeah, you got to get up in about 4 hours, but welcome to the real world. Mia, just thank you again. I wish you nothing but the best on your endeavors. I want to echo everything that the board has said regarding our classified and our certificated staff, as well as our staff here at the district. It's phenomenal to work with you guys, and I appreciate all of you. I know with Rochelle and Martha, if I remember correctly, I think the 10th will be a very busy day for you, getting everybody registered for AEC. So man those phone lines and hook our team up here. So speaking of AEC, the nominations are still open for entertainment. I could think of a lot of entertainments that we have in our district. We need to showcase them. I know we have Cordova's Drumline and we have Mills Drumline that have entered, but there's room for more. I want to really highlight this district at the next conference. With that being said, I would be remiss to recognize a teacher who passed away 2 weeks ago from Peter J. Shields. So I want to end this meeting in her memory. Liz Leeper. I just want to dedicate this meeting to her and her memory. With that being said, guess what, team? We get to go back into closed session. Van, Mia, please drive careful home. If there's nothing else for the good of the order, I will close this meeting
Point
out.
of order.
Yes.
Board President. Advanced planning?
Yes, advanced planning. Actually, we do have a meeting, special board meeting, June 10th. It is in person. Then we have our regular board meeting before we have a little break on June 18th. We'll move forward with the 12-month board calendar.
Correction on time for June 10th. Tuesday, it will be at 4 p.m.
At 4 p.m. It's good to know I had it at 5 on my calendar. All right, 4 p.m. That is in person only. And then the 12-month calendar, and then suggested future agenda items.
Mr. President,
yes, sir.
I'm just going to mention, I'm not looking for a consensus tonight. I want the board to think about it between now and the next meeting. I will bring it up at the next meeting. I would like the board to consider creating an audit committee and authorize the board to have a budget item where we can retain an independent third-party auditor that reports directly to the board. So I will bring that up at the next meeting for future planning.
I don't think you know, I'm good with it. I don't know.
Well, again, we don't have time to discuss it
Well,
tonight.
yeah, but you can definitely bring that up, and we'll address that. With that being said,
One quick thing, Mr. President, on the next board meeting, we had the time wrong, and it's also not in person. That will be live streamed, the first half of the meeting on the 10th.
got it.
The first item will be live streamed.
Okay.
And then our leadership governance will be not.
Sounds good.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, anything else? Oh, happy Pride Month. But anything else for the good of the order? All right, back in the closed session, folks.
You cursed us when you said